My name is Marshall Rosenberg. I'll be sharing with you how a process I call nonviolent communication can be of service to us in managing anger compassionately. And I'd like to begin with a few words about the origin of this process of communication and its purpose. Nonviolent communication evolved out of an intense interest I have in two questions. First, I have been wanting to better understand what happens to human beings that leads some of us to behave violently and exploitively. And secondly, I have been wanting to better understand what kind of education serves us to remain compassionate even when others are behaving violently or exploitively. And I have found in my exploration into these two questions that three factors are very important in understanding why some of us respond violently and some of us compassionately in similar situations. And these three factors are, first, the language that we have been educated to use. Secondly, how we have been taught to think. And thirdly, how we have been taught to communicate. These three factors, I have found, play a large role in determining whether we're going to be able to respond compassionately or violently in situations. And I have integrated the type of language, the kinds of thinking, and the forms of communication that strengthen our ability to willingly contribute to our own well-being and the well-being of others into this process that I call nonviolent communication. Nonviolent communication focuses attention on whether people's needs are being fulfilled, and if not, what can be done to fulfill these needs. And it shows us how to express ourselves in a way that increases the likelihood that others will willingly contribute to our well-being. And it also shows us how to receive the messages of others in a way that increases the likelihood that we will willingly contribute to their well-being. When it comes to managing anger, nonviolent communication shows us how to use anger as an alarm that tells us that we are thinking in a way that is not likely to get our needs met and is likely to get us to get involved in interactions with others that are not going to be very constructive for anybody. Our training stresses that it is dangerous to think of anger as something to be repressed or as something bad. When we tend to identify anger as a result of something wrong with us, then our tendency is to want to repress it and not deal with anger. And that use of anger, to repress it and deny it, often leads it to be expressed eventually in ways that can be very dangerous to ourselves and others. Think of how many times you've read in the newspapers about serial killers and how they are described by others who have known them. The rather typical way they're described is, "He was always such a nice person. I never heard him raise his voice. He never seemed to be angry at anyone." So, in nonviolent communication, we are interested in using the anger in a way that helps us to get at the needs that are not being fulfilled within ourselves, that are at the root of our anger. Many of the groups that I work with around the world are very concerned about any belief about anger that it is to be repressed. many of these groups have seen how anger, when we teach people that it is bad, can be used to oppress people by getting them to just tolerate whatever is happening to them. So what we want to do in using nonviolent communication to manage anger is to go more deeply into it, to see what is going on within ourselves when we are angry, and to be able to get at the need, which is the root of anger, and fulfill that need. To do this involves several steps, and I will go over these steps by using an example of a young man in a prison in Sweden that I was working with in a training session that I was doing for prisoners, showing them how nonviolent communication can be used to manage our anger. The first step in handling our anger using nonviolent communication is to be conscious that the stimulus of our anger is not the cause of our anger. That is to say that it isn't simply what people do that makes us angry, but it's something within us in response to that that is really the cause of the anger. This requires our then to be able to separate the stimulus from the cause. In the situation with the prisoner in Sweden, the very day that we were focusing on anger, it turned out that he had a lot of anger in relationship to the prison authorities. So he was very glad to have us be able to deal with anger on that day. And I asked him what it was that the prison authorities had done that was the stimulus for his anger. And he answered, "I made a request to them 3 weeks ago, and they still haven't responded." Well, he had answered the question in a way that I wanted him to. He had simply told me what they had done. He hadn't mixed in any evaluation, and that is the first step in managing anger in a nonviolent way, to simply be clear what the stimulus is, but not to in any way mix that up with some judgments or evaluation. The second step involves our being conscious that the stimulus is never the cause of our anger. That is, it isn't simply what people do that makes us angry, but it's our evaluation of what has been done that is the cause of our anger, and a particular kind of evaluation. Nonviolent communication is built on the premise that anger is the result of life-alienated ways of evaluating what is happening to us. Life-alienated in the sense that it isn't directly connected to what we are needing or what the people around us are needing, but instead it is based on a way of thinking that implies wrongness or badness to others for what they have done. There are several ways that we can evaluate any stimulus that occurs in our lives. In this case of the prison officials not responding for 3 weeks to his request, he could have looked at the situation and taken it personally as a rejection. Had he done that, he would not have been angry. He might have felt hurt. He might have felt discouraged, but he wouldn't have felt angry. A second possibility, he could have looked within himself and seen what his needs are. And we're going to show later that this is a way of thinking that is most likely to get our needs met when we are more directly focused on them. Had he been directly focused on his needs, as we will see later, he would not have been angry. He might have felt, which is, it turned out he was, when we got him in touch with his needs, he was scared. Or another possibility, we could look at things in terms of what needs the other party was experiencing that led them to behave as they did. This kind of understanding with the needs of others does not leave us feeling angry. In fact, when we are really directly connected with the needs of others, at that point at which we are understanding them, we're really not in touch with any feelings within ourselves, because our full attention is on the other person. The other way that we can look at things, which is we will find always at the base of anger, is to think in terms of the wrongness of other people for behaving as they did. So in nonviolent communication, we are recommended to tell ourselves when angry, I'm feeling angry because I am telling myself, and then to look for what kind of life-alienated thinking is going on within our head that is creating our anger. In the case of the prisoner, when he told me that he was angry and that the stimulus for his anger was that the prison officials hadn't responded for 3 weeks to his request, I asked him to look inside and tell me what the cause of his anger was. And he seemed confused, and he said to me, I just told you the cause of my anger. I made a request 3 weeks ago, and the prison officials still haven't responded to it. I told him, now what you told me was the stimulus for your anger. In our previous sessions, I've tried to clarify for you that it's never simply the stimulus that creates our anger, that the cause is how we look at things. So I'd like you to tell me how you are interpreting their behavior, how you are looking at it, that is causing you to be angry. He was very confused at this point. He was like many of us. He's not been trained to be conscious of what is going on within himself when he was angry. So I had to give him a little help to get an idea of what I meant about how to just stop and listen to the kind of thoughts that might be going on inside of us that are always at the core of anger. After a few moments, he said to me, okay, I see what you mean. I'm angry because I'm telling myself it isn't fair. That isn't a decent way to treat human beings. They're acting as though, they're important and I'm nothing. And he had several other such judgments that were floating rapidly in his head. Notice he had said initially that it was simply their behavior that was making him angry. But it was all of these thoughts that he had within himself that was making him angry. Any one of which could have created anger. But to have a whole series of such judgments, they're not fair, they're not treating me right, all such judgments are the cause of anger. Once we had identified this, he said to me, well, what's wrong with thinking that way? And I said to him, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with thinking that way. I'm just wanting you to be conscious that it's thinking that way which is the cause of your anger. And we don't want to mix up what people do with the cause of anger. Now this is very hard for many of us to keep straight, to not mix up the stimulus of our anger for the cause of our anger. And the reason that that's not easy for us to stay clear about is that we may have been educated by people who used guilt as a primary form of trying to motivate us. And when you want to use guilt as a way of manipulating people, you need to confuse them into thinking that the stimulus is the cause of the feeling, in the sense that if you want to use guilt with somebody, you need to communicate in a way that indicates that your pain is being caused simply by what they do. In other words, their behavior is not simply the stimulus of your feelings, it's the cause of your feelings. So if you are a guilt-inducing parent, you might say to a child, it really hurts me when you don't clean up your room. Or if you are a guilt-inducing partner in an intimate relationship, You might say to your partner, "It makes me angry when you go out every night of the week." Notice in both of those examples, the speaker is implying that the stimulus is the cause of the feelings. You make me feel. That makes me feel. I'm feeling because you. But if we are to manage anger in a way in harmony with the principles of nonviolent communication, it's important for us to be conscious. I feel because I am telling myself thoughts about the other person or the other person's actions that imply wrongness on their part. And such thoughts take the form of either judgments such as, I think the person is selfish, I think the person is rude or lazy, or manipulating people and shouldn't do that. It's taking either that form of direct judgment of others or indirect judgments expressed through such things as, I'm judging this person as thinking only they have anything worth saying, where it's implicit that that isn't right. So the first step in expressing our anger, managing it in harmony with nonviolent communication, is to identify the stimulus for our anger and without confusing it with our evaluation. And the second step is to be conscious that it is our evaluation of people in the form of judgments that imply wrongness that is the cause of our anger. Now, the third step involves looking for the need that is the root of our anger. This is built on the assumption that we get angry because our needs are not getting met. However, we're not in touch with our needs. We go up, instead of being directly connected to our needs, we go up to our head and start thinking of what's wrong with other people for not meeting our needs. So the judgments that we make of other people that are the cause of our anger are really alienated expressions of needs. Over the years, I have come to see that these kind of judgments of others that make us angry are not only alienated expressions of our needs, but at times they look to me like they are suicidal, tragic expressions of our needs. Because when we go instead of to our heart and get connected to what we are needing and not getting, if instead we direct our attention to judging what is wrong with other people for not meeting our needs, a couple of things are likely to happen. First, our needs are not likely to get met, because when we are judging other people as wrong in some way, if we say it out loud, these judgments usually create more defensiveness than learning. Or certainly they don't create much cooperation. Even if people do things that we would like them to do after we have judged them as wrong or lazy or irresponsible, they will be doing these actions with an energy that we will pay for. Because when we are angry, because we are judging people, and we express these judgments to them, either verbally or through our nonverbal behavior, they pick up that we are judging them as wrong in some way. Even if people then do what it is that we would like them to do, they are likely to be motivated more out of fear of being punished, fear of being judged, out of their guilt or shame, than out of compassion in relation to our needs. And when we are using nonviolent communication, we remain conscious at all times that it's as important why people do what we would like them to do as that they do it. So we are conscious that we only want people to do things willingly and not do things because they think they're going to be punished or blamed or guilted or shamed if they don't. So This requires that we have a literacy and a consciousness of our needs, that we be able to get in touch with the needs that are behind the judgments that are making us angry. For it's when we can clearly express the needs to others that others have a much greater likelihood of responding compassionately to whatever it is that we would like. In the case of the prisoner from Sweden, after we had identified the judgments that he was making that were creating his anger, I asked him to look behind the judgments and tell me what needs of his were not getting met, that were being expressed through the judgments he was making of the prison officials. This wasn't easy for him to do, because when people are trained to think in terms of wrongness of others, they're often blind to what they are needing. They often have very little vocabulary for describing what they are needing. It requires shifting attention away from judging outward to looking inward and seeing what the need is. But with some help, he was finally able to get in touch with his need, and he said, well, my need is to be able to take care of myself when I get out of prison by being able to get work. So the request that I was making to the prison officials was for training to meet that need. If I don't get that training, I'm not going to be able to take care of myself economically when I get out of prison, and I'm going to end up back in here. Then I said to the prisoner, now that you're in touch with your need, how are you feeling? And he said, I'm scared. So when we are directly connected to our needs, we are never angry anymore. The anger hasn't been repressed. The anger has been transformed into need-serving feelings. The basic function of feelings is to serve our needs. The word emotion basically means to move us out, to mobilize us to meet our needs. So when we have a need for some nourishment, we have a feeling that we label as hunger, and that emotion stimulates us to move about, to get our need for hunger, our need for food taken care of. If we just felt comfortable when we had a need for nourishment, we could starve because we wouldn't be mobilized to get our need met. So this is the natural function of emotions, to stimulate us to get our needs met. But anger is stimulated by a diversion. We are not in touch with the needs that would naturally get us to want to get our needs met. The anger is created, as I have said, by thinking about the wrongness of others. And that now transfers this energy away from seeking to get the need met into an energy designed to blame and punish other people. So when I pointed out to the prisoner the difference between getting in touch with his needs and the feelings that he had then, that he was then aware of fear, and he could see that the anger was because of the thinking about the wrongness of others, I asked the prisoner, do you think you're more likely to get your needs met if when you go in to talk to the prison officials, you are connected to your needs and the fear, or whether you are up in your head judging them and angry? And he could see very clearly that he was much more likely to get his needs met if he were to be communicating from a position of connection to his needs, rather than separated from his needs and thinking of others in a way that implied wrongness. At the moment he had this insight into what a different world he would be living in when he was in touch with his needs as opposed to judging others, he looked down at the floor and had about as sad a look on his face as I can recall any person ever having had. And I asked him, what's going on? And he said, I can't talk about it right now. Later that day, he helped me understand what was going on in him. He came to me and said, "Marshall, I wish you had taught me 2 years ago about anger what you taught me this morning. I wouldn't have had to have killed my best friend." Tragically, 2 years before, his best friend had done some things, and he felt great rage in response to what his friend had done. But instead of being conscious of what his needs were behind all of that, he really thought it was his friend that made him angry, and in a tragic interaction ended up killing the friend. I'm not implying that every time we get angry we hurt somebody or kill them, but I am suggesting that every time we are angry we are disconnected from our need, and we are up in our head thinking about the situation in a way that's going to make it very hard for us to get our needs met. A very important step that I have just outlined is this one that requires us to be conscious of the thinking that is creating our anger. And as I said, the prisoner at first was totally oblivious to all of the thoughts that were going on within him that made him angry. And the reason for this is that our thoughts go on very rapidly, and many of our thoughts go so quickly through our head that we are not even aware that they're there. And it really looks to us as though it was the stimulus that was the cause of our anger. I was one time working in a correctional school for delinquents, and I had an experience that really helped me to learn this lesson, that it is never the stimulus that causes the anger, that there's always between the stimulus and the anger some thought process that's going on. On 2 successive days I had remarkably similar experiences, but I had quite different feelings on the 2 days. The experience in both situations involved my being hit in the nose, because on 2 successive days I was involved in breaking up a fight between 2 different students, and in both cases, as I was involved in breaking up the fight, I caught an elbow in the nose. On day 1, I was furious. On day 2, even though the nose was even sorer, of course, than it was on the first day, I wasn't angry. Now, what was the reason why I would be angry in response to the stimulus on day 1, but not on day 2? Now, first of all, in the first situation, if you had asked me at the moment right after I'd been hit in the nose why I was angry, I would have had trouble finding the thought that was making me angry. I probably would have said, well, I'm obviously angry because the child just hit me in the nose. But that wasn't the cause. As I looked at the situation later, it was very clear to me that the child whose elbow hit me in the nose on day 1 was a child that I was thinking of before this incident in very judgmental terms. I had in my head a judgment of this child as a spoiled brat. So as soon as his elbow hits my nose, I'm angry. It seemed that was it, that just as soon as the elbow hit my nose, I was angry. But between that stimulus and the anger flashed within me this image of this child being a spoiled brat. Now that all happens very fast, but it was the image of spoiled brat that made me angry, not... Now on the second day, I carried quite a different image into the situation of that child. That child I saw more as a pathetic creature than a spoiled brat. And so when the elbow caught my nose, I wasn't angry. I certainly felt physical pain, but I wasn't angry, because a different image flashed through my mind rather than the judgmental image spoiled brat, which caused the anger. So these images happen very quickly, and it can easily trick us into thinking that the stimulus is the cause of our anger. So now I have outlined 3 steps in managing our anger using nonviolent communication: the identification of the stimulus for our anger without confusing it with the evaluation. Second, the identification of the internal image or judgment that is making us angry. And third, the transformation of this judgmental image into the need that it's expressing. In other words, bringing our full attention to the need which is behind the judgment. Now, these 3 steps are done internally. We're not saying anything out loud. We are simply becoming aware that our anger is not caused by what the other person has done, but by the judgment, and then we are looking for the need behind the judgment. Now, the 4th step involves what we would actually say out loud to the other person after we have made this transformation. The transformation I'm referring to is this transforming the anger into other feelings by getting in touch with the need behind the judgment creating the anger. The 4th step involves now saying to the other person 4 pieces of information. First, we reveal to them the stimulus, what they have done, in other words, that is in conflict with our needs being fulfilled. Secondly, we express how we are feeling. Now we are no longer angry because the anger has been transformed into other feelings. Notice we are not repressing the anger. The anger has been transformed into a feeling such as sad, hurt, scared, frustrated, or the like. And we then follow up our expression of our feelings with the needs of ours that are not being fulfilled. And now we add to those 3 pieces of information a clear present request of what we want from the other person in relationship to our feelings and unmet needs. So in the situation with the prisoner, the 4th step on his part would be to go to the prison officials and to say something like this. I made a request 3 weeks ago. I still haven't heard from you. And I'm feeling scared because I have a need to be able to earn a living when I leave this prison. And I'm afraid that without the training I was requesting, it will be very hard for me to make a living. So I'd like you to tell me what is preventing you from responding to my request. Now notice that to communicate that on the part of the prisoner required a lot of work on his part. He needed to be conscious of what was going on in him. He needed some help getting connected to the need behind that. In this situation, he had me to help him, but in our training, we show people how to do all of this for themselves. So when we are stimulated by another person in a way that we are starting to get angry, we need to manage that in the following ways. If we are sufficiently trained in getting in touch with the need behind the judgments, we can take a deep breath and very rapidly go through the process that I led the prisoner through. In other words, as soon as we catch ourselves getting angry, we take a deep breath, stop, look inside, ask ourselves quickly, what am I telling myself that's making myself so angry? Then we quickly get in touch with the need that is behind that judgment. And when we're in touch with the need, we'll feel in our body this shift away from the anger to other kinds of feelings. And then when we're at that point, we can open our mouths and then say to the other person what we're observing, feeling, needing, and add to that the request. Now, all of that can be done when we have practiced this several times. It can be done in a matter of seconds. But until we are sufficiently trained to do that, we can always take a time out to say something to the other person when we're angry. Time out. I need to do some work on myself right now because I'm afraid that anything I say is going to get in the way of both of us getting our needs met. Then we can go off by ourselves and get in touch with the needs behind our judgments that are making us angry, and then go back into the situation. Or perhaps we're fortunate enough to have friends around who can help us to get in touch with what's going on within us. Now, if we can handle our anger this way when we're with people, take a deep breath and get connected to the anger, to the judgments making us angry, and then to the needs behind the judgments, very often it would be to our advantage if we're able to do it before following that fourth step of opening our mouth and expressing the four things, the observations, the feelings, the needs, and the request. It would be to our advantage if we could, before we express ourselves, show some empathic understanding of what was going on in the other person to lead them to behave as they did. For example, I was once in a situation where I heard a person make a statement about an ethnic group, and my reaction was to get very angry. I took a deep breath. I identified that I was judging this person as a racist. It was that judgment making me angry. I got in touch with the needs behind that. And then I took a deep breath and decided that if I expressed this to this person at this point, I really sensed that I didn't have much chance of his being able to hear me, because I could see that he was feeling very upset himself. So what I did was to try to first understand his feelings and needs before expressing the feelings and needs that were behind my anger. And what I said to him was, "It sounds like you're frustrated. You've had some bad experiences with this minority group, and you would really have liked to have been treated with more fairness than you felt you were treated." And he said, "That's right." And then he went on to make another very pejorative statement about this minority group. Again, I had to take a deep breath because I caught myself getting angry again. Again, I had to get clear that I was judging him, to get clear the need behind it, all of which just took a few seconds. Just giving myself that amount of understanding for what was going on in me, I could continue then to try to understand him. Then when he felt understood, I then said the four things. I said to him, "When I hear you make statements like that, I feel very discouraged, because I have a strong need for people to be seen as individuals and not lumped into categories. And I'd like you to tell me back what you've just heard me say so I can see if I made my needs clear." And we proceeded to have a productive conversation in which I got some understanding for him about the pain that I was feeling in relationship to his statement, because I had empathized with him before expressing what was going on in me, and what was going on in me I was able to get down to the need without having it obstructed by judgments of him as being a racist. Now, if we are to be able to manage our anger when it comes up in the way that I'm outlining, a key part of it is this ability to both identify the judgment making us angry and to quickly transform it into the need that is behind the judgment. We can develop our ability to do this quickly enough to do it in real situations, if we can practice identifying judgments and translating them into needs. So an exercise I would recommend to you is to list the kind of judgments that are likely to go on inside of you when you are angry. You might want to think of the most recent times that you have gotten angry and ask yourself and write down what you were telling yourself that was making you angry. When you have made an inventory of the kind of things you tell yourself in different situations that make you angry, you might then go back over this list and ask yourself, what was I needing that was being expressed through that judgment? And the more time we spend making these translations of judgments into needs, that will help us then in being able to follow these procedures for expressing anger more quickly in real-life situations. I would like to conclude this discussion of anger by saying some things about the concept of punishment. The kind of thinking that leads us to be angry is thinking that implies that people deserve to suffer for what they've done. In other words, the moralistic judgments we make of other people that imply wrongness, that imply irresponsibility, inappropriateness, all of these kind of judgments at root imply that people shouldn't have done what they do and they deserve some form of condemnation or punishment for doing it. I believe that we'll see that punishment never can really get our needs met in a constructive way if we can ask ourselves two questions. The first question is, what do we want the other person to do differently than what they're now doing? If we ask only this question, at times punishment works, because we may be able to get a child to stop hitting his sister if we punish him for doing it. I say it sometimes works, because sometimes the very act of punishing people for what they do creates such antagonism that they continue to do it out of resentment or anger. They continue to do it longer than they would have done had there not been punishment. But if we add a second question to what do we want the other person to do, I'm confident that we'll then see that punishment never works in the sense of getting our needs met for reasons we won't be sorry for later. The second question is, what do we want the other person's reasons to be for doing what we want them to do? When we ask that question, I think we will see that we never want other people to do things because they are afraid of punishment. We don't want people to do things out of obligation or duty or out of guilt or shame or to buy love. With some consciousness, I'm confident we would each see that we only want people to do things if they can do it willingly, because they clearly see how it's going to enrich life if they do that. Any other reason for doing things is likely to create conditions that make it harder for people in the future to behave in a compassionate way toward one another. Well, what a wonderful gift that I was invited this evening. I'm deeply touched, but I'm also sad that there's apparently been a great misunderstanding, because when they called me up, I thought this was on peace breaking. And so I came prepared tonight to tell you what I've learned about how to break peace and how to make life miserable for yourself. And I felt good about that because I'm good at that, you see. Peacemaking, I'm not so good at, but peace breaking. So, will you give me permission to go against your theme and teach you how to make life miserable tonight? Thank you, thank you. So I'll use this precious time with you to share some things that I've learned about how to make life miserable, how to break peace between yourself and others. Let me show you how to do it. First, it would help if I got some participation in the audience. I would like somebody to insult me. Would somebody please insult me?
You're a fat boy.
Now, if somebody says something that implies there's something wrong with you as this idiot, as this man, as this gentleman did, if you want to break peace and make life miserable for yourself, let me suggest this technology. Jackal ears. So that if somebody expresses something like that, these ears can go on one of two ways. If somebody says, you're too fat, you can put them on facing inward. And if you want to break peace and make life miserable for yourself, do that, because then what you hear in what the other person says is there's something wrong with you. You hear a criticism, and you believe it. Oh my gosh, oh how terrible these feel, because now when he says that, I think maybe I am too fat. What's wrong with me for being so fat? And I feel like PPPT, which is clinical terminology for pretty poor protoplasm poorly put together. So that's, if you want to break peace, do that. When somebody is in pain and says something like that to you, hear a criticism and believe it. Now, there's another possibility. Put these ears on the other way. When you have them on this way, you think of what is wrong with the other person for saying what they did. If you had a brain, it would be lonesome, idiot. Now, some of us are very gifted with these ears. We're earbidextrous. Somebody can make a statement like that, and we can put them on this way and take it personally and feel, terribly guilty, shamed, depressed. We can flip them on the other way and be angry. So we go through our life being angry, guilty, depressed, angry, guilty, depressed, angry. These ears are distributed by the makers of Prozac. These ears have been necessary for us to wear for the last 8,000 years. We've been educated to wear them because we've been living under domination structures. And domination structures require us to be educated to think of what other people think about us. See, do they think I'm normal, abnormal, appropriate, inappropriate? Because how you were judged in the culture I was educated in depends on whether you get rewarded or punished, you see. We've had a concept of spirituality, that the highest energy sits up on a mountaintop with a big computer and judges every action that every people take. And then at their death, they run out a tabulation, and if they get the right grades, they go to heaven. If they fail, they go to Detroit. No, hell, I grew up in Detroit, and I get those two places mixed up. So if you want to break peace and make life miserable, think of what's wrong with other people when they behave in a way you don't like. Use words that other people hear as criticism, analysis. You like to make life even more miserable? Think of what's wrong with you. But if you really like to be depressed, think of what other people think about you. You want to break even more peace and get even more miserable? Compare yourself to others. If you don't know how to do that, there's a good book I recommend. It's called How to Make Life Miserable by Dan Greenberg. A real book. It's good too, and it produces. For example, it shows you how to compare yourself to other people. It has an exercise, for example, it shows a picture by contemporary standards of a very attractive man and a very attractive woman. And all of their measurements are on this picture. And the exercise is this. Take your measurements, compare them to these beautiful people, and think about the difference. This really works, you know. You can be really happy and you do that comparative exercise and you think you're about as miserable as you can get until you turn the page. And then he said this was just a warm-up, because we all know that beauty isn't that important. We all know that what's important is achievement, what you've achieved at your stage in life. So he says, I have prepared an exercise so you can compare what you've achieved in your life with what other people have achieved. And to do this, he claims to have picked people at random from the New York City phone book to call them up and ask what they've achieved in their life so you can compare yourself to them. Now here I'm not sure I trust the author too much. First person he claims to have called was Mozart. And he lists what Mozart had accomplished by age 8. How many pieces of music he had already written, some of which have lasted as classics, and how many languages he knew, etc., etc. So the exercise is take your measure, take what you've achieved, list what you've achieved in your life, compare it with what Mozart did by age 8, and think about the difference. So yes, so now, if you want to not make peace, but break peace, I've already given you some advice. Hear what other people think about you. Think about others in terms of rightness and wrongness. Use language that criticizes, blames, condemns, you see. I was taught to wear these ears this way. I'm very good at judging what's wrong with people, because I grew up under a culture that uses retributive justice. Retributive justice is all based on judging, and on the basis of the judgment determine who deserves reward and who deserves to be punished. If you want to contribute to peace breaking on the planet, support that quality of justice. Use punishment. For example, if you want to create a violent world, if your child does something you don't like, punish. Support a government that punishes criminals. See, this concept of justice says that we're all evil, and we have to be governed, therefore, by those people who are the most holy, the most superior. And these people have a right to judge, and on the basis of their judgment, they reward and punish. Think that way and you support violence on our planet. Use punishment if you want to make a worse world. Punish children. Support governments that punish criminals. Now, you'll never use punishment. You never would use punishment if you ask yourself two questions. Unfortunately, we don't ask ourselves these questions. What are the two questions that I think are very critical?
If somebody's behaving in a way you don't like, ask yourself this question: what would I like this person to do differently? Now, if you ask only that question, it can trick you into thinking punishment sometimes works. Because sometimes you can probably think of when you have been able to influence people to do what you want through the use of punishment or the threat of punishment. But ask yourself a second question and you will see that punishment never works. What is this important second question? What would you like the other person's reasons to be for behaving as you would like them to behave? You see, if you ask that question, I'm confident you will see that punishment never works. But see, we've been taught that people are basically evil and selfish, and so therefore the corrective process is, if you want to make peace, you have to make them penitent. Penitent, you see. And how do you do that? You use the language of jackal. That's where I got these ears. See, I use the word jackal as a symbol for language that contributes to violence on our planet. So let me show you how jackal works. I'm sure you've banned this language in your church, but just in case you should ever hear somebody who speaks jackal, you need to be prepared for it. So see, where I grew up in Detroit, here's how jackal works. If you're a parent and you have a child, you see, that doesn't do what you like, you see, if you speak jackal and you are a peace breaker and you want to make sure that you have violence on the planet, you even use violence with your children. So if this child does something I don't like, watch how you correct the child. Now, if you're afraid of violence, don't watch this. Say you're sorry. I'm sorry. No, you're not really sorry. I can see you're not really sorry. See, this whole game depends on judging whether the person has suffered enough for their sin. It's called penitence. Are they sufficiently penitent to be forgiven, you see? So you have to make, and now I'm a parent, I don't think so. I think this crime deserves more suffering. So I say, you're not really sorry. I'm sorry. Now I'm judging, you see, has the child suffered enough? It's just like arguing whether how many months in prison does a person deserve, you see, as though that's going to solve something. Okay, I forgive you, you see. What a violent game. So if you like peace breaking, use punishment, you see. Use punishment. Blame people when they do what you don't like. I'm good at this blame game. I learned peace breaking. That's why when you invited me here and I thought you wanted me to talk about peace breaking, I felt great. Finally, I'm asked to speak about something I know how to do. For example, where I grew up in Detroit, Michigan, if somebody's driving in a way you don't like, you see, and you want to use the kind of justice that we use in our society, you put these ears on and you judge them, you see, and you make them penitent. Now, how do you do that? You roll down the window and you say something like this: idiot! If they're driving in a way you don't like, you have to educate people by making them penitent, you see. So you have to tell them what's wrong with them. It never worked for me. No matter how many times I told people what idiots they were for driving as they did, they never said, I'm sorry. You know? So I thought maybe it had something to do with the particular slang I learned in Detroit. So to get some culture, I went to the university and got a doctor's degree in professional jackal. I think, as I recall, it's been a few years now, I think it was called clinical psychology. So now I'm not so primitive as to, use the language I used to use. Now if somebody's driving in a way I don't like, I roll down the window. Psychopath! So if you're interested in peace breaking and you want to contribute to violence on the planet, then put these ears on and think of what is wrong with people. Use a language of criticism, blame, when people do what you don't like. But you want to be even more violent? Not only use punishment, use rewards. Use rewards to try to manipulate people to do what you want. And you want to be really cruel? Use praise and compliments as rewards to get people to do what you want. Not only use judgments that tell people what's wrong with them when they do what you don't like. Use compliments to get them to do what you do like. You see. Teachers and parents that I work with tell me they've gone to courses that teach them that you need to reward and punish people you need to reward people rather by giving them praise and compliments. Research shows that if you do, students work harder. Workers work harder if they're given praise and compliments daily. When I work with people who say that, I say, take another look at the research. You'll see that it only works for a short time until people see the praise and the compliments are used as manipulations. And then you'll see it no longer works. But worse than that, it destroys the beauty of sincere gratitude when we use rewards, and especially to take something as beautiful as sincere gratitude and turn it into a manipulation by expressing it as praise and compliments. So, those are some of the lessons I give you this evening on peace breaking. Criticize, blame, use punishment, use rewards, but if you really want to break peace on the planet and make life miserable for yourself, use Amtssprache. Amtssprache. That's a German phrase. I borrow it from the Nazi war criminal Adolf Eichmann at his trial for war crimes in Jerusalem. Eichmann was asked, was it difficult for you to send tens of thousands of people off to their death? Eichmann answered very honestly. He said, to tell you the truth, it was easy. Our language made it easy. Boy, that shocked his interviewer, and his interviewer said, what language? Eichmann said, my fellow Nazi officers and I, we had our own name for our language. We called it Amtssprache. Amt in German means office. Sprache means language. So it means bureaucratic language. It's a language in which you deny responsibility for your actions, in which you imply that you have no choice but to do what you're doing. Eichmann was asked for some examples of Amtssprache. He says, if you're asked why you sent these thousands of people off, you say, I had to. I hope you've banned those words in your church, have you? Had to? If you haven't, please do. What could be more violent than a language that implies that we have no choice? Should. There's another one. Ought, must, can't. Amtssprache. Why do you have to? Superior's orders, company policy. It's the law. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous language. So if you like peace breaking, speak Amtssprache. Use a language in which you imply you have no choice. I was saying that in St. Louis, Missouri one time to a group of parents and teachers, and boy, did a mother get angry at me, as many people do around the world when I suggest that Amtssprache is a very dangerous language. And if you want to break peace, deny responsibility for your actions. And this mother got very upset with me. And she spoke some perfect Amtssprache to me. She said, but there are some things you have to do whether you like to do it or not. And it's our job as parents and teachers to teach our children that they have to do some things whether they like to do it or not. I said, could you give me an example of what's one of these things that you have no choice about? Oh, there's so many. Okay, I'll give you one right now. I hate to cook. I hate it with a passion. But I have cooked every day for 20 years, even when I've been sick as a dog. Because there just are some things you have to do. I told her I was very sad to hear that, and I really was. I'm sad to hear anybody do anything one time out of that kind of energy, let alone every day of their life. So I said I was hoping I could teach her some nonviolent communication, because I really believe that that would open up some happier possibilities. I'm pleased to announce she was a rapid student. She went home that very evening and announced to her family she no longer wanted to cook. I got some feedback from her family. The feedback took the form of two of her sons came to an evening workshop like this 2 weeks later. They came up ahead of time to talk to me and introduce themselves. And I said, hey, am I glad you guys came up. I'm so curious what's happening in your house. Your mother's been calling me about every other day, telling me about the major change she's made in her life since the workshop. And I'm always wondering what happens to a family when one family member comes home a little weird. Like, what was it like that first night when she came home and announced that she no longer wanted to cook? The oldest son, John, said to me, Marshall, I said to myself, thank God. I said, how did you come to that? He said, I said to myself, now maybe she won't complain at every meal. So if you want to make life miserable for yourself and break peace within yourself, between yourself and family members, tell people what they have to do. Use the word should. That's the best advice I can give you at how to destroy peace in yourself and others. But of course I'm kidding, you know that. I know that you really wanted me to come tonight, not to tell you how to break peace. You wanted me to show you how to make peace, so let me get on to that. That's what nonviolent communication is. But nonviolent communication requires some technology, which I'm going to show you how to use this evening. If you want to make peace, this is the best technology I can suggest. Giraffe ears. This is wonderful technology. Because with this technology, no matter what people say to you, no matter how they speak, you can hear no criticism. You can hear no blame. You can't hear the word no. You can't hear silence, because with these ears on, the other person cannot not communicate a language of life. With these ears, you connect with what's alive in people, no matter how they speak. You see? Let me show you what I mean. Those of you who have read my book, or those of you who will read it, you'll see in there, I was in a refugee camp in the Middle East, and I was being introduced by my interpreter. And while my interpreter announced that I was from the United States, I got a free diagnosis. Isn't that wonderful? A free diagnosis. You go to a psychiatrist to find out what's wrong with you, it'll cost you a lot of money. Right away, as soon as he heard that I was from the United States, I got a free diagnosis. Here's what he said. Murderer! Some other people in the group shared similar diagnoses of me. Another one said, child killer! Another one said, assassin! Boy, was I glad I had my giraffe ears on. Was I glad I had my giraffe ears on? Because see, at the moment these ears go on, you can hear no criticism. You can hear no blame. What you do is you go directly for the truth. And this is all you can see. Isn't that wonderful technology? Isn't that wonderful? You see, with these ears on, all you can connect in is what's alive in people. Yes, we've been programmed for 8,000 years in this language of violence, in a language that teaches us to judge one another, right, wrong, good, bad, normal, abnormal, freedom fighter, terrorist, to turn people into objects, into things that justify punishment, reward. Yeah, we've been taught that for a long time, but with these ears, we see the truth. That all criticism is a tragic expression of an unmet need, you see. We go into the heart, which is why I call it nonviolent communication, giraffe language. Because giraffes have the largest heart of any land animal. So what better symbol for a language of life, a language of the heart, than giraffe language, you see? So with giraffe ears, you can hear no criticism. You go here. You see what's in here. So when he said, "Murderer," what did I say back? I try to hear what he's feeling. What would you guess? What would you guess he's feeling?
He's angry.
See, some say hurt, angry. The technology on these ears is not such that we can always guess right. But even if we are sincerely trying to connect with feelings, even if we guess wrong, it demonstrates to this person we care what's alive in them. So I guessed furious. He just looked as angry as a person could be. And we always connect feelings in nonviolent communication with the cause of feelings. The cause of feelings is our needs. We never blame other people for our feelings. We never say, "You make me angry, that makes me angry." We know that other people can't make us feel anything. We connect our feelings to our needs. We know that when we're feeling pleasurable feelings, our needs are being fulfilled. When we feel painful feelings, our needs are not being met. It was pretty clear his needs were not being met, so I tried to guess both what he was feeling and what he was needing. So I said, "Sir, are you feeling furious? Is your need for support not being met by my government?" "You're damn right. We don't have housing. We don't have sewers. Why are you sending your weapons?" So, sir, if I'm hearing what's going on in you, it's very painful when you have such basic needs as housing and sewage that aren't being met and you see the weapons being sent. "You're damn right. Do you know what it's like to live under these conditions?" So, sir, you're really wanting some understanding of how painful this is. See, isn't that wonderful technology? "20 minutes later, this guy invites me to a Ramadan dinner at his house. We now have a nonviolent communication school in that refugee camp, which incidentally is labeled as one of the most extremist camps in the area. All the parents, all the teachers, all the students learn this peacemaking language, this language of life, of how to express what's alive in you, what you feel, what you need, not what you think is wrong with others. But being aware that the vast majority of the people on the planet, unfortunately, have been educated for 8,000 years in this language of violence, we have to know how to hear the human being behind the language, and that's why this technology is very central to our process. Now, we also want to get the next generation of students to know how to wear these ears. One of my happiest days as a parent was when my oldest son, Rick, came back from his first day in a jackal school. He was 12. I had sent my children to a school I had helped create for the first 6 years of their schooling, a school in which the teachers do not, are not controllers. They are partners with the students, in which the students don't compete with each other. They work interdependently. No punishments, no rewards. Recent research on 60 of our schools in Israel show a radical decrease in measures of violence from before we started the schools until after. By showing the teachers, the students, the parents a language of life, how to live in harmony with needs, not with the superior knows what's right. So my son Rick had just gone to his first day in a jackal school, and I was curious what that was like for him. So when he came home, I said, "Hey, Rick, how was the new school?" He said, "It's okay, Dad, but boy, some of those teachers." I said, "What happened?" Dad, I was only halfway through the door of the school. Some man teacher comes running up to me and says, my, look at the little girl. My son had long hair, you see. Isn't that wonderful educational technology? Look at this. Look, seriously, look at this. Look at, my son is halfway through the door, and he's getting 4 of the most important messages you can get in a jackal school. Lesson 1, there's a right way to do things and a wrong way to do them. For example, in this case, a right way for boys to wear their hair and a wrong way. Lesson number 2, who knows what's right? The authorities, the teachers. Lesson 3, you use guilt, shame, punishment to influence. Lesson 4, it's a shame to be a girl. Isn't that efficient technology? He's halfway through the door. I said to him, hey, how did you handle that? I remember what you said, Dad, that when you're in that kind of structure, never give them the power to make you submit or rebel. See, in our Giraffe schools, if there's one thing we would like to teach students, if that's no other message, be enough connected to your own spirituality so you don't let the structures determine how you behave. We've got to be conscious, as Walter Wink, the theologian, says. Unfortunately, our present structures, governmental, school, work, have their own spirituality. And unfortunately, it's a spirituality that makes violence enjoyable and justifiable. So certainly in our Giraffe schools, we want the students to learn what I was thrilled that my son had learned, that no matter what the structure, be enough in touch with yourself that you don't ever let them make you submit or rebel. So I said to him, hey man, you couldn't have made my life happier right now if you could remember to do that under those conditions. What did you do then? I just did what you said, Dad, put on giraffe ears, see? I just tried to hear his feelings and needs. See? I said, wow, man, you did that? What did you hear? Pretty obvious, Dad. I guessed he was irritated, wanted me to cut my hair. Wow, I'm glad you could try to see his humanness no matter how he communicated. How did that leave you feeling? Dad, I felt sad for the man. He was bald and seemed to have a thing about hair. See what I was teaching my son there? We teach kids in school how to do that. Because if they're going to be in jackal schools, unfortunately most of them are, we at least want to teach these students how to put on those giraffe ears so that you don't make a difficult situation worse. So I was in, where was it? Bainbridge Island, Washington, working with some 11-year-olds, teaching them how to wear giraffe ears. And I said to these students, if you wear these ears, no matter how other people communicate, you will hear them singing a beautiful song. They were a bit skeptical. One of the students said to me, a beautiful song? Yesterday I said to a teacher, I didn't understand that. Would you explain it again? And she said, don't you listen? I've explained it twice already. How do you hear a beautiful song? I said, I'm going to show you, because if you have these ears on, you always hear a beautiful song. Another student was also skeptical. How do you hear a beautiful song when your father says, you're the most selfish child in the family? I said, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. Because if you put giraffe ears on, see, and you hear what the other person is feeling and needing, you will always hear them singing this song. See me beautiful, look for the best in me. That's what I really am, all I wanna be. It may take some time. It may be hard to find. But see me beautiful. See me beautiful each and every day. Could you take a chance? Could you find a way to see me shining through in everything I do, and see me beautiful? Thank you. The next month I went back to that school. The plan was I was first going to teach the students nonviolent communication, and then the next month I was to go back and teach the teachers what I had taught the students. So I was having coffee with one of the teachers before the day started, and she said to me, "Are you aware of what monsters you created when you were here last month?" I said, "Now what did I do?" She said, "Now every time we scream at the students, they put their arms around one another and go, 'See me beautiful.'" True story, true story. So yes, this is very powerful technology, to hear the humanness in the other person no matter how they speak. Now, sometimes when I'm teaching people how to do this, it takes a while for them not to get this as looking at the world through rose-colored glasses. No, it's not that at all. With these ears, we see the truth. But I hadn't made this clear yet when I was working with the Israeli police. One of the policemen said, "Oh, I understand, Marshall. If somebody spits on me, I'm supposed to tell myself it's raining out." "No," I said, "because it isn't raining out." And with these ears, we hear the truth. The truth is, human beings don't do anything except in the service of needs. Everything we do is in the service of needs. That's why a central part of nonviolent communication is to learn how to articulate our own needs. To be aware of what I've already told you, that all criticism is a tragic expression of our needs. So we show people how to be very honest, but an honesty of life, an honesty of what's alive, without ever using any words that criticize, blame, condemn. See? A language of feelings, but to make sure when you do express feelings, you don't do it to induce guilt. Because guilt induction is a very violent game. See? Now, but if some of you haven't learned how to use guilt yet, let me show you how to do it. I'm good at it. Okay, I'll show you how to use guilt. Let's say a child of mine is behaving in a way I don't like. And I would like to use guilt. See? Okay. First step in using guilt, this will be hard for many of you, but it's very easy for me, because you have to learn how to look pathetic. So place yourself where the child can see you and look pathetic. Some things I do well, yes. The child sees you, right? "What's the matter, Dad?" "Nothing." "Come on, Dad, what's the matter?" Now here comes the violent act. Blame other people for your feelings if you want to be violent. "It hurts me when you don't clean up your room." That's how you use guilt, you see. Feelings are a very important part of nonviolent communication, but we don't use them that way. We don't blame other people for our feelings. We connect our feelings to our needs. We share what's alive in us. And then when we share what's alive in us, we end with a clear request. We tell the other person what we would like them to do that would better meet our needs. And we want to make sure that the other person trusts that when we do say what we want, that they trust that it is a request and not a demand, you see. So what is the difference between a request and a demand, you see? Once I said to my youngest son, would you please hang your coat up in the closet, okay? Was that a request or a demand? Both? I'll tell you his response. Would you please hang your coat up in the closet? Who was your slave before I was born? He heard it as a demand, obviously. You see, now, why did he hear it as a demand? Because, unfortunately, for the first couple of years of his life, I only knew jackal parenting. I thought it was my job, when I'm in the role of parent or teacher or manager, to make people behave. Can you imagine anything more stupid than that? To think you can make another person behave? My children taught me, though, very young, I couldn't make them do anything. Please put your toys back in the toy box. It's time for dinner. No. Come on now, did you hear Daddy? Daddy said, put your toys back in the toy box. No. I couldn't make them do anything. All I could do is make them wish they had. And then they taught me another very important lesson, that any time I would make them wish they had, they would make me wish I hadn't made them wish they had. They taught me a lesson that was later confirmed by Gandhi, that violence creates violence, you see. So it was very helpful for me to learn that you can't make people do anything, you see. See, my youngest son, he was really a good teacher to me about that I hadn't been aware of how I was making demands, because I had this thinking that as a parent I know what's right and you have to do it. But he really got to me. He really educated me. How did he do that? First of all, I noticed that when it snowed, he would run down to the street corner with a shovel and shovel this woman's walk. The long walk she had back to her garage, because she was handicapped. She couldn't walk, but she could drive. So as soon as it snowed, he'd run down there, shovel the walk. He never told her who did it, never asked her for money. At our house, we had a tiny little walkway. You got it, you got it. Twice a week, we had the garbage war at the Rosenberg house. Because I had assigned the children tasks to do that they should do, because if we're going to be members of a family, we all have to contribute. So twice a week we had the garbage war. It started with my simply mentioning his name. Brett! What's so funny? That's his name. Now, how did he accelerate the war? He's in the next room, right? He pretends he didn't hear me. So what do? Of course, I scream so loud he can't pretend. Brett! What? The garbage hasn't been taken out. You're very perceptive, Dad. Get it out. I'll do it later. You said that last time and didn't do it. Doesn't mean I won't do it this time. Can you imagine using so much energy to get the garbage out? When we have a world in which millions of people are starving, the violence, all of my energy is being drained getting the garbage out. But then I started to learn how to peacemake rather than peace break. I began to be aware of how cruel the label child is when you think that because you label somebody a child, what's better than they do. I saw that it's just a perpetuation of the domination system in which people with titles claim to know what other people have to do and impose this on them through the use of punishment and reward. So I started to see this, and so I asked him one night, hey, how can we break out of this, man? How can we break out of this? I realized I've been thinking that I know what's right and imposing it. How can we break out of it? He came up with a great solution. He said, how about this, Dad? How about if it sounds like a demand? I ask you, is that a request or a demand? Hey, I like that. Let's try it. Let's see if we can break out of this. The next morning, before he went to school, we had 3 chances to practice. I asked him to do 3 things that any decent child would do for such a wonderful father. Which was my thinking, you see, which makes it a have to, a should. But this kid is a great crap detector. Each of the 3 times he said, Dad, is that a request or a demand? I said, thank you, that helps. It was a demand, now it's a request. Each time he did it. So after talking to him about this, and I really got straight just how dangerous it is to ever think you know what another person should do or have to do, and to put it to them in the form of a demand. You see, in Giraffe, we never want anybody to do anything unless they can do it with the joy of a little child feeding a hungry duck. We only want people to do as we request if they see how it will enrich life, and it enriches their life to do it. We never want anybody to do anything out of fear of punishment, criticism. We don't want people to do anything to buy love, only for what I think is natural for we human beings. I think we like more than anything else to contribute to life. But for us to enjoy doing that, it has to be that we hear a request, not a demand. We're not doing it to escape blame, punishment, criticism. So he taught me that lesson, and I was sitting there thinking about it afterwards, about how I had been conditioned to think that because I have a title, parent, teacher, or something else, that I know what's right, and I impose it on people. So this song came to me. So since I stole some of the lines from what he told me, I call it Song from Brett. Incidentally, he lives here in town. He's a professor of Spanish over at the university. Reach out to, no, that's another song. Let's do Song from Brett. If I clearly understand you intend no demand, I'll usually respond when you call. But if you come across like a high, mighty boss, you'll feel like you ran into a wall. And when you remind me so piously about all of those things that you've done for me, you'd better get ready. Here comes another bout. Then you can shout, you can spit, moan and groan and throw a fit. I still won't take the garbage out. Now even if you should change your style, it's going to take me a little while before I can forgive and forget. Because it seemed to me that you didn't see me as human too, until all your standards were met. Okay, so that's how we express what's alive in us when we are trying to peace make rather than peace break. We share what's alive in us, our feelings, our needs, our requests. No criticism, no demands. No matter what people say to us, we put on the giraffe ears and hear what's alive in them. Because when that connection is there, when both parties can just see what's alive in each other, nobody feels any criticism or demand. Everybody's needs can get met through compassionate giving. We have all the resources on the planet to meet people's needs. We don't have to have all the thousands starving every day. But we have the jackal language, you see. It doesn't help us to connect in a way in which everybody's needs can get met. So a very important part of nonviolent communication then is when our needs aren't getting met, to know how to create this connection that will allow everybody's needs to get met through compassionate giving. But in order to maintain this consciousness in a world where unfortunately the vast majority of people are trained to think and communicate and act in a different way, we need to have fuel. We need to have the fuel that it takes to keep this consciousness. So what fuel is it that we need? Giraffe juice. Now, how do we get this fuel of giraffe juice into our system? This is the fuel that is needed for peacemaking. Giraffe juice. Now don't worry, it's a homeopathic fuel. It's a homeopathic fuel. We get it when we have a certain intention to contribute to life. We do something out of the motive of making somebody's life more wonderful. Not giving in out of guilt, shame, duty, obligation, have to. No. Out of the joy that comes when we intentionally do something to enrich life. And when we get confirmation that our intention was fulfilled, we see how another person's life has been enriched by our actions. Then we get the giraffe juice. But that gets distorted in our culture by thinking that we need to use praise and compliments rather than sincere gratitude. So let's make clear, if we're interested in peacemaking, how to use gratitude, how to express gratitude and not mix it up with praise and compliments, you see. So what makes the difference between the violence of praise and compliments and the power of sincere gratitude? The intention is very important. As I say, the intention in praise and compliments is to reward. Rewards are a violent game. If you don't see why, read the book Punished by Rewards by Alfie Kohn, K-O-H-N. Punished by Rewards. No more rewards, especially praise and compliments. But we do want to express sincere gratitude because that's where people get the giraffe juice, when they really get sincere gratitude, not a compliment. So, what do we express when we express a sincere gratitude? First, our motive is very important. Our only motive is to celebrate. Somebody has done something that has enriched our life. We want to celebrate that. And what information do we need to convey to the other person for that celebration to occur? 3 things. We got to make clear what they did, how we feel about it, and what need of ours was met. That's the basic language of nonviolent communication. To make clear observations, express our feelings and our needs. I didn't make this very clear to a group of teachers I was working with in Switzerland, because after the workshop that I did, trying to show them how to express sincere gratitude, and one of the teachers came running up to me and jackaled the heck out of me. Here's what she said. She comes running up to me, "You're brilliant." I said, "It doesn't help." She said, "Huh? What do you mean?" I said, "I have been called a lot of names in my life. Some positive and some far from positive. And I can never recall learning anything of value by somebody telling me what I am. I don't think anybody does. But I can see from the gleam in your eye you want to express a gratitude. Yes. And I want to receive it. But telling me what I am doesn't give me the information I need to get the giraffe juice in my system. Well, what do you need to hear? Remember what I said in the workshop, those 3 things. I need first, what did I do that made life more wonderful for you? You're so intelligent. Doesn't help. Doesn't help. Oh, I got you. She opens up her notebook and shows me 2 things I had said that she had written down. You said these 2 things. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Already I'm starting to get some giraffe juice in my system just to see that somehow my saying those 2 things enriched this person's life. But now when I can hear the other 2 things, I'll get a real shot of giraffe juice. The second thing I'd like to hear is, how do you feel right now as a result of what I said? Hopeful and relieved. And now, what need of yours was met? Marshall, I got this 18-year-old son. Whenever we have an argument, it goes forever because we don't know how to connect, and it just is horrible that every little, conflict just tears us apart. These 2 things you said meet my need for some concrete direction for how to connect with him. Now put yourself in my shoes. Do you want to be brilliant, or do you want to see how your actions have enriched somebody's life? Yeah. But now I'm going to end tonight on the hardest part of nonviolent communication for most people. How to receive gratitude. First, I'll demonstrate how jackal-speaking people receive a gratitude. If you want to terrorize somebody who speaks jackal, give them some sincere gratitude. Watch what happens. When you offered me the ride last night, I still feel very grateful and touched about that because I had a real need to get home to my family quicker. Oh, it's nothing. Sincere gratitude terrorizes jackals. You see. So I've asked a lot of jackal-speaking people, how come you get so scared to hear a sincere gratitude? Here's what some of them say. Oh, I don't know that I deserved it. See, that's part of that violent system of justice, that you deserve punishment or deserve rewards. So you don't believe there's such a thing as unconditional caring, love. It is not a matter of deserve. You enrich my life. I don't know whether you deserve it or not. You enrich my life. But when you got that deserve in your head, you can't enjoy it. But other jackals have been taught jackal humility. What's wrong with being humble? If I take in the gratitude, that implies that I might be something worthwhile. What's wrong with being humble? I know how to cure these jackals. I just tell them something gold in my ear. The Israeli prime minister once told to one of her humble politicians. She said, "Don't be so humble. You're not that great." But I think the most powerful explanation I've ever seen of why jackals have such a rough time receiving gratitude is expressed in the Course in Miracles, where they say it's our light, not our darkness, that scares us the most. So I'm very grateful to all of you, because I see in the churches of yours that I've been to how much energy you're putting into helping people to enjoy that light within themselves. Thank you very much. Until you understand that the map is not the territory, you're not aware of the danger of words. Words are never what they describe. It's so obvious on the one hand, but we actually don't realize the meaning we ascribe to the phenomenon by the words we put on it. This seems to touch something in you, or you have an allergy.
I mean, I don't know for sure what's going on.
I'd like to stay with it if you're willing.
Yes.
Well,
It's a little hard to hear you, Marshall.
I'll put my thing on.
I honestly don't know what's going on, so I don't know if I can get through it quickly.
We'll hold up our hand if we're wanting to move on to something else.
Well, I just was remembering, I felt myself not being totally present this morning, and then feeling, I mean, just having little judgments go through my mind, and then I remembered your line about all judgment is unexpressed need, and so then I just started wondering what I need, and I don't know.
Let me hear the judgment. Maybe I can help you guess. What did you tell yourself about not getting with what was going on in the way that other people did?
I'm embarrassed to say them. I guess I judge myself for judging.
You judged yourself as what?
I judge myself for judging.
So you judged the group, or you judged what was happening?
No, I just I was just kind of feeling disconnected, and I don't know why.
Yeah, so you had a real need for communion with the group, and the need wasn't met.
Well, I felt very connected yesterday. And I think it's probably just my own, like, judging myself.
Yeah. And that, you were saying to yourself what? What was going through you this morning that's so painful? The reason I'm pushing for it is the more ugly the judgment, the more beautiful the need behind it. So I like to dig the beauty of the need out from behind the judgment.
Just stupid stuff, like not bringing the right clothes. Just
Not bringing the right what?
clothes.
Yeah. Yeah. So you were frustrated that you would have liked to have taken better care of yourself physically in terms of the clothes, and then you were annoyed because you would have liked to have been able to stay with the group and not allow your concern about things like the clothes to bother you. Is that what was going on?
It wasn't that I didn't take care of myself. It was that I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know. It's just silly stuff. I'm just embarrassed.
You would have liked to have been more comfortable fitting in with the group, and your clothes you felt wouldn't allow that?
I would have. I wish I had. It's so petty. It's just embarrassing. Just, I wish I had access to what I have at home.
Comforts like that?
Are you feeling really scared that if you let your needs be known that you're going to be judged? That it's not okay for you to reveal your needs among this group?
I don't know for sure what my needs are.
I'd like to stay with the one about home. The thing about that I had asked you if you had, was it that just missing the comforts of home?
Partly, but partly just, it was still with clothes. I mean, this is how ridiculous it is. It's just I wish I had my clothes that are at home. And I didn't know, it's hard to know where you're going and know what the group will be like. I didn't know anybody here except for you. I met you last weekend, you know.
So it's kind of a need to feel belonging, to feel a part of something. Is that the need that you...
I do feel a part. I mean, I feel like people are really warm and loving. I think it's I need to know what I need, so I know what to ask for. I don't know what to ask for.
Yeah. So you have a real need to connect with such loving people around you, and yet you're not at all confident in your words, whether you'll be able to connect with them.
I'm not confident in my awareness of my own needs.
Yeah. And so that the need behind that then is to be able to really connect with people in a way that's comfortable for you. And you're aware of how sad you are that you don't know the needs well enough to do that. Don't have the language of needs that would help you to connect with people.
Yeah.
So it's a need for connectedness, a need for enjoying people, and then when you see how far you are from your own needs, it leaves you with a great sadness that you don't have words to make these connections.
I know some of my needs, but I mean, like this morning I was just thinking of your sentence that all judgment is unexpressed need, and I just didn't know what that specific need was. I mean, if I'm looking around and separating myself with judgment, then it's my need, and then not knowing what that need is.
Yes. Let's give you another little bit of practice. What is the need that was behind your saying, this is so silly, this is so stupid? What need was being expressed through those judgments?
I guess, I don't know, to be recognized for who I really am or something.
You have a real need to reveal something about yourself that would be enriching to people. Is that it?
I'm trying to feel I'm trying to sense what it is. I don't know. I mean, a lot of the time I feel like I don't need a lot. I don't feel needy. You know, I don't feel like I need a lot.
Life is like this. We have a need that needs to be met. When it's being met, we feel a certain comfort and satisfaction. Mm-hmm. And then some needs are not getting met, some needs are getting met. So it's like that for me is life. It's a continuum. But the way we think about needs, as though that you use the word needy, like there's a needy person, as though there's some sign of mental pathology to be needy, you see. We think of that as what having needs means.
Yeah. I think there was a lot of judgment in my family about having needs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what were the judgments give me an example of what somebody might have said about somebody like that implied judgments of needs?
Well, just like the word needy is a judgment.
Yes, and if we hear the need behind that, the need that it's expressing, the parent who's saying don't be needy, I think we'll see some beauty in that. We'll see it's a beautiful need the parent is expressing when they say don't be needy. Hard to see that now.
Pardon me?
Hard to see that.
How do I see it now?
No, I'm saying it's hard to see that
Hard
now.
to see that now.
The beauty of the need that the parent was expressing.
Like what would it be?
I really have a need for people to be aware of other people and not just themselves. And I'm scared, I don't want you ever to get so caught up in your needs that you miss the beauty of enriching the life of other people. Something like that. Isn't that beautiful?
Mm-hmm.
See, the more ugly sounding the message, I think we're going to enjoy the need behind it, because it means it's a very intense need. It's very necessary for survival, for enjoyment of life. But unfortunately, we've been given this language. It comes from it wasn't designed to help us enjoy life. As I said to my group yesterday, our language was a language designed to teach us to be obedient to authority. So that's a pretty big jump from that language to one that focuses attention on the beauty of life each moment.
I think there's one other piece. I think that it was when I needed love that I was abused.
You needed love that... I didn't hear the last part.
I said I think it was when I needed love as a child that I was abused, so I learned not to need anything.
So when you needed love, instead of getting love, the other person were trying to get their needs met in a way that was painful for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Their needs were so much taking over them that they couldn't see your needs and see that the way of meeting their needs was very painful to you.
I needed them to think of my needs.
Yes. One of the most important needs that we have is to have our needs seen for what they are, valued. See them as, I'm going to try to describe them shortly, but to see the beauty of our needs. And when, instead of getting that need met, we feel that people receive our needs as a beautiful gift of life. When we get something the exact opposite of that, and we don't have giraffe ears on, it's extremely painful, because here we're offering the most beautiful thing we have to offer, the life that is within us. So if I say to somebody, I'm really lonely right now and would need some connection, would you just come over and hold me? And the other person looks like this. And I don't have giraffe ears on. You see the tragedy in that? I'm offering one of the most beautiful gifts a human being can give, that which is alive in them. And then you get that look. And if I have jackal ears on, I think I'm toxic. What's alive in me, what's so beautiful and alive in me that I'd love somebody to see the beauty in it, and they get that look, I start thinking there's something toxic in me. I am toxic. Now, of course, I fiddled around with technology and come up with these ears. Now when I offer a beautiful gift of what's alive in me and the other person goes like, or you're needy, or whatever, now I know what the problem is. The damn jackal postal delivery service is screwed up again. I sent a beautiful gift out and they delivered a hunk of shit. Now isn't that tragic that there's such a postal delivery service?
I'm militant about this. I don't care about the destruction to the ecology, the starvation of people. The jackal postal delivery service is the greatest menace on this planet. And human beings send out beautiful gifts, and these horrible messages get delivered through these ears.
I appreciate your help.
I'm really grateful to you for leading into my session today, because really everything you said was I like much better than what I was going to say to prepare us for it.
Thank you.
In fact, the session's over.
Can you stay around for the after session talk then?
The afterglow.
When I listen with giraffe ears, when I give my meaning and I get that look, could you model how I could respond to that? How I could deal with that?
The first thing I need to say, I'm serious, I don't say the Jackal Postal Delivery Service has done its evil deed again. I've shortened that because it has to happen quick. I just quickly tell myself, they didn't hear.
And so would I repeat it?
Well, I may or may not. Even the most important thing is that I not connect their pain with what's alive in me. Now see, if I'm a baby, and nobody's taught me how to do this, and I've got a poor parent that's in enormous agony, and I'm just crying and needing some food, and the parent feels obligated, and shit, I have to feed the baby, and I don't have giraffe ears, I start growing up immediately by thinking there's something wrong with me for having my needs. So the biggest thing we can do for ourselves is just at that moment to be conscious in whatever way we can remind ourselves they didn't get the package, they didn't get the gift. But not in any way to connect what I said with that look on their face, those words, no. Because that's one of the nice things. We'll always know that the other person heard us when we express our needs, because they will have the look on their face of a little child talking to Santa Claus. If they don't have that look, they didn't hear. They'll have a look on their face like children when they're getting a gift from Santa Claus. I'd like to hear what's going on for you.
I'm feeling deep pain because I'm not able to turn around something I heard you say and hear it with giraffe ears. And I hate using my past as an excuse. This feels like an excuse, and I hate that. So that's the message I'm giving myself. As a child of having that revulsion of having the dirty diaper. So when you say that jackal delivery system of delivering the package of shit, I'm having a hard time turning that around and hearing it with giraffe ears. I'm not knowing why you said that. I guess I'm needing clarity.
Tell me a little bit more about that image you have about the diapers, and then I maybe can see the difference between what I said and why you're having trouble hearing it.
Well, I guess when I was listening to what you were sharing and gone through some similar situations and having some empathy and open heart, I was also at the same time with what you were saying about with my parents. What's the process? I can't even think right now. I'm feeling overwhelmed about what the beauty was in what my parents did by their revulsion of me and leaving me in a little closet that was supposed to be a bedroom with a dirty diaper because my mother would throw up when she can't stand dirty diaper. So I took that on as me.
So you took it on. You really saw from that there was something wrong with you
Yeah, and that was reinforced in many other ways that I don't need to go into.
So you didn't have the experience that my grandmother did.
Your grandmother?
Yes, my grandmother was totally paralyzed, so
she would defecate in her pants. And I put in my book that one of the greatest gifts I ever got was my uncle came over to help my mother every night. And when he was cleaning her up, he had the most beautiful smile on his face. Just to meet her needs of cleaning her up. He couldn't have gotten a better gift.
I feel better already. It's like that enemy image I can replace with another image.
Yeah, you just can see that unfortunately you can feel sadness for your parents that somehow they weren't given the gifts that my uncle had, that they could have received it that way.
Yes.
To have received such a beautiful gift and not seen it. If the other person receives it, we will see that they're receiving a beautiful gift. It's impossible to express a need to another person and they receive it and that not to happen. Now a lot can happen that they don't receive it. That's unfortunate. And that's what I want us to get some clarity about today. But the main thing, and we're already deeply into what I wanted to cover, which is the main thing is about the needs. It's not even how we express them or what words we use, but our consciousness about them. See? And unfortunately, a lot of us have had many of these reactions that you're talking about, not just to your diapers, but to almost anything we want. If our parents were in so much pain because their needs weren't getting met, it's very likely that every message we got, or many of the messages we got to our needs, was a message of pain instead of somebody receiving a gift. And we didn't have giraffe ears, so we start to connect that what's alive in us is something ugly. So I was trying, as I said, I was well aware of the semanticist warning that the map is not the territory. So something as beautiful as needs, it's a central part of what I teach, and I've never come up with words to describe it. The best I can do is needs. But it doesn't, for me, word-wise, it's not a beautiful enough description. But the only other option I can think of, I don't know how to fit it into everyday language. Because for me, as I just let it out today, what is a need to me? It's a present manifestation of divine energy within us. It's a life force. We're part of this beauty. We're a part of it, an integral part of it. My goodness, the beauty, the awe, it's incredible. We're a part of it. And the most direct way I know of connecting with that is through what I call needs. It's the life energy within me. It indicates that I'm a part of this wonder. But being aware of that, I'm more patient about not having good words, because again, as I said, I really appreciate the Jewish problem of you can't describe God. This is similar. This is our connection to God. So words, of course, they're not going to do it. You can't describe something of such awe with words. So that's the ascriptive nature of it. That's what I mean by that needs are ascriptive. All we can do is do the best we can with these words to get a glimmer to other people of that manifestation that's within me at this moment. I see in the needs this living force within me. It's connected, it's interdependent with the life. It makes me feel at one with a leaf. I mean, I am a leaf.
So it's our connection to the rest of the universe.
Yes.
we are part of this beautiful universe. And look at all of the living phenomena in the universe. They have needs. Trees have needs. Bees have needs. What?
Scorpions have needs.
Scorpions have needs. Hungarians have needs.
Yeah. See that one.
No, I didn't see that one. What was that? Maybe they don't.
They do.
They do. Every time I think I see all the beauty in the world, somebody opens me up to I'm seeing just a sliver.
So you said that, I'm sorry, what you said that when somebody really receives your need, they'll have the look of a child. What was the rest of that?
Receiving a gift from Santa Claus. And even that's probably not strong enough. They'll feel connected to divine energy. Number one, they'll feel the connection. But number two, they'll also receive another precious gift of being able to satisfy a need that I really believe if we had the David Letterman's top 10 needs that are the most fun to satisfy. You don't know David Letterman. But you also don't know who won the World Series.
That's okay, I don't either.
Yeah, I don't either.
How can anyone consider themselves cultured that doesn't revere baseball? I'll never...
Recognize New
Yeah,
York
but the Mets
Yankees.
lost.
Benefit from being an oaf, you don't have to worry about being cultured at all.
Now, nobody has ever been so oafish not to care about baseball. Oh my God. We're doing a terrible job screening for these IITs. So in the David Letterman's top 10 needs, most fun needs, I see now I'm going to have to change my whole view of the universe because I just have assumed until today that the number one top need was to watch baseball. So now I see that isn't a need. That's a strategy. So, okay. So let's change it. And let me say now that, at least at the moment, I think that the need that is the most enjoyable, and here again, how do you put words to needs? Now, it would be what the psychiatrist Viktor Frankl calls man's search for meaning. But see, I don't like his way of describing this beauty of need, meaning, a need for meaning. He says this need was so strong that when he was in the concentration camp, he saw that even though people were starving and under these horrible conditions, the ones that survived figured out how to get that need met under those conditions. And why now he builds his whole approach to psychiatry on this very important need for meaning. But the meaning to me is too mental. It doesn't have as much beauty as I'm sure he means by it. So, but I don't like my words. The best I can describe it, and maybe you all want to help me or develop your own, the way I talk about it is the need to contribute to life, to enrich life. It's, you see, to be a creative force in life, to enrich life, to support it. Yes?
I have this recollection of Frankel's writing that the people who survived were the ones who could empathically connect with others and take care of them.
That was their way of meeting their need to enrich life. So yes, they were able to do that, and doing that met their own need to, even in the bleakest of conditions, and to enrich it, not only to connect with it, but to enrich it, even under those conditions. So what I'm saying, though, I'm bringing this up now, when we see in people's eyes this, I got an opportunity to meet the most precious need in the universe, to enrich life, that's the eyes that people have when they receive our needs. So if they don't have those eyes, then I know they didn't receive my needs. Because it's impossible, I believe, for somebody to see an opportunity to enrich life is other than a precious gift.
What if they're feeling overwhelmed by their own needs?
Then I have to not allow that look in their eyes for me for 1 second to take away from the beauty of what I offered them. And that's why we have to have these ears on when we reveal the beauty of what's alive in us, because how horrible if instead of having these ears, we have these ears, and then we take that look and think that it was deadened by the toxicity of our need. How horrible to express a divine gift, and by having these ears on, we start to hate ourselves, think we're needy, think we're selfish, think that we're burdened, think that we're demanding. How sad.
Before you go on, I'm wondering if I'm having a really hard time taking in what was just asked and the answer. What was asked was, what do we do when we don't see that light, that person's overburdened or...
So you have just come to me and said, Marshall, I'm in some real pain right now. Would you be willing to listen to me? And I say to you, can't you see I've got a number of other things to do? Now you got to have quick giraffe ears. I'm saying not for 1 second do you allow that to tarnish the beauty of your gift.
Boy, I'm really having a block with this. Where do I go?
You see the pain in them that keeps them from seeing the divine gift you have just given them.
So I could respond, so you're already feeling really overwhelmed.
Yes, exactly. But of course, to do that, you've had to have the giraffe ears on, because if you had these on for 1 second, you're going to be in such pain that it's going to be hard to see the other person's pain. See, so you got to have speed ears. But you see, actually, you'll have the speed ears if before you opened your mouth to begin with, you felt what you were offering as a precious gift. But if you're carrying vestiges from the past, that's a confirmation of what you already believe. So that's why I'm starting today by saying, even before we look at how to express the need, we need to be conscious of how much of the vestiges from the past we're carrying to how we experience our own needs. Do we, in fact, experience them as this gift of our divine energy that gives the other person a divine gift to meet the strongest need humans have to enrich life? Do we see the beauty in what we're offering?
No.
Then we have to do more work. So, but if we have already worked this through, we go to the other person and say, "Oh, ho, ho, you lucky person. I am going to give you the most precious gift one human being can give to another. An opportunity to make my life more wonderful. You lucky person. I'm sure you're thrilled."
I was saying in our language there's a word.
What's our language?
Arabic. Okay. Yeah, my parents came from Lebanon, so I'm Lebanese extraction. But this is a word that my husband taught me more than even I heard at home. And that is, anytime I've asked him a favor, I've said, "Camel, would you do something for me?" He puts his hand on his heart and he says, "Memnoon," which means, "I am so grateful that you asked me."
Memnoon?
Memnoon. M-E-M-N-O-O-N. If it's a woman, she would say memnuna. I mean, it's a feminine ending.
So the woman says memnuna on the role of the receiver of the...
If I'm the receiver.
And the man says memnoon.
Memnoon, yeah. And he puts his hand on his chest, yeah. And he shakes his head like you can't imagine what a gift that is, honest to God. You have to meet this man, he's lovely.
But you'd also have to have the beautiful experience I've had of being in many homes in Palestine and receiving from that energy.
It's really what you're saying, that You see, it's be happy to give the request because it is a gift. I'm just getting it.
I love that because it's exactly
Because I've
what
been
I'm
fighting this for a long time.
Yes, Memnoon, yes. That is giraffe ears. That shows that if a person says Memnoon, and you see in their eyes they mean it, then you know that they have received your gift, your offering with giraffe ears.
There's a very similar concept in the Jewish faith. And it's the concept of mitzvah. When somebody asks to fill a need or to do something, that's a blessing. The person that is asked to do the deed is indebted to the person that asks because it's giving them an opportunity to do a blessing. And they've been given a gift by being asked.
Mitzvah, yes.
Like bar mitzvah. It means blessing. Blessing to serve. It's a blessing to be asked.
So I'm blessed by you asking me to do something for you.
Exactly. And isn't that truth? Isn't it so obvious? But yet to be obvious, to say this with this energy, to make yourself conscious of the beauty of that this goes on continually. Every day we all have needs and we all have opportunities to meet the needs of others and ourselves. This is life. It's a mitzvah. It's a memnoon. But I can take this beautiful thing and turn it into something ugly by making my request a demand. Then that'll be the real test of the other person to still hear a memnoon. So if I say to you, after all I've done for you, the least you could do is. Now, if you have giraffe ears, you'd still hear a mitzvah. But you have to have the bigger size. grand jumbo ears.
After World War II, my mother used to send packages back to Hungary to meet their needs. But one day, they sent a letter of an itemized list that they demanded. And that day, my mother and father decided that was the last thing they sent.
Yeah, they didn't have quite big enough giraffe ears to see the request when it was put that way. So that's what I want to learn, want to deepen our learning in our time together today, how to send the message that we really feel that it is a mitzvah, a memnu, that it is a great gift to the other person to offer our needs, that we have that consciousness about the life within us.
So they could have seen it that way.
They could have still seen it. In fact, usually what I've found is, since I've been getting my consciousness raised on this, that almost every time I hear a demand, it's because the other person is so scared to ask. They don't quite see the beauty in their own needs. They're judging themselves and being dependent, needy, whatever. And they're carrying vestiges from the past that haven't led them to see the beauty of their needs. So how sad it is for then if I continue that game by hearing it as a demand and responding out of that energy. So as soon as I hear a demand, I need to take a deep breath and try to empathize with the energy behind the other person that would lead them to express it that way.
I would need the acceptance.
Which need?
The need behind your demand.
Oh, it could be many different needs. I'd say the need that's behind the fear is to have you receive this as a mitzvah. But they have had such pain in the past with people receiving it in other ways that now they're so scared. And out of the fear, they express it in a way that we don't have giraffe ears receiving. We can hear as a demand.
Marshall, for instance, if I had heard the least, after all I've done for you, the least you could do is do this, I could say to you, you're right, and it would be my pleasure to give it to you. The other part would be, I'm wondering if the message today is that every time there is a request, I must grant it.
Well, of course, if we have giraffe ears, we know that a no is just as big of a gift as a yes, especially if it's expressed in giraffe.
Okay, so I could...
You say the need behind the no.
So
and you're giving the other person a mitzvah. A no is a mitzvah. if you ask me, Marshall, would you be willing to spend some time with me at noon, because I have a need for some companionship? And I say, I'm in such pain myself today that what I really need is some space to myself. How would you be willing to search for someone else to spend time with? Then I'm giving you a mitzvah. I'm giving you a chance to meet my need, you see? So every no, if we hear it accurately, is a mitzvah. It's telling us what that person's need is. If we don't have giraffe ears, we have jackal ears, we hear it as a rejection. Or we take it that our needs aren't valued. Or our needs are a burden. Especially if the person says, no, I can't, I have other things. If we hear that as our needs are a burden.
It's so easy to receive it the way you returned it to me.
Because I said the need behind the no. And I ended on a request that showed that I was as interested in your need getting met as mine. I'm confident if we stay with this energy, we can both get our needs met. Notice I didn't just say, I have a need to take care of myself, period. I didn't just say, I'm going to take care of my need. I want to search for a way to get everybody's need met. So I told you what my need was that kept me from saying yes. But I ended on a clear request, searching for a way to get everybody's needs met. So you still feel your needs matter, even though at the moment I've told you what keeps me from doing what you've requested.
Say that again, your response back.
When I do two things. First, I begin with empathy for your need. You see, I've heard your need. You don't see in my eyes that I took it as a demand or as a burden. I took it as a mitzvah. When you see that I received it as a mitzvah, as a memnun, and then I express my need that keeps me from saying yes, and I end on a clear request searching for a way to get both of our needs met, you see both from my empathy for your need and from my continued interest in your need getting met, you see that it matters equally as my own. See? But in a jackal world, of course, they define love and virtue as denying your own needs, suppressing them. So in other words, I'm supposed to be selfless. Once I hear your need, I can have no need. But then I'm not giving because I really saw it as a mitzvah. I'm giving out a duty and a different kind of obligation. An ugly one. To buy my way into heaven. See, we do that not out of caring for the other person, because that really isn't taking care of the other person when we are selfless. They pay for it. Any act we take for another person that is not done out of pure mitzvah, pure joy in serving, which means we're not doing it for the other person. We're doing it for self-full motivation. See, giraffe requires a consciousness of self-fullness. In jackal land, we only know selfish, selfless. We're now bringing in a whole different concept of self-fullness. So anything that persons do for another person that isn't done purely out of self-fullness, we pay for in this way. It is taking them away from the divine game we're talking about. It's bringing them into a game of slavery, where you are forced out of obligation, duty, guilt, fear, shame, to do things. So to whatever degree we get conditioned to that, the person sees serving us out of that energy, they condition us in a way that makes it harder and harder for them to give self fully to us. So we get something now done for us, but the cost is terrible because it kills, it interrupts this divine energy. It makes it that our need is not they're not serving out of a mitzvah, out of a memnun.
I was going to direct this to Earl and Salwa, but I'll direct it to you. You've been all over the world. You've seen all these cultures. They say that that's both a part of their culture.
Yeah.
But what percentage of the people actually operate in that?
About 8%, according to certain research I won't take the time to quote, but I've been very interested in that. And it's the same in all cultures. In other words, whether they are coming out of the Islamic tradition, out of the Judaic, Christian, Buddhist, about 8%. 5, 8, 12, it depends which research, but that's great news that in spite of the enormous forces over the last 5,000 years to kill that energy, you can't. I mean, it's as long as there's human beings, it won't be killed off.
If you don't mind, I'd like to get back to about this, how we paid for it. So last night, when I remember Mary Lou, I think her name is, said, "Well, I'm going to leave now because I need rest and I'm going to do self-care," and you said something about checking that out.
I said, I told her that I didn't really think that would take care of her needs if she wasn't showing other people that she was equally concerned with their needs. Let me show you what I mean by how we pay for it and how quickly we'll learn if we just stop and look. When my youngest son was 3 and my daughter was 4 and my oldest son was 7, I was writing a book. I was doing a lot of thinking about education and parenting, and part of this involved me trying to get clear what choices and decisions could we give children to make. What can they make? How quickly can children make what decisions? And I came up with a game that would help me learn, and I thought it might be fun for my kids, and it turned out to be one of the best things I ever did. We called this game Captain. And each day, one of my children would have a turn being the captain. And what I would do on this day, I would turn over to the captain many of the choices I usually would have made as the parent. Big choices, some of them. But I wouldn't turn it over unless I was prepared to live with the consequences. It was their choice to make. It wasn't just I was going to take it back if they didn't make the choice I would like. Because I just wanted to see how children could make choices. So one day, my youngest son, Brett, it was his turn to be the captain. And I went to the dry cleaner to pick up some dry cleaning. And as I paid for it, the woman started to give me 3 pieces of candy for the children. Right away, I thought, good chance for the captain. So I said to her, "Would you give it to the captain, please?" She didn't know immediately, but the captain knew. He goes forward and puts his hand out. And I said, "Captain, would you please choose what to do with this candy?" Now, they could have put me in jail for putting such pressure on a 3-year-old, because you could just, put yourself in their shoes now. Come on, you got 3 pieces of candy in your hand, but you got a brother and sister looking at you very intently, very intently. You could just see the smoke coming out of this poor kid's ears. And it's a horrible thing to do to children, give them such a decision to make. I should have been put in prison. Anyway, you could just see him really thinking, and he gives 1 to each. The first time I told this story to a group of parents, one of the parents said, "Well, of course, because you had taught them to share." See? That was very helpful, because I said to her, "Not so." Because a week before, he was in a similar position, and he ate all 3. But can you guess what happened the next day when he was no longer the captain? Can you see what I mean now about how we pay for any decision we make that doesn't come out of concern for other people? Anything we do to force people to do things to give us, we know how we feel about that. We may do it, but it's not coming out of a certain energy. So we pay for any time we either give or receive something that is, we give out of an energy that isn't pure natural giving, or the other person does something for us that isn't out of pure natural giving. And I've tried to raise my consciousness about that over the years, and now the more I think about it, the more I realize how enormous we pay for any time anything is done for us mixed with this other energy. And that's why a few years ago, to kind of raise consciousness about this in my groups, I developed this little card some of you have seen. And I suggest that for a while, to make sure the giving going on in your closest relationships is kosher, is pure. Whenever you ask for something, give this card, and the card says, "Please do as I request, only," big word, only, "if You can do so with the joy of a little child feeding a hungry duck. Please, please, please do not do as I request if there is any of the following mixed in, even in the tiniest degree. Any fear of punishment if you don't. Any doing it for reward, that I'll like you better if you do. Out of any shame or guilt or duty or obligation. Life is too short for us to do anything for each other with any taint like that mixed into the giving. But of course we're so far from that now because for 5,000 years we've been taught the only way you can motivate sinful, wretched, creepy human beings is through these power over tactics of punishment, reward, shame, guilt, duty, and obligation. So we have been so deeply ingrained with and so exposed to tactics motivated to get us to do what's good for us in society through those tactics that it's pretty hard to get pure giving going between human beings. So that's why I like to check myself and make sure I never do anything for others. Never. Only for self-full reasons. Only when it's play. Self-full reasons. Then they don't have to pay for it. And for me, the gift is play.
Off the other side of the coin, I have a need. I present my need to you. Give it with joy.
Yes.
What is the best way I can receive you being my need?
That you feel like you gave me a gift.
I mean, do I receive it gratefully? Or
This is one of my perplexities about this, because it seemed to me if we give and receive, here's what would happen. I would do something, and you would feel this mitzvah. You would say, thank you for the gift, and then you respond. And then I say, thank you for responding that way. And you would say, thank you for responding to my response that way. And we would spend the rest of our life celebrating. And all you did was pass me the salt. But it seems to me that if we're really tuned in, we would, and then after about 10 interchanges, we would, was I the giver or the receiver here? Who was the giver and you see, so any simple act, we would be lost in bliss forever. So that's why I'm confused with that. I never feel more given to than when you take from me. When you understand the joy I feel giving to you. And you know my giving isn't done to put you in my debt, but because I want to live the love I feel for you. To receive with grace may be the greatest giving. There's no way that I can separate the two. When you give to me, I give you my receiving. And when you take from me, I feel so given to. Mitzvah song, yes, it's a mitzvah song. Ruth Bebermeyer wrote it. Not for 1 second do we ever want to think we do anything wrong. It's impossible. You can't do anything wrong. Even if you try, you couldn't do anything wrong. You didn't meet your own needs to be sensitive. So out of that kind of mourning comes learning without self-hatred. But apology, whatever learning happens, has the taint of self-hatred associated with it. So we want to learn, our learning motivated purely by we want to learn better how to serve life. Not we want to learn so we're not such wretched creeps. This will give us another big learning, and very important learning, for both women and men, but I think particularly for women, given the socialization experiences they've had. See, women have been taught that now once you see the other person's need, now you have to give up yours. So it's very costly to empathize, because once you empathize, then you're lost. How can you possibly stay connected to your needs now that you see how much it means to this person? So then you can't see it as a mitzvah. It's a big pressure. So that's important learning, to see that going on. That's why Ellen Goodman, the columnist for the Boston Globe, warns women, be careful of cats like Rosenberg teaching you how to empathize better. She said, she didn't mention me by name, but I took it personally when she said to women, be careful about going off to workshops and learning how to empathize better. Maybe we women have learned to understand so well over the years that we lose ourselves in the process. But I took that in a paranoid way.
It's just a challenge for you.
Yes, a challenge.
Very special way to contribute to.
But I love her for saying that article. I used it for years and printed it up and had it distributed, because I think it's so important, given women's training, to nurture, that then that very beauty of that training can get them to lose their own needs in the process.
But if women get knowledgeable about this, then who will society manipulate?
Yes, exactly. And this is the origin of it. This is the origin. When you need a social structure that requires women to be seen as low-priced servants, then you educate them this way, to believe that the loving woman is selfless.
Yeah. So who's going to
do? Yeah.
Now what do? You become conscious of that. You give yourself some empathy for how frightening it is to see another person's needs when they are nakedly expressed. You see this tendency in yourself to want to lose connection with your own needs. The fear, how do I meet both my need to be nurturing, but to myself as well as the other? So you stop and make sure you never agree to do what the other person wants unless it's play. You just deal with this within yourself, but you don't ever do anything if it isn't play. So you take a deep breath and you give empathy. So that might sound like this. I'm really torn right now, because hearing how much this means to you, there's a part of me that really is wanting to jump in and really meet my need to nurture. I would love them to. But there's another part of me that still has this great need right now for so-and-so. So how would you feel about our meeting at this time, when I think I could really do it out of an energy that meets both of my needs? Oh, I can take that as a gift right now because of how you empathize with my need. I needed the empathy, but now I can receive your need as a memnun. Yeah. I love a line that my friend Ruth Bebermeyer put in one of her songs about this in herself, about how hard it was for her to give to herself and how easy it was for her to give to others. And then the line is, to give is domination if I can't also receive.
Can you explain that in your terms?
Yes. If I've been educated to be selfless, I'm not giving other people the opportunity to nurture, to meet their need for giving. If I'm the only giver, I'm hogging the good stuff.
So it's tainted.
It's tainted because it's not coming out of the real energy. It's to be a good woman.
And when you have someone like that in your life, how would you interact with them?
Like which person now? The person who's selfless?
Yes.
Well, you got to know how to say bullshit in Giraffe. Well, I don't have any needs. I just, that's the problem it's the difference between you and me, you see. I'm a giver and you're a receiver. I don't have needs. I take care of others. I'm not selfish. So you got to say bullshit in Giraffe, you see.
Go on, no bullshit, Giraffe.
So I first empathize. So if I'm hearing you, you are pleased with how you've learned to give and do service to others. That's right. And I feel sad when I don't hear you also expressing your needs, because it prevents me from having the joy of giving to you. I'd like you to tell me how you feel when I say this. So I don't say they don't have needs and that they just enjoy. I see that there is some joy in service, but I also tell them about my sadness at not getting a chance to nurture them, and ask them to tell me back what they heard. And that's going to be hard for them to hear, because it goes against years and years and years of training.
I need to continue this play, if it's possible, with my mother.
Your mother, yes.
I don't have any more happiness than when I'm seeing my children smiling.
Yes.
I don't want anymore.
Yes. It's hard for you to imagine any more joy than giving and seeing people's pleasure.
Yeah, I don't need anything else.
And you're not looking for anything else in the world.
Yeah.
But I love you so much, I want to show you something equally delicious. Will you give me a chance?
I don't think so. It will work with me.
It's what?
It will work with me.
You're pretty skeptical about whether you could get any happier. And you're very happy just giving and seeing your family happy.
Yeah.
All I'm asking is for a chance to show you something that might be equally as much fun and would also give the rest of us the joy of giving to you and feeling the same joy you're feeling.
Okay.
You didn't want to say okay, did you?
And also, Mother, when I see some of the energy behind you when you feed Father's pigs, I'm not sure that you really are always giving out of joy. I see sometimes I think the giving is done out of obligation, and so I really want to be sure, Mom, that you don't ever give to me or anybody if it's not out of pure joy. And how do you feel when I say that, Mom?
I'm doing everything that I can do. I'm not able to do anymore.
Yes, that's what my worry is, Mother.
Could you go on?
Drives a recording.
So yeah, I like to correct Marshall. I'm very frustrated when I'm experiencing 5 different kinds of food for the Sunday lunch because everybody has different requests and my mother doing it. And she's hardly able to even walk. But everybody has his own food every Sunday lunch.
So, Mom, you know what I would love? It would give me such joy in life. If you really want to see a smile on my face, it would be if you said, I want you all to cook lunch for me today. So, Mom, how do you feel when I say that?
Who would cook instead of me?
I want you to hear, Mom, that would give me so much pleasure. And this is going to really freak you out, Mom. I'll bet you it would even give Dad pleasure if we could teach him the joy of serving you.
Oh, my dear, you went too many schools. You don't know your father.
Yeah.
We have the same mother.
I know it seems a pretty far stretch, Mom, but I really want to talk with you about this because I really would like you to learn how to receive joyfully as well as how to give joyfully.
Why are you insulting me? I really doing what I can do. Why is it not enough?
Yeah, so it's very painful when you're hearing what I'm saying as a demand, as though it's, what else can I give? What else does this woman want from me? Yeah, and I'm sad if what I'm saying is sounding like a gift, a demand rather. I would hope I could express it in different language so you would see it as a fun possibility, not a demand. Hard for you to imagine receiving it that way.
Yeah.
I'd really like to try again. And at any time, Mother, you hear a criticism or a demand, would you stop me? Because then that's not what I'm trying to communicate.
Okay.
Why you don't accept me the way I am?
Oh.
Why do you want always to change me?
Ah, thank you, Mother. That's a big gift that I hear right now. So you really want to be sure that you're accepted for how you are.
Yeah.
And that you don't have to do something now to be loved or accepted.
I'm doing everything better.
Yeah. I'm really glad we're getting this clear, because I have deep love for so much of what you do and what you are and what you've given me in life. That's there. It can never change, this acceptance. It's out of that I want you to have more fun. I don't accept what you're doing. I have a need for you to have more fun. I don't want my need to be a further demand on you. It's just my need for you to enjoy life more and play more.
For me, it's enough fun when I'm seeing you and the grandsons smiling. I really don't need more.
Yes, I hear that you're not making any demands some more. But I want you to get drunk with bliss. I know you don't care for Dad's drinking, but I want you to drink in something that'll give you more bliss with less hangover.
Makes me so hopeful.
You're not optimistic about it. I tell you, if you teach me enough Hungarian, I'll get this across to her.
I can see in another situation, Mother going away and saying, no, I don't want to talk anymore.
Then that's an important message for me to receive with giraffe ears. I need to see the mitzvah in that.
You need to see,
Marshall, I also hear messages like, so now you don't like my cooking.
Yes. I need to do a lot of empathy, and as the other person keeps misreading what I'm saying. So that's why I kept trying out new language as we went along. Notice I use this, my need is for you to have to get drunk without alcohol. Whatever it's going to take to break through and make this radically different thing seen by the other person.
Marshall, say this to Mother and said it like.
See, we've mastered Hungarian. The most important word, said it like.
So I'm wondering when the other person has, completely shut off the conversation.
No, they don't shut it off. They can't shut it off. They say bug off creep.
Right. Yeah. Somehow
That's an important gift. That's a mitzvah.
Yeah, I understand that. And now I'd like to know where you would go from here.
The same place I always go. They've just slammed the door.
That's right.
So I go to here. So I'm guessing that you're really hurt.
No, they're gone.
No, I'm talking to them. I'm gonna, even if they're gone, I'm talking to them. Yes, but that's going to affect the energy that exists between us. Whenever I see them again, what goes on in me when they slam the door is going to be the energy with which I approach our next connection. So I hear how painful it is. I'm guessing Mom was not getting her need for acceptance. She's hearing that all that she's given has not been appreciated, and that's very painful, and she really at the moment has a need to protect herself from any more pain. It's so painful for her that after all she's given, to interpret it as though she's not cared for, that her present need is to protect herself from more pain. So I hear that. It's a gift.
And so you just remain with that and stay with that.
No, I hear the gift, and I hear what the request is. What would she like from me right now that gives me a mitzvah to nurture her in that? Does she need space right now? Then I give her the space. I don't think I've done something wrong. I just hear that she needs the space. Or I might want to scream in Giraffe. My needs might be so painful that I want her to give to me. So I follow her and scream at her in Giraffe. Have a specific intimate relationship in mind that you'd like to rapidly apply the process to. Okay, so there's several. Okay, so we will, but you have no problems in your intimate relationship. After all I've given to you, you still are not satisfied.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's a...
The jackals are yapping at your heels.
Yes, yes, yes. Always. Yeah, they're consistent. Okay, so what we will do is we'll, today, this morning and this afternoon, use those relationships to try to give you an active chance to practice, stopping them from time to time to help make some clarity of theory that we can all use. So let me give you about 5 minutes of theory and then a warm-up exercise everybody can do, and then we'll get into the relationships. First, the theory. I'd like to get clear how I use the word love. It's to me obviously a very important word. If all of the basic religions on the planet kind of stress this concept, it obviously has been important for us as human beings for a long time all over the planet. And I tried to figure out why several years ago, every time I heard the word love, I wanted to vomit. And I realized that I had gotten exposed to such a disgusting and tragic definition of it in the culture in which I grew up. So let's, just real for fun, just the first thing that pops into your mind, love is what? Write it down. What is love? So real quick, let's just hear a few of these. What is love? Yeah.
Feeling full.
Feeling full.
Joyful.
Joyful.
Making someone else's needs as important as your own.
Making someone else's needs as important as your own, yeah.
Learning.
Learning.
Laughing and playing together.
Laughing and playing together.
Hell.
Hell.
Irrational.
Irrational.
Moment by moment feeling of connection.
Moment by moment feeling of connection.
Power, nurturing, weakness, control, and loss. Ooh.
That's your associations. That's what I asked him for. Yes, that's it.
Acceptance, caring, desiring the greatest good for the beloved, mystery.
For me, the one that I came to aware that was I didn't trust the word love very much is, for me, it was a feeling. It was like a warm, gushy, cuddly, tender feeling, which is what I thought love was. And this threw me off in learning what the major religions had to offer me for a long time, because when I read, love your enemy as yourself, or oh yeah, I'm supposed to have warm, gushy feelings toward Hitler. Forget it. So I thought that if that's what love is, it's bullshit. But of course, I then started to see, there had to be some beauty that I was overlooking, and I must not be understanding things. So essentially what for me now love is a very precious need. It's a need, a central need of human beings. That's how I use it. It's my definition as I use it. It's a need. But now, because it's such a central, important need, it's real clear, if ever we were clear about present requests. That's one that we need to get crystal clear about, being clear what we want from other people to meet the need. Because again, in the culture I grew up in, the way I was taught to define the actions to meet this need for love were pretty sickening also. Just the music. If you listen to the music, I ain't nothing without you, baby. And it was like love almost always meant not to be oneself. One was to be a slavish appendage to this other creature, dependent on this other. Had dependency all mixed up, a lot of scary stuff in it. So it took me a while to get clear, what actions do I want from other people to meet my need for love? recently someone gave me a book. I wish I could think of the author's title. Some of you may know about it. They did some research about how there's really about 5 different kinds of things that different people want to meet their need for love. And then in intimate relationships, if the two people have different requests for love, they don't realize that the reason the other person's love isn't getting met is that they just have different requests for it. So, let's imagine that someone asks you the most wonderful giraffe question, a central giraffe question. What could I do to make life more wonderful for you? And specifically, please tell me what I could do to meet your need for love. So, assuming that for a while you're willing to go with my definition of the word love as a need, so what could, if somebody wanted to know what they could do?
I would like to know if the other person really loves me, he knows what would make me happy. Why I have to tell him this? It's really, at the beginning of our relationship, he exactly knew what made me happy.
So what would keep this person from just knowing what you want so you don't have to say it?
Just he knew it at the beginning of the relationship.
So you're saying then that your request would be for this person to keep on knowing it without you having to say it.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the most frequent request that I think people have of love, that you just somehow intuit and always do it. And the divorce lawyers they love that definition. Because in a short time, after this honeymoon phase, when we have this ESP, then we define that the love is no longer there, when somehow this guessing ability is no longer there. So that's your request, that I keep guessing what you want without you having to say it.
Yeah, that's quite normal. Everybody knows what does it mean. Sorry, but I got this feedback many times.
Yes, but then if it works that way, then you should know that I don't want that definition, so why are you having that definition? I'll give you a few moments for round 2. So, how would you answer the question right now? Yes, what would you want the other person to do to meet your need for love?
I think a couple of things that I would like to see.
Yeah.
Would be caring.
Not doable. It's got to be a doable request. So that's one of the most frequent thing that gets in the way of intimate relationships, asking for something that isn't doable.
Again?
Here, making requests that are not doable. Like if you want to really mess up a love relationship, define your thing that the person has to have certain feelings for you.
Make me happy.
Not doable. Because when we get to the detoxifying the concept of responsibility, of course, it's real important to be conscious that your partner can't make you happy or sad. They can't hurt you or make you angry.
Can you be happy?
You want the other person to be happy. Not doable. So what are doable requests that would meet your need for love?
I would like a kiss first thing in the morning when we first wake up and see one another.
Now,
Greet one another.
I'll be a giraffe partner. I could give you the kiss. Can I do it even though I want to kick your ass? Or
Yes.
does there have to be certain feelings in it? So as long as it can be a toxic kiss, you just don't care what the feelings are behind it.
Exactly.
Okay, that's doable then.
Even before brushing teeth?
Even before brushing teeth. Toxic breath, toxic thoughts.
Just you want the kiss. Just that much time and that much energy to make connection with you in the form of a kiss. Very specific. Very specific. What else? What other requests would you have? Yes.
Mine is to have my head and my hair trimmed.
Again, you don't care about the feelings behind it. Just if you can have... For how long? See, I've learned to ask that. For how long?
30
3 hours.
Oh boy, would that be a relief? Not all night. Oh, I see. So, any amount of time?
At least 30 seconds, doesn't need to be much longer than 2 minutes.
Okay, but every day?
Yes.
Okay, every day, yes.
Will we measure the time? Will we measure the time?
What else would you want from people to meet your need for love?
I'm in the relationship right now, and my pain around it is that I want to be able to say my pain without him jumping to trying to fix it, or he's feeling responsible for it.
Now, you just expressed your request in the negative, what you don't want.
Oh.
And of course, as a giraffe, you know you're not likely to get your needs met unless you state your request in the positive. So what do you want from this jackal?
I want to be there to just hear my pain.
Too vague. Hear the pain is too vague. It's not doable. Because jackals will always say, I hear it. I understand what you're saying. They think they do. They're not lying. But they're understanding what their ears hear.
Oh, okay. I want to reflect what you heard me saying.
Okay.
Yes. And I just want to hear without you hearing any criticism.
I just want your presence, just for your attention to my feelings and needs.
Mm-hmm.
And at any moment that you hear anything that sounds like a criticism or a demand, raise your hand to stop me. Because for every second you hear a criticism or a demand coming out of my mouth, our relationship will suffer. For every second.
And give me space that I can navigate my own solution.
And before you give me any advice, please make sure I have submitted a request in writing signed by a lawyer.
No, yeah.
See. Do not try to give me any advice or fix it unless you receive such a request in writing notarized.
And when you say something in jackal way, I try to translate into in giraffe. Don't jump and tell me that's Marshall talk.
Now, that's what you don't want. You want me to say that's Rosenberg talk. See, saying what you don't want does not make clear what you do want. Okay. I know this kind of jackal's mind.
So, how do I make a request that in positive giraffe way?
I'd like you to tell me back what my reasons are. I'd like to tell you what my reasons are for asking for this as often as I will in our relationship. And then I'd like you to tell me back so I know you see the difference between what you're presently hearing it as and what I intend and what need of mine is met by it. Huh? Let me try it again in fewer words. How do you take it when I ask you to tell me back? It's some psychological game, like you think I'm not intelligent enough. You know, like you're a school teacher, giving me a test. Thank you for telling me that's what you hear. So what I'd like to do is tell you what my reason is for doing this as often as I do. And tell me back so I can see that you hear a difference between what my reasons are and what you now are interpreting them to be. So would you be willing to at least do it this one time, to tell me back what my reason is? Go ahead.
And then he says, now I don't feel safe to open my mouth.
Oh, well, then he's really making life easy for you, because if you have giraffe ears, he's teaching you how to get both your needs met. See, if you can hear the need behind a no, the other person is teaching you how to get everybody's needs met.
He needs empathy.
He's telling you what need of his needs to be met in order for him to meet your need.
He needs for safety.
Yes.
And,
so until you can receive a no as a memnoon, it will be very hard to enjoy intimacy. You don't know what a memnoon is. Okay, I'm sorry to put you to such a spot. Would you explain a memnoon?
She raised her hand first.
So once again, until we can receive a no as a memnoon, any kind of intimacy is going to be hard to enjoy for more than a honeymoon period.
course, this is putting a memnoon in a whole different light, but a no in this case, I assume, would be a request.
A no is always a request.
Okay.
A no is always a need and a request if we hear it accurately.
Can you say it again then?
Well, you have blessed me. You have given me this gift to give you the gift of what you've requested.
The opportunity.
The opportunity. And so I'm almost in your debt for having asked me.
It's such a big blessing.
Yeah.
I'm grateful for it.
Exactly.
Yes. And
he's always given me that feeling no matter what I have asked.
Then you know you're not going to have to pay for it, whatever he
Never.
does.
Not only that, I know that I'm convinced that I've made him happy by asking.
Yes. It's a total giraffe consciousness, which is what I've been trying to say for my whole career, is what the kind of giving is that I'm trying to create in this process of giraffe.
And then there was another, I don't think he's here. Oh, yes, here you are. Do you want to give your part, Earl?
In Judaism, it's the same concept. It's called a mitzvah, which is a blessing or a good deed. That when you ask somebody to do something for you, you're giving them an opportunity to be of service, and that is a blessing.
See, so if you hear any rejection, you almost guarantee to take the joy out of giving. If you even have the concept of a rejection in your consciousness, it's going to make intimacy very difficult. So for me, the most important parts of an intimate relationship is to receive a no as a memnoon, as a mitzvah. The person is giving me an opportunity to meet a need of theirs. A no is always a tragic expression of a need. Tragic if the other person has jackal ears on, then they hear it as a rejection. If we have giraffe ears on, it's a gift. That person is telling us what need of theirs they're trying to meet that keeps them from meeting our need. Then it's a memnoon.
So you said if you have rejection in your consciousness, what was the rest of that?
It's going to be hard for other people unless they have big giraffe ears to enjoy giving to you, because to whatever degree they see pain in your eyes because you hear a rejection, to whatever giving in the future they give to keep you from interpreting being rejected, when they didn't really want to do it but they're afraid of how you're going to take it, you pay for it because it takes the pure stuff out of the giving. Now the person is giving to avoid you freaking out because of the pain you create for yourself by taking it as a rejection. So to whatever degree you think that is possible, you see, to whatever degree you think that's possible, that if I don't give, the person's going to take it as a rejection. They're not going to see the memnoon in my telling them what keeps me from giving. So to whatever degree they see rejection, and I have a trace of that, oh my God, if I don't do this, the person's going to freak, and then I'll feel guilty, and it takes all the beauty out of giving. It takes all the blessing out of it.
Marshall, there's another small part to this. On the few occasions, truly a few occasions, when I have made a request and he's not able to give it to me, he will never say no to me. I will get this look. And the look I translate as, God, I'd love to give it to you, and I don't know if I can do it right now.
Because I have another need that keeps me from saying yes. Pure joy. Why do I love your husband and I've never done it?
Because I do.
Because of what?
Because I do. And so then I will say to him, it's okay then, you're having a hard time doing this and it's perfectly fine with me. And he'll go, oh, okay.
So she's receiving his no as a gift.
I'm sorry, I'm feeling dense getting this concept.
And thank you. Maybe it's because there's so many words attached to it, I'm not sure. The memnu part, I'm going back to. So I have a ease at getting when you can say yes to it, to a question, a request, and how that feels. And
and I'm missing, maybe it's because I'm in different roles, differing sides of when there's a no.
I'm saying
So
the only thing that human beings are ever saying is please and thank you. So I'm saying there is no no. It's just a request. If you are hearing
so
accurately,
someone asks for a request and the other person asks for another request.
Yes. You have two gifts on the table. First gift, and then the gift behind the no.
Which is another request.
Yes. And if two people have this consciousness, all they hear ever coming from one another is a thank you or a gift.
So could we put that into something concrete?
Yeah, let's...
Like gifts and
What
requests?
would be the situation? You ask for something. Does somebody else want to do it then if you
Yeah,
can't
I think
enjoy
that
it?
would be easier. I think I
Who
could
wants to make a
adapt it
request?
and kind of
Now,
take it in better.
You make the request.
Yeah, I'd like a 40-minute back rub.
And gosh, I'm torn right now because part of me would really enjoy doing that. And part of me is just really enjoying the calm and quiet that I've been experiencing. So would you be willing to wait another 30 minutes? That would give me...
Yeah, and I hear that you're really, it's meeting a deep need of yours for calm and quiet and serenity right now to spend more time alone.
So he now doesn't feel any rejection. He has given me a gift. And I've given him a gift by giving him the chance to give me that. But now that was fairly easy because I played my role as a giraffe. Now our real test is when we communicate this way. Try it again.
Yeah, I'd love that, a 40-minute back rub.
Jesus, you are the most demanding person I ever know. I just gave you one last month.
So you're feeling a high level of frustration right now because there's a lot of things you'd like to do and you don't know how to get them all.
Yes, but see, I grew up not thinking of my needs as a gift. So I can't imagine that my needs would be a gift. So as soon as I hear his needs, I feel like it's a demand. So that's not easy with such a partner who hears requests as demands. Now, he's lucky because I made it pretty obvious. His life would have been made worse if I had done this. So watch again. We're going to do the same game again. Start again.
Yeah, I'm feeling really tight and I could use a back rub.
Okay. He's going to pay for it if he gets it. He's going to pay for it. Because, but here's the worst, the most dangerous one of all. Watch this one now. Watch out if you're frightened of jackals. Be careful.
So before we go on, how do you handle that last one?
If you have giraffe ears, you know it was a yes that isn't so. So you don't allow a person to meet your needs coming out of that energy. See? You have a detector. You have to have a built-in detector in your relationship so that before you allow a person to meet any of your needs, they have to pass this test. That what they're doing is motivated only out of Memnoon energy. There isn't a trace of motivation in them, doing it because they're afraid they'll be punished if they don't, hoping that you will love them more if they do, a reward in other words. No guilt, no shame, no concept of duty or obligation. So you have to have a detector, so you know you never allow your partner to do anything for you that has even a trace of those things in, because the toxics will build until one day.
It's really hard for me to hear a request because I take it on as demand.
Galahad syndrome.
Yeah. And
Galahad syndrome. See, the men get the Galahad syndrome in our culture, that if you're a real man, you come to the rescue of anybody in pain in your family. You have to have solutions and advices. Women, it's the same game, but a little different. You know, if you're a loving woman, you don't have needs. You sacrifice your needs for others and so forth. But it's basically the same game. Love is sacrifice. Yes.
So Marshall, can we complete those role plays, switch? How would you handle it if you get the okay?
Now, right away, my energy level is I'm nervous. And so I say to the person, I'm feeling really tense right now, and I would really appreciate it if you would look inside to make sure none of the other is motivating you. Any fear of how I'll respond if you don't. Any belief that if you do, I'll love you more. Any concept of guilt if you don't. Shame if you don't. Any concept of duty or obligation. Please, 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 if any of those are mixed in, do not do as I request. Life is too short for us to do anything for each other out of those terms.
Sorry, Marshall, it's not enough for you. You want me to do this, but you would like me to be happy with this.
Yes, and unless it's meeting your need, unless you're doing it for you, don't do it, please. Don't do anything for me.
It looks too much for me. I'm willing to do this, but I'm not willing to be happy with this.
Yes, then thank you. Then it would be a bigger gift for me for you not to do it. Please don't do anything for me that isn't play. And it'll be play if it's coming out of Memnoon energy.
Marshall, what do you think of marriage?
We'll get to that in a moment. Let me...
I need those cards so I can give them to people to give to me. And one thing is sort of in response to David, a lot of times I will, in a response, I'll say, oh yes, I'd love to do that because that's what I've always said. And then 5 minutes later I realize, so maybe checking in when you might start to notice.
You might want to then have one of those cards for yourself.
Yes.
That reads, before I say yes, I want to do an internal check to make sure that this is coming out of Memnoon energy, that there's not a slightest trace of these others, just to slow down and make sure you're coming out of that.
I'm wondering if you'd be willing to backtrack to the no, seeing the needs that are in a no, like...
No. So what need of mine might I have been expressing just now when I said no?
You have a need to do something different than what
That would be
I'm
a strategy, but what would be my need?
Autonomy?
Possible. So Marshall, are you hearing it as a demand and is your need for autonomy? And then I could either say yes, or I could say, oh, no, it's not so much that, but I have a need for clarity, and I'm afraid if I go to your question, I will lose the clarity that I had in mind. So would you be willing to wait? See? So in other words, it could be 100 different needs. But you, as the other person, know that until you hear the need behind the no, it's going to be hard to figure out a way for everybody's needs to get met. On the other hand, when everybody's needs are expressed and understood, the problem will solve us.
Thank you.
And I think that has to do with Jim's question about what is marriage. See, if you want to, pardon? If you want to have that, what's originally very beautiful, turn into something ugly very quick, define marriage so that once you are married, you have certain obligations and commitments. Commitments defined as demands. Now that takes what otherwise could be done joyfully and turns it into something ugly. But these concepts are very important to maintain domination structures. There's probably nothing more important to maintain domination structures than to teach people that duty, obligation, and commitments are the highest virtue.
So do you think it's that it's kind of like it's built in conceptually, like, well, we'll have this nice little free space where we can just express freely, and then when it really becomes real, then it will change over. There's sort of an unspoken agreement about that?
No, I think it's more like, some of you have heard me tell this, but let me tell it again because it's the most powerful way I know of making these complicated things clearer. It's about my son Brett and shoveling the walk for the woman on the corner who was not able to walk. And so she was dependent on her car for mobility. Whenever it snowed, he would literally race down, run down to the corner. He would stop anything else he was doing and shovel the walk. At our house, we had a tiny little walkway. It got done after my getting after him and telling him that when you're a member of a family, How could I be so stupid, you're thinking. No. But you see, when you are defined as a husband, wife, son, you have certain commitments, obligations. And so now what otherwise is a memnoon, you turn into something ugly.
I grew up in almost next to you. Same weather.
Mm-hmm.
I did that for my mother at 9, and she wasn't disabled.
Mm-hmm.
Explain that.
Because hopefully you had a memnoon relationship with your mother, so you gave out of the joy of giving.
And I didn't get an allowance.
Yes, you gave out of the joy of giving. You did it for yourself, not for your mother.
I don't think I did it for myself.
As I'm defining it, you did it for self-full reasons. Actually, I don't think anybody ever does anything for other people, even the people who say they do. I don't believe any human being has ever done anything for somebody else.
She needed to have the car uncovered, the walk cleaned.
And you did it because it met a need of yours to do it, or you wouldn't have done it.
I don't see that.
I know you don't, but then we have a difference on that. I don't think any human being has ever done anything for another person.
Marshall, suppose someone does the fourth response, where they're saying, yeah, and you want to check it out, even though they sound like they're okay, but how would
what you might want to do for a while is what Sam Williams did and some others did after hearing me say this. They made these little cards, which now they're being sold all over the world. I'm sure Sam never thought he was going to be the inventor of such a thing. He heard me say in a workshop, kind of joking, what you'd say to people while you are making conscious the different definition of love that Giraffe is based on compared to what many of us have been taught. This basic concept of memnoon, I've been getting it across to groups this way. Whenever you ask for anything from the people you're the closest with, give them a card, and on the card it says, please do as I requested. Only if you can do so with the joy of a little child feeding a hungry duck. Please do not do as I request. If there is any taint of fear of punishment if you don't mixed in. Please do not do as I request to buy my love. That is, hoping that I will love you more if you do it. Please do not do as I request if you will feel guilty if you don't. Please do not do as I request if you will feel shame if I don't. And certainly do not do as I request out of any sense of duty or obligation. So I just threw that out as a joke once, and this guy came up and said, repeat that, Marshall, I want to remember that. I can see how much I'm stuck in all of my relationships and doing things for all of those reasons. So he made a little card with that on it. Now these cards are being made all over the world, translated into every language, and is a fun way to break out of this where you've had these other things mixed in. No matter what you ask for, you give it to the person and say, but before you do it, please read this. So you say at the dinner table, please pass the salt, but only after you see. So you raise the consciousness of everybody. Let's only give out of memnoon energy. Life's too short to give out of any other energy. But it's a radical concept because for domination societies to work, you've got to have a few people dominate many. And then you've got to destroy the concept of memnoon. That creates a revolution if people believe in that kind of giving. You have to get people to fear punishment and to do things out of reward. That's the only way you can dominate people.
I think I've done a number of things for other people, and I haven't
think,
been
as I'm
being
defining
a need.
it, I think you did it to meet your own need to give, which is one of the strongest needs that human beings have. According to Viktor Frankl in his book, Man's Search for Meaning, there's probably no stronger need that we have than to give out of memnoon energy.
How does this sound? I did it because I loved her and I wanted to do it.
Then that's what I'm saying. You did it for yourself.
I did it for myself.
Yes. And then she doesn't have to pay for it. If you did it for her, she'd have to pay for it.
She never paid for it.
Then you did it for yourself. If you did it for yourself, she doesn't have to pay for it. anything we do for others, we think we do for others, they have to pay for it. And if they saw how they had to pay for it, they would get one of these cards to give you very quickly. Please, no more of this. It's too costly. Please, 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 don't give it unless you're doing it for yourself, out of Memnoon consciousness.
But can that be a natural thing, though?
I think it is natural until we've been educated. I think if we weren't educated in the way that I was, I think it would have been a natural.
I'm a little in pain to be in a state to observe all this information to take in, because the conversation I had with a man in my life, last night I waited 30 minutes to get through his phone, and finally I got through. I asked, hey, you were on the phone 30 minutes, and he says, no, I was on phone 1 hour with his ex-girlfriend.
Yes.
And then I was even scared to ask as to what was going on.
So let's express yourself in Giraffe to this jackal. Tell him how you feel at his talking to his ex-girlfriend for an hour.
I'm feeling a little scared to even ask what's going on, because I needed some emotional safety.
That's perfect. And now make a clear present request.
Would you willing to tell me where we are still in the relationship?
That I would suggest strongly you hold as your second request. I would want your first request to see whether he received a Memnoon. Because if he didn't receive a Memnoon, from what you just said, you'll pay for it.
Would you be willing to tell me what you heard me say?
Yes, I heard what you're trying to say, is that I can't even have a phone conversation without you getting jealous and getting, I know you'd never pick a man that would talk that way to you, but I want to prepare you for the worst that you can get. Okay, so.
He's worse than that.
Oh my God. And I thought I was the worst man that ever lived.
Silence.
Oh yes, no, I know that game too. Yeah. Do a silence. I hate to be so cruel, but anyway.
So what I did, we just talk about other little things, and we usually end up our conversation in the phone calls, and I love you. He didn't.
Yes. Okay, so let's pretend, let's make it a little easier. Let's at least have this now the next time you see him and you want to talk about that hour telephone call. So now you've asked me what I heard, and I told you, yes, I can't even talk with another person for, a while, and right away, you get you're jealous about it. My God, you're making our relationship slavery.
So are you feeling annoyed because you need to do what you want to do at in your way?
So this relationship I'm having a little bit of hope for, because she didn't go into feeling that her saying what she did, causing this jackal's enormous pain right now. Because see, if she thought that she can make him unhappy just by a request, my goodness, she's going to feel her needs are toxic. Just the opposite, that her needs are a precious gift. So there's some hope for the relationship, because she didn't say, so are you upset I asked that? She just tried to hear what his need is.
Yes.
So say it again so we can all get that in our mind, never to hear you feel because I.
So are you feeling annoyed and some stressful because you need some respect for your own space, and you can take care of your needs?
Yes. I was simply talking to her for, some things that needed to be, I had to talk to her about. And, not a big thing.
Thank you for telling me that. Also, at the same time, I have this strong need for some emotional safety with you, because I really cherish my relationship with you. Can you tell me what you heard me say?
You have a need for safety, emotional safety.
Yes, and would you be willing to tell me how you feel after you heard me say that?
I feel scared. Put some giraffe ears on this, Jackal. I feel scared because then I hear that in order for you to feel safe, I can't talk to somebody on the phone.
So are you feeling uncomfortable about my... are you feeling uncomfortable because you need some safety around our relationship too?
Yes, and that I can have the freedom to talk with people without it threatening our relationship.
Mm. So you feel you need freedom and safety in our relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for telling me that. I'm feeling better. I'm done.
But we want to also we want to move through request to getting everybody's needs met, which are quite possible. You see, once everybody's needs are understood, everybody's needs can be met. For example, just in the interest of time, it could go this way. I certainly want you to feel the freedom to make these choices and not to feel that you can't. That it would meet my need, especially if it's going to involve the other person. Would you be willing to at least make clear to me what your needs were in talking to her, so I at least don't have my jackals go on a wild chase?
That's very helpful.
Would you be willing to do that? But before you agree to that, do you hear a demand in that? I'm just really searching for a way to get both of our needs met. If that's not good for you, I'm confident if we can keep this giraffe dance going, we can both get our needs met.
Thank you.
I'm realizing for me it's one matter to identify the need, and then it's another matter to really appreciate the beauty in it.
That's probably one of the hardest things for most of us to do, to really see our need as a gift, especially with the training we've had for a long time.
So I'm wondering, I don't know your name, Kay, if you really saw the beauty in his needs at that moment, would you be willing to tell me?
For freedom.
But did you see the beauty in that?
It takes a little while.
If she gets enough empathy for her fear, if she gets empathy from him for her fear, she doesn't feel that her need for some safety is a gift to him to provide that. So that means that he doesn't hear it as a demand. He doesn't feel threatened by it. He just hears her needs. If he receives that as a gift, and she sees it in his eyes or on the tone, then that's going to release some of her fear. That she sees that her need matters. And then she can see, I'll bet you much easier, that, yeah, who of us wants not to be able to talk to who we choose to, and certain freedom to do this. And then I think she's better able to see his need. And when he feels that that need is really understood, my prediction is the problem will solve itself. That it doesn't take a genius to find out ways of getting everybody's needs met when there's a certain connection made. The problem is we haven't known how to make that connection, yes.
Yes, and I guess what I'm saying is that the important piece of the connection is seeing the beauty of it right now. I mean, that's I guess my chunk of understanding is that there is no mem nu period if you can't really get the depth of that beauty.
Exactly.
Period.
Exactly. If you can't
see the need. It may sound
need,
obvious, but
no, it's important, and I'm glad you stress it. Until we can see the need and the request as a gift, then anything that's given is people are going to pay for it. And it isn't easy to see it as a gift if we hear it as a demand, given our definition of marriage or what it means to be in a serious relationship. It's hard not to immediately have our strong need for freedom, autonomy, threatened. See? So just like my son, it's easier to give to anybody else beside the person that you hear their needs as a demand. He saw the beauty in the woman at the corner's needs. One day his brother wanted to go down there and do it, and they had an argument about it.
I'm not kidding.
So I guess that's the lump I need to get to when I'm in pain, trying to see that other need's beauty as big as mine.
And I've tried to look inside myself to try to find out, why do I still have so much trouble seeing my needs as beautiful? And it came to me one day, because of how many people have given to me out of energy other than Memnoon. See? I said, am I afraid that people are going to say no? No, I don't have any fear of no. Hardly ever have people said no to me. I'm much more afraid of a yes. That people have given with that other stuff mixed in. So then it leads me to associate my need as a burden. Because that's what it becomes when those other things are mixed in. So without realizing it consciously, I've developed that association to my needs, that they are a demand, a burden, rather than a gift. Yes. And the thing is, what's even more frustrating for this is that it's seldom one or the other. You see, like my mother gave, I think, about 90% out of loving to give, but 10% out of duty and obligation. So there were times when they're mixed, and then that makes it even harder to trust, you see.
I'll give you a very specific example. How do you dog for your needs and not make it a demand? Because I paid all the bills and put in all the money, and I began to feel like this major burden, and all I wanted was some help in paying the bills. And it began to be really resentful, like I ended up hating paying the bills.
Then you were paying the bills out of the wrong energy. You weren't doing it out of Memnoon energy.
So much better now. Not only did I do it wrong,
it's not my fault, Paul. I'm Jewish and I can't help inducing guilt. So just don't hold it against me.
It worked. So, I guess I'm looking for how do I like dog for my needs there without it ending up becoming a demand?
By early in the game, seeing your need as a gift and asking for support. So let's see you do that now. Let's go back before you were. I would have hoped that you wouldn't have paid one bill that wasn't coming out of really enjoying giving. So now let's say you're starting to feel uncomfortable. You have a need for some support. Now let's hear you ask for it.
I'm scared and frustrated because I want to be able to communicate with you in a way that it doesn't seem like a demand.
Yeah.
And at the same point, I really would love, it would mean a lot for me to have some support in paying the bills. It's feeling overwhelming. And I would appreciate you telling me what you just heard me say.
That you'd like some support with the bills.
Thank you. I'd actually like you also to hear another part of it, that I'm feeling overwhelmed and scared, and it would mean a lot to me for you to be able to help.
Yeah. And so it's scary for you and feeling some pressure, and what a relief it would be for you if you could have support.
Yeah, and the other side, the other part of my fear is that you might hear it as a demand, and then we would both pay a really high price. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we could do it that would bring joy to both of us.
So you're also wanting to be sure that, or hoping that I don't hear any demand in this, because if this gets resolved with either of us feeling any demand, you're worried about that not being good for both of us.
Absolutely. And for the people who receive the bills.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And I'm torn now because I hear your need as a Memnoon. Part of me does. And makes me want to give. But what gets mixed in with that is my feeling guilty that I haven't given more. And now part of what my wanting to give you is out of this guilt. Yeah. And if I give out of that guilt, It's not responding to your demand, it's responding to my inner jackal's demand. But I'm afraid we'll still both pay for it. Even if I don't hear it as a demand from you, if I still hear it as an internal demand, as fairness, as something you should do for somebody who's given so much to you, you'll still pay for it.
So I'm hearing there's a lot of fear in you that if you do this as a demand, that it will distance the connection and relationship that's really important to you.
And I don't know how to give purely that isn't mixed in with all of this jackal guilt that I should, because I see how much you've given, and now I make it not your demand, it's my own demand. But if I give out of that demand, you'll pay for it equally. Because you'll still be associated this. I'd like to know what this touched in you, Paul, when I said this.
It'd be helpful to move on. I'd just like to sit for a minute.
All right. Anybody stimulated by what this partner said? Stimulate anything in others?
How does she get out of it? Well, that's...
Well, this is a cause, sometimes in workshops I do sections that are some of the most popular ones. Nobody's asked for it yet, but we call it How to Enjoy Bad Sex. You see, now, but this is related to it. How to enjoy bad intimacy. And you can really do it if we keep this giraffe dance going. Because what could be more intimate than what she just shared? So, if we can keep this flow going, what could be better, really? Isn't this the most vulnerable? Isn't this as vulnerable as anything else we can share? So if we can share whatever's going on and have empathy from our partner and then hear what that stimulates in them, like the pain that got stimulated, this is going to be a wonderful interaction.
So, I'll just talk real loud. So in terms of the process, this is like a dense area. And so you just need to this is a question now. You just need to sort of like really just slow down, give her empathy, and see what then opens up. Because initially, what came up in me was, God, I don't know where to go from here. So.
Yeah, so we need to learn. Hopefully, we're going to give you, enrich you all to get closer to being able to do this, so that in Paul's role, you see this as a memnoon right now. This person needs some empathy for this dilemma that goes on in them. So what's getting stimulated in you right now is real sadness because you hear my request and you see the beauty in it. There's part of you that would like to respond to it, and then it's very painful for you when you see how much of your energy is tainted by this sense of obligation, or you have yes, it's like I can't, I want to give, but it's hard when I feel all of this guilt and shame. And how do you feel when I say this? I feel memnoon, that you give me so much of yourself and give me a chance to meet your need for understanding. I feel touched. And now I'm looking inside and I'm seeing some goblins coming up, and I'm starting to feel really sad for some of the things I've said in the past that I think have accentuated that. And, oh, yeah.
That's exactly what ended up happening. It's like I would get more and more desperate and ask in ways that created more and more distance.
I can see how I've played on that. I can see how much in my life I use silence, knowing how that stimulates your inner jackals. And then I get my needs met, but I hate myself when I get them met that way, but I do it when I'm desperate. I don't know how to so could you tell me this back so I can, so if we have this dialogue, what isn't wonderful about it? Isn't it what we're all getting off on every day in these workshops? So you can have it ongoing.
This is two statements. When I talked about how I gave to my mother, just at the end I heard a comment, "Good boy," and I'd like to confront the person that said it and ask them who said it and why they said it.
I said it because it seemed familiar, and that if I wanted to be accepted in some way, I would do things because I wanted to be a good boy.
It wasn't meant in a nice way. With the tone, I heard the tone.
Because his own pain, that he was aware of his pain, that he has done things in the past to buy love. That's my jargon for the good boy syndrome. It's really to buy love.
Yeah, and that's what I've done all of my life.
So he was not criticizing you with that tone. He was aware of the pain that he had, seeing that he was doing so much giving to buy love.
Yeah, and that's painful because I lost myself completely in that, because I was looking outside to do stuff to be a good boy, and I never developed myself.
Thank you. That explains something. Because society does that. When you give out of joy, they see it as good boy, and they see it as you're doing it. You got some.
But you see, Jim, I think what I was trying to show you yesterday, you lend itself to that image because you were talking about what you did, which sounds like you're trying to show what a good boy you are, instead of saying what you were feeling at the moment you told that story. If you could just tell the feeling, not the story.
Yeah, but I did explain why I did that.
But you didn't say right now what your feeling was. That right now, I still don't know what your feeling was and what need of yours was being met by telling that. And so when you don't make that clear, you lend yourself to these other projections.
Okay, I see Paul's situation.
But now you're back seeing. Can you just stay with present feelings?
No, my feeling is present to what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's what?
I got in a situation where I was.
Now you're telling a story. You're off your feeling into the story.
Okay, I got in a similar. It was a similar situation.
How
can I say this?
You're off into the story. It's no life in it for the group, Jim.
Okay, I felt.
No, not then. Now. What need of yours is being met by telling this? When we don't hear that, Jim, it's just very easy to project all kinds of stuff.
I feel the same feelings.
What feelings?
The feeling of anger.
Yep.
Sadness.
Yeah.
Those seem to be dichotomous. I don't know.
No,
running together.
Don't worry about it. Let's just say what you're feeling. So, what need is behind them isn't being met? What need is behind the need of anger, the feeling of anger and sadness?
A need for appreciation for what I did.
Yeah. You want to celebrate what you did.
Because I did a good thing.
You want some celebration of how you contributed to life.
To taking care of 6 people, yes.
Yes, so let's just celebrate that.
Not 1, 6.
Yes. I can see why you have a need to celebrate that, how you gave to all of those soldiers that you were serving under dangerous conditions. And I can see that you have a need to celebrate how much you've given in life. So that's what we need to hear.
But I had a sadness and an anger because their response was in anger that I expected them to.
Because you didn't get the celebration, you didn't get the understanding you would have liked.
They didn't want to contribute. They just wanted to take.
So you're upset that your needs weren't as valued in your mind as you would have liked them to have been, and the needs of others. So when you see people just receiving and not giving, then that doesn't meet a need of yours.
Certainly doesn't.
Yeah. Okay.
There's too much of that.
Yeah.
I really am impressed by Selwaz, and Earl's, this Nemnun and Mitzvah. We need that.
And I would hope you could have some real, genuine sadness for those people who don't know how to give because they're missing something. And what usually happens, those people we see as just the takers, the selfish, they're so scared that they're not going to get their needs met. That all of their energy goes into getting their needs met, and they provoke images that they're selfish and greedy. And it's real sad that they haven't learned to give out a mitzvah. What would be worse than not to know how to give that way?
What you're describing to me is the story of Scrooge. The story of Scrooge.
Yes. And many of the people caught up in the capitalist system who can only think of getting money, and they're missing out on the joy of serving life. Can you think of anything sadder than that? To mistake accumulation of capital with the joy of mitzvah?
Well, I had a situation similar to Paul's around money, where I had asked my wife I'd been providing all the income and conditions shifted, and I had asked, her if she would, start contributing more. And this, it was like bombs went off. It was, the response started with, "This isn't what we agreed when we got married," and then it launched. And what happened? My question is around dealing with what happens when you say something and then you end up with 2 pages.
It sounds like a good start of a wonderful giraffe dialogue. So all you have to do is have giraffe ears when the other person quotes legal terminology. See, but this isn't the agreement we had when we got married. So receive the mitzvah in that. That's a mitzvah. What is the mitzvah? If you hear the mitzvah, it'll help us all get clear what we haven't really resolved yet. What are giraffe-like commitments and giraffe-like agreements?
Okay,
so if you hear the need in this, it'll make it all clear for us.
Yeah. So I'm hearing, so I'm really hearing your need on how important it is for you to feel what you understood as an agreement really honored.
Yes, thank you for hearing that. That's very scary to me when an agreement, I fear that it's just going to be thrown out the window at any moment.
Because, you told me I could stop working and homeschool my child. And
you told me I could stop working and so now, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, so it's very frustrating. And if I step out of the dialogue, at this point there's not just one word. She'll add to it's right following is none of my needs are ever met.
None of my needs are ever met, and this is not the only thing. And not only that, I'm not the only person that thinks this about you either. There's other people in the family that have seen the same thing in you, and then
and you've changed,
and you've changed, and and all of this. Oh my goodness! Look at that! Look at that! A whole pile of memnoons. A whole pile of memnoons coming at you. Aren't you a lucky guy? Aren't you a lucky guy? Why does he not look like a lucky guy?
That's how they call it manure.
So you need to slow it down and receive each of those memnoons. There's about 6 of them buried together. See, she's so generous, she just can't wait to give them all to you, so she does it all in one breath, boom, diddy, boom, diddy, boom, diddy, boom, diddy, boom, diddy, boom. Several memnoons, all in the same message.
So really, we have to just slow it down and
and hear eeach gift. Hear each gift.
Okay.
Manure spreader.
Manure spreader, exactly. Yeah, like this one is a wonderful gift. in an intimate relationship when you can receive, my needs have never mattered. No, it's only your needs that matter. My needs have never mattered in our relationship from the very beginning. So we'll slow it down for you. We'll separate that one out from the other. Because that's so beautiful, you wouldn't want to miss that one.
So you were feeling really angry and frustrated because you're really needing yourself to you're really needing to be seen and heard, and what
my
your needs are.
matter. That my needs matter. That they're valued. I've never had this.
So you have really tremendous grief around this.
Of course I do. My needs have never mattered. Not in my whole life. Everybody else's needs matter, not mine.
So this is very, very painful for you.
Very painful. I don't even have a glimmer that my needs matter, that they could be. I was so angry at this discussion that I overheard about this memnur. That's so bullshit. It's so far from my seeing my needs and how I see my needs. I just hated it when people said that. It's bullshit. If that's true, then why have my needs never mattered to anybody?
So you're very angry because you've heard all this conversation and you just didn't feel a connection to it.
How can I when my needs have never seemed like it mattered? Nobody seems to care about my needs.
So this has happened for a long time. It's gone on for quite a long time.
Yes. Can't even imagine what that feels like, to feel like my needs are a gift. I can't even imagine.
So behind this is you don't feel like anybody has ever really understood the depth of just
that they couldn't see the beauty in my needs. I just get angry when I hear that. It just sounds like New Age bullshit.
So this is something that's very precious. It's very beautiful that you just haven't.
I wish it was true, but I can't imagine it right now. So what would it take, really, what could I do? Because that need sounds like such a delicious memnoon. I'd like to contribute to getting that need met. Could you tell me what I could do? I can't think of anything more delicious right now than to do what I could to ask me twice a day what would make life more wonderful for me. Is that all? You don't do it now. No, I don't. Does this conversation sound familiar, Ava?
It helps me to just participate in this way, because so many times I'll hear the words and then I feel kind of paralyzed. It's like, where do I go from here? It's like I got to fix it or got to move it. And what I'm hearing as I do this is to slow down.
Slow down, yes.
I have a question about the process.
Yes.
Dave was being as empathic as he could be, and then there was a dialogue between the puppets. Is it correct that Dave might have said to you, what can I do?
Not too quick. Don't ask that question unless you get 3 signed notary statements saying I'm ready to move to problem solving. Because when you move to that, you are a fix-it jackal.
Okay.
Fix-it jackals can't wait to fix it because they don't know how to enjoy pain. And until you know how to enjoy pain, you can't enjoy intimacy. We'll make that clear this afternoon. You're not coming back.
Marshall, I have a question. Say, for example, I'm sitting with my partner, and she's going on and on and on about a story.
Yeah.
And I'm not feeling connected,
Yes.
1 to myself and 2 to her.
Yes.
And I voice in the middle of her story, I say, I feel frustrated and don't feel connected to what you're saying.
Yes.
Now, I'm
What's your present request? See, without a present request, any need can be threatening. It's easily heard as a criticism if you don't immediately, with the speed of light, add to your unmet need a clear present request.
So my request would be if you'd be willing to give me 2 or 3 minutes of time for me to think.
That would be one request you could do. And another you could do is stop other people when they've said one word more than you want to hear. See, I've asked 400 people one time, as part of my research on this, if you're using more words than somebody wants to hear, would you rather have them be a polite listener and let you continue, or stop you? And 399 out of 400 said, stop me even if I got hurt by it or upset. And the one other person, she couldn't make up her mind. She said she didn't know if she could handle it if people stopped her. But that led me to see that it is not a gift to anybody to let them continue talking when it's not meeting your need. They'll pay for it. So one way would be to stop the way you did and say, excuse me, but I'm impatient, and so forth. The other would be to interrupt for the purpose of bringing them back to life. Take them away from what they're saying to what's in their heart that leads them to say it. That will be a gift to them, because if you are bored listening, they're probably bored saying it.
Amen. Well, that'd be a gift to children.
Yes. It's a gift to anybody that when their words are not giving life, it's because they've gotten disconnected from what their present feelings and needs are.
So you would offer them empathy at that point?
Yes, I would say, excuse me, but are you feeling, so my first words out of my mouth is to go to what is presently alive in them, that's the root of all the words.
But if I'm not feeling connected with myself and I don't feel I can offer empathy, then I would start with the first one.
Then you would start with what you did, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, the problem is most of the time that babbling goes on in a middle-class culture, the need is for gratitude, recognition. And people are so brought up to believe that you shouldn't have that need. You should just give out of selflessness and so forth, that they're ashamed to admit that they have a need to celebrate what they did, to have some recognition for it. So they go on and bore people with all the stories, not realizing that's going to get the exact opposite of what they want. So we'll come back to this after lunch if you like. Now, the best fuel that I know of that for living your life in the way that I think brought us all together, a life in which we meet our need to enrich life moment by moment, as many moments as we can, because when we are using our enormous power in the service of making life wonderful, either for ourselves or others, that's meeting one of the most basic needs that I can identify that we human beings have, this need to enrich life. And for those who were with us at the beginning of the session where we talked about needs earlier, I said that that's probably the most powerful need that I'm aware of, this need to enrich life. And when we meet that need to enrich life, we have a natural energy. It's a natural remembering, the thing we're doing every day to start the day with a period of time to bring our consciousness to this beauty that each of us has this power to make life wonderful. So, to keep that consciousness and to increase the moments of our life that our actions are in the service of that need of making life wonderful, and not the pseudo-needs, the misrecognized needs that our culture has taught us to identify as needs. For example, the need for money, the need for status, the need to be liked by people, the need for approval, all of these false needs. When we get the real stuff, when we really meet our need to enrich life, then we can't be tricked by these pseudo-needs. And this fuel comes when we both give and receive gratitude with a certain energy. So, we need to be, above all, very clear that we not mix up gratitude as a need. See, we don't need gratitude. If we think we need gratitude, then we're suckers to live our life trying to get approval from others. Trying to make people smile at us, as though when people smile at us, it's the good life. When we mix up gratitude as a need. Gratitude is very important, but not as a need. It's necessary as a confirmation that our need was met. This need, this very important need to enrich life. So is there anyone who's not clear about that critical differentiation before we go on? So, we have built into us a built-in system of gratitude that is confirmation that we have enriched life. That built-in system is called feelings. See, our feelings are a built-in confirmation of when we have fulfilled our need to enrich life. When the person whose life we're trying to enrich is ourself. See, our feelings immediately tell us whether we enrich life or not. So we don't have a need for positive feelings. No. Positive feelings, pleasureful feelings, are a confirmation that our need to serve life has been met. But when we want to serve life that exists in forms outside our body, we need feedback. This causes some confusion in people who have been taught you shouldn't do things for gratitude. You just do it because you want to do it. And that's good advice in sense. Like, that's right. We got to be careful. We're not doing it to get the reward, the smile. That's true. But we do need confirmation. It's not enough that I cook a meal for you and that my intentions were good. I really need to know, did this enrich life in your body? If it created pain, heartburn. Like for poor Buddy Hackett, see, he didn't know Giraffe. He couldn't communicate to his mother. He says he was in the army before he knew you could get up from a meal without having heartburn. See, he was so used to his mother's cooking that heartburn was a way of life. He didn't know there was another way, you see. So, now, it's not enough that we do things out of an intention to enrich life. We have to have a feedback mechanism. And gratitude is that feedback mechanism. But now, unfortunately, the domination world, seeing the power of this, has learned to now turn this natural function into an oppression by getting people addicted to rewards, getting people to be confused about the difference between confirmation. The gratitude is a confirmation, and it educates people to think that the approval, that people smiling at you, expressing thank you, is the reward itself. That's why you're doing it. It distorts the need to enrich life. So the first thing that I would suggest then in the giving of gratitude to other people is to be very careful that you never give gratitude as a reward. Never give gratitude to build up somebody's confidence in themselves. In other words, don't use it as a manipulation to create something in the other person. It cheapens and destroys the beauty of gratitude. Now, parents are rather shocked when I say that. They say, well, what about building up your child's self-concept? What's wrong with telling them you're so handsome, you're so bright, you're such a good boy? You don't see that when you get people addicted to that, they have no self-esteem. They can only like themselves when they're getting rewards, which is the reason for it, why it's used.
What if someone says something nice, Marshall?
Not if it's a reward. If it's a celebration of life, yes. If it's a reward, no. If it's an intent to build up the other person's self-esteem, no. If it's a celebration of how your life has been made more wonderful by the other person, yes. So no compliments, no praise, only gratitude when it's given as celebration. That's the only reason for thank you. Celebration. Never to reward, never to build up the other person's self-concept.
I understood a few minutes ago you saying that we're confusing gratitude, that one of its functions is a source of information. In other words, we do something, someone's grateful, we found out that what we did enriched their life.
When the expression of gratitude is a celebration, yes, then it has this function to the other person. It's a confirmation that their efforts have enriched life.
Right, so our celebration is also that comfort. When you say to use it as a celebration, also in that is that...
You can't tell who's the giver and who's the receiver.
Right.
Everybody celebrates then. The other person can celebrate because they know they're not being manipulated by... They're not. The other person isn't saying this to get something from us.
Right.
It's just a celebration of life. It's not tarnished as it's been in the domination culture to take this most beautiful celebration and make you have to wonder, are they saying this to make me feel good? Was it sincere? What do they want from me now? How many of us have that worry at times about, you see, it's hard not to. Because we know how often this kind of gratitude has been used. I put this in a book I wrote for teachers, a cartoon that captures this pretty clearly. It's a Native American saying to another Native American, "Watch me use modern psychology on my horse." And he walks over close enough for the horse to hear, and he says, "I have the bravest, most courageous horse in all the West." The horse looks crestfallen and says, "How do you like that? He's gone out and bought himself another horse." And of course, the worst danger of all about compliments or praise, the other person might believe it. And it is just as dehumanizing to believe you're a nice person as to believe you're a rat. They both reduce you to a thing. So any compliment is reducing the other person to a thing. And sadly, most of the time I think we use it. We don't mean it in these oppressive ways. But that's the origin of these positive judgments. They're still part of the jackal game. Positive judgments are still one person passing judgment on another. So we need a different language and a different consciousness about thank you, about gratitude. So the consciousness, I hope I've made clear now, that it needs to come from pure celebration, no other motive. Any question about that before we go to the mechanics? Now, what we want to get across in saying gratitude in a nonviolent communication way that will really help us celebrate this power that we have to enrich life, the thank you needs to contain a clear observation. So this is nothing new for us. We've been studying how to make clear observations, and it's just as important in gratitude as when we are expressing pain to a person. It's a gift to somebody to let them know what they're doing that is not making life wonderful for us. And now we're talking about the other side of the coin, that it's just as important to be concrete. Why? Because then the person can really identify with it when they know what they've done. But if somebody just says, "You're a wonderful person," what does that mean? How much more that message would mean if that person could say at that moment what they are reacting to on the part of the other person. See? Was it something the person does? Is it just their appearance, physical appearance? You see? But whatever, if you could be clear about what you are reacting to. In a gratitude, it's the clarity is just as important as in expressing pain. And then a celebration requires telling the person how you feel at the moment you were giving the gratitude. How you feel at that moment. Not how you felt when it happened. At the moment that you're giving the celebration. How you feel about the person having done that. And third, we need to make clear what need of ours was fulfilled by the action that creates the feeling. So the feeling is, as usual, at the root of the feeling is a need. So to express a celebration, a gratitude in Giraffe, clear observation, present feeling, and a fulfilled need. Those are the three things to get across. Now, how do we get that across? Sometimes we can just say thank you. And in some context, the thank you will communicate those three things to the other person. Sometimes we don't have to say anything. Sometimes our eyes will communicate those three things. But if we are a giraffe, we are conscious that if those three things don't get communicated, it's a real pity, because then this person can't really see how our life has been made more wonderful. So I would like us all to have the ability to express these three things verbally. See? So if we're not sure that the person sees these three things, what a horrible thing not to see those three things in a thank you. So if in any moment we're not sure that they do, we want to be able to say these three things real clearly. So now I want to do an exercise in which we will see both how to express gratitude, making these three things clear, but we will also deepen our consciousness about why there is this severe fuel shortage on the planet that Jim was making reference to with his story about that he mentioned about what his boss said. See? Because I hear that complaint very often in many workplaces. You can bust your tail around this place and you never hear anything about it. But the first time you muck up, you'll hear about it. You see. So there is a severe fuel shortage on this planet. It's amazing how many people are gratitude starved. That they're not getting the gratitude necessary to know that we have met our need to enrich life. And if we're not getting that gratitude back regularly to confirm that that need is being met, the cost of not having our need for meaning met is enormous. It just takes the joy out of life, takes the energy out of life. So it's a critical need to get met. Julie, you want to say something?
This may not be the moment for you to speak about this, but it's up for me, so I want to ask about it now. That I seem to find myself in situations where the work that I'm doing meets needs for a lot of people, and I get the feedback that it does. But the feedback from the ones whose needs are not getting met is very painful for me. I'm not able to keep my giraffe ears on and hear their beautiful needs. I just feel overwhelmed and tell myself that they're telling themselves that I should have met their needs.
So wait a minute, you're saying that when you get the feedback from them that you're not meeting their needs. Oh. So you haven't learned how to see the beauty in that yet.
Not in there's certain circumstances where I can't yet do that. It's like
because if we're really got giraffe ears, we can't tell a positive from a negative feedback. In fact, we can't even use the word positive and negative anymore because they both meet the same need. They both contribute to our getting our need met to enrich life. So we see the negative feedback as a gift. It's teaching us how to give better, how to better meet our need to enrich life.
I understand that theoretically.
But you're saying it's really difficult to do.
It's difficult when I'm hearing that the person's putting the should in there, that I should.
So
have
it's
met their
difficult
needs.
when they put a should in there and you hear it.
And I hear it, yeah.
Because the person can't put a should on you. They can't should on you if you have giraffe ears on.
Well, the first time through, I also heard that it's difficult when she's feeling overwhelmed.
So you're saying that there might be some times when you can hear it better than at other times.
Certainly there are. But I would love to work with this tangibly today if you have some...
About?
Some stretching, something to help me stretch my ability to have those giraffe ears on in the tough situations.
So give me a tough situation and what the message might sound like.
You coordinating this workshop, it's your job. It was your job to call back people in a timely way. Yeah. And you're just not doing your job when you didn't call back.
So knowing you a little bit, I would guess that is a good test for your giraffe ears, because my guess is that jackal is telling you that you are what your inner jackal is telling you you might be.
Yeah, I don't know how to stay in touch with my joy in giving when I didn't give in that situation, and I can see how it's hurt people.
Yeah, but hold it now. But what does your inner jackal tell you about that? Telling you should always serve people.
Well, I should keep agreements, and if I take it on and say I'm coordinating a workshop, then I should respond to people in a timely way.
Yes, well, you haven't given that poor inner jackal enough empathy. You'd see it's a beautiful giraffe. It wants to nurture people, contribute to their being able to trust that things will happen. Yeah. So it's a beautiful giraffe. It wants to nurture.
So I still feel vulnerable. I guess I'm not willing to mourn enough when someone comes to me and says how much I didn't meet their
Well,
need.
my guess is you may forget to mourn at all or not be able to mourn because you're too busy hating yourself. When your inner jackal agrees with the outer jackal, you can't mourn. All you can do is hate yourself.
So empathy is really necessary.
Yes, very important. That poor jackal is really a beautiful giraffe in disguise, so you have to kiss it like the princess kissed that frog so it could turn into whatever it turned into there. But yeah, because it's really a beautiful giraffe. So when you've empathized with that, then you and the other person have the same need. They would like to have been given to differently. You would like to have given to them differently. Yeah. So you mourn in giraffe after empathizing with them. You say, yeah, so you're really irritated and you'd like to be able to depend on people that when they say they're going to do something, that it gets done. Especially when you've taken on the title of you. So especially when they have a title, you'd like to be able to trust that they can do that. Yes, and the other people before you, they did it very well. Yeah, well, we pay people like this to go around the world and test out our giraffe ears to see if they work.
And this jackal is also saying how much she wants to be included in all the. She wants. I hear. It's so difficult for me to hear people wanting things and not know how to give that much or not know how to meet all those needs. I just get torn up.
Yeah, so you want to be included. Yes, I have, and I think I deserve it because of all of the, and I've done this and I've done that, and I think the least I should be able to do is be. Yeah, so it really hurts when you'd like some recognition of your efforts. Yes. So, what do you have to say about that? Well, I'm very sad. I have the same needs that you do. I really have the need also to act in a way that contributes to your well-being and the well-being of others, and especially when it means you're being able to trust that things will happen when they're scheduled. Yes, well, why didn't you do it? Well, thank you. I was hoping you would ask that. Because I would like you to empathize with the very good reasons why my chooser had me do other things instead.
Yeah, so that would really take empathy, receiving empathy, sufficient empathy for me to be in touch with the very beautiful needs that I was meeting in my chooser choosing to do.
Yes.
What my chooser chose to do.
But of course, your inner educator won't let you empathize with the chooser until you empathize with it.
So first
when you got that message inside saying, this person's right, you know, you really have mucked up, what's wrong with you, you should have known better, you promised, you always do things like this. And then just like they're saying, the person before you did it so much better than you did. So when that poor giraffe hidden behind all that jackal garbage is struggling to be heard and to get some empathy, it's not going to let you go and empathize with the chooser.
Yeah. So how much I want to give in a way that people will feel the trust and will feel the connection and inclusion that they want.
Yeah, and see how it turns into a giraffe right away. Yeah. And then you look over at the chooser to see what good reason the chooser had for choosing what it did. It was also serving life. We never do anything wrong. Probably one of the most important things to be conscious of about Giraffe. We never do anything wrong. We never have, we never will. We do things we wouldn't have done if we knew then what we're learning now. And the fun thing about life is that that'll always be the case. There's probably not a moment that we're ever doing anything that we would probably do it if we knew now what we're going to learn later. Life is always changing. Wouldn't it be boring if we always knew what to do? Knew the right thing to do? It'd be terribly boring.
We'd be asleep.
We'd be asleep. A horrible thing to be right and to know you're right. One of the best messages I ever heard any of my teachers say, Carl Rogers, the psychologist, said, if you're alive, you'll always be a little frightened. Yes, if you're alive, you'll always be a little frightened. So if you're really secure and you know what's right, poor you. You've died and you don't even know it.
Thank you, Marshall. I feel much gratitude right now. And some of my needs to understand this mechanism in a way that will help me through it are met. Thank you.
I'd just like to hear the empathy for the chooser, just to finish that.
Well, we haven't gone into that, but let's, since it's the chooser in Julie, so Julie, let's give some empathy to your chooser. What good reason, what life-serving reason did your chooser choose not to do something else rather than those things?
Well, in one case, I was trying to get caught up on a certain project and didn't know how to do that and split my attention between the attention I was putting on this project and going back to that set of phone calls. So you had
a need to contribute to a project. So and the chooser at that moment didn't know how to get that need met and the other need.
Yeah.
So it made a choice as to what would make life the most wonderful at that moment.
Yeah, and then in another case, I I didn't make that particular phone call because I didn't have a trust that...
You wanted to protect yourself.
Yeah, the amount of time it would take.
You wanted to protect yourself from what you anticipated you could get into.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
So your chooser was taking good care of you. At the moment, but then you have to pay for it later. But sometimes I made a decision about a month ago just to say yes to somebody on the phone about asking me to come to a country and do a... I knew that if I didn't go through channels and contact people in that place, but at that moment, I just wanted to get off that phone and rest. Really, that was the only thing in the world. My chooser just wanted me to have 5 minutes of rest. It did not want me at that moment, and then by the time I got the rest, other things came up, and I never got back to that telephone call. Well, now it's taken me enormous time to clean up the mess. But if I go back and really empathize with my chooser at that moment, it was doing the best it knew how at that moment to take care of me. Not justifying it, I was conscious, I made the choice, and now I'm paying for it.
Yeah. Would you embellish on Carl Rogers, if you're alive, you're always frightened? A little frightened?
Because it means life is changing moment by moment. So when you're staying connected to your own feelings, your own needs moment by moment, and you don't know what's right, you never always know what's going to happen. We saw this yesterday. This is continuing in life. You never know what's going to happen. So there's always, under the best of intentions, I say something, people can take it in a way that they freak out and create a mess. And so it's in that spirit that we never know the right thing to do. And what's dangerous, sometimes we think we do, and we do it, and everybody's satisfied, and then we find out later it was the worst thing we could have done for everybody. So it's that consciousness that we're not all-knowing. We're always going to do things that don't meet some people's needs sometimes.
Or in my case, quite frequently.
Quite. I would say always. No. That's where we get into arguments with language like quite frequently or... Because, see, Jackal, always is an observation if it's accurate. But now she's going to say not always. She'll think of one time 6 years ago she did do something she promised. Okay, so back to the fuel shortage. Why such a shortage on something so important as gratitude? So to see why the fuel shortage, let's do this exercise. I want you all to think of a gratitude you would have loved to have received, but you didn't. Because there was somebody whose life you would have really liked to have contributed to, and you did your best, and you would have liked to have heard a gratitude, but you didn't. Pardon?
Are we all doing this?
Yes, we're all going to do this, and I'm going to ask you to write it down. So this could be somebody alive, but it could be somebody dead now. It could have been something that happened today or when you were a child, but a gratitude, oh boy, how good it would have felt to hear it and to have confirmed that you had enriched life for this person. How wonderful it would have felt. But you didn't hear it. Now, I'd like you to write down word for word what the person might have said to you. If they had said it, what would you have liked to have heard? And write it in giraffe language so that it makes clear those three things I said. It makes clear what you did that you would have liked to have been appreciated for, what your action was. It makes clear the feeling that you would have liked that person to have felt as a result of you doing that. It makes clear what need of that person was met through your having done that. So write, imagining this person spoke perfect giraffe, what they would have said to have expressed their gratitude so that you could clearly see those three things. Now, even if you haven't finished, I'm going to give a second part because I see some of you have finished. So you can come back and finish this first part later, but let's all hear the second part of this. This is going to require you to imagine the following. Imagine now, after you've written this out, you've got clear this, you go to this person. And again, don't worry about whether they're alive or not. Just use your imagination. If they're dead, imagine going to them now. But if they're alive, imagine going to them now. And you say to this person, I was just in a workshop, and we did an exercise on gratitude. And we were asked to think of a gratitude that we would have loved to have heard, but we didn't hear it. And I thought of one I would have loved to have heard from you. I'd like to read it for you. So now you get what you just wrote down and you read it out loud for them. This gratitude you would have loved to have heard from their mouths, but you didn't. And then you say to the person, I'd be very grateful if you would tell me what kept you from it. What kept you from saying it? No, the person that you would have liked to have said it. You ask them, and now you're going to guess their reaction. What kept them from saying it? That's a good one? Well, let's start with that good one. Now, of course, what we want to learn from this exercise is we want to both see what a giraffe-sounding gratitude, how to make these three things clear. And we want to have some additional consciousness about what is the cause of the fuel shortage. Why is there not the gratitude being expressed that's critical if we are to really live in harmony with what I think we human beings were meant to live in harmony with? So you go to this person and you go through telling them about the exercise, and you say that I'd like to read for you what I would have liked to have heard but didn't. And then let's hear what it sounds like.
I feel very grateful that you took care of my son as if he were your own during the time you were with his father, because that really met my need for his safety and well-being.
Seems to me those three things are pretty powerful, pretty clear. So you ask this person, could you tell me what kept you from saying that? And the person says,
I was afraid that you would think I was giving you permission to take over the care of my son, and that I would lose control of what happened to my son.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, this is very much, wouldn't be at all surprising to John Powell, who wrote the book The Secret of Staying in Love. John Powell is a psychologist and Jesuit priest at Loyola University, and his earlier book, Why Am I Afraid to Tell You Who I Am, documents what a struggle it was for him, given his cultural background and his training as a priest, how difficult it was to come to a language of honesty, to be able to say what's alive in you, and especially how much trouble he had expressing pain, you see. Well, in his book, The Secret of Staying in Love, by the time he wrote that book, he had learned how to express his pain, and he had learned the blessing of getting that out and talking about it and getting empathy from it. And a lot of his pain was in relation to his father. He carried it for much of his life, and it just stayed in there. And then he learned how to get in touch with it and talk about the pain and get empathy from it and get relieved from it. And then he found out he had so much gratitude toward his father. But by then his father was dead. So he was really mourning in the book. How sad to have not known how to deal with the pain, and then because of that, be blocked at being able to express the gratitude. So it sounds like that's what you're guessing here. This person was in so much pain and fear that they might lose something precious to them, that they couldn't get in touch with the gratitude of all that you had done for the child. And I'd say this is one of the most frequent causes of the fuel shortage. That if we don't know how to deal with our pain, then the gratitude cannot come sincerely. And a lot of people don't know how to deal with the pain, so the gratitude gets smothered behind the pain.
Can you give me another example of that?
Another example of where, like, take many of our work settings. An employer and a manager is so frightened of what's going to happen if production doesn't increase. Works in constant fear because he's being judged by production of the department. When a person's in that kind of fear, how can he sincerely express gratitude for the contributions that other people are making? Or I'll give you a painful example. At the dinner table one time when my youngest son, I don't know how old he was, maybe 9 or 10, he said to me, he was pretty irritated because I had left 3 stick-em notices on his room identifying things he hadn't done that I would have liked him to have done. And so at the table he was saying, have you ever noticed, Dad, how good you are at finding out what doesn't get done, but you don't notice what does get done? See? And I got really annoyed with him. Why did I get annoyed with him? He was right. He was bringing something to my attention that was very painful, how much I had been, my consciousness shaped by the jackal culture, you see. To always look at how you could have done it better, never to celebrate how you have enriched life, you see. Is this giving you any more clarity or not?
Am I hearing it? The exercise would be to find the giraffe and the other
no,
people
it's
I'm having
if they
hard
were
time.
a giraffe, how they would have expressed the gratitude.
Oh.
How they would have expressed it so you could hear those 3 things.
Okay, so did I not pick a good example?
Well,
that
I don't know
got
yet.
stuck with the jackal.
Let's see. What would you have liked to have had the jackal say?
Roy, when I saw the site library you developed for all the engineers to use company-wide,
yes.
I felt pleased because it met my needs for efficiency.
Yes. Okay. Now, then when you ask the person, can you tell me what kept you from saying that? The person said,
I was afraid you were making me look bad because I should know more than you do. I'm your boss.
oh yeah, so that's a real giraffe that would say that. Huh? Why not? The person is really identifying the fear in them that kept them from being able to celebrate what you had done.
Oh. Got it. Yeah.
Giraffes have jackals inside.
Mine was, I felt ashamed because I felt that I shouldn't need your help.
Yes. So the more people go around with shoulds in their head and fearful of doing things wrong, wondering what other people might think of them, how can you possibly celebrate life? You see? For example, if you think there is such a thing as being intelligent, how can you enjoy life? You're going to have so much of your time worrying about whether what you say, whether what you think and do, somebody's going to think is dumb. You can't enjoy life. If you had just that one judgment inside. But they don't just give you one when you're educated. They give you a whole bunch. What if I'm not only stupid, what if I'm abnormal? What if I'm neurotic?
Hyperactive.
Hyperactive. Ugly. You see, so when people are walking around with that inside, how can we expect them to celebrate life? So we got to make sure then that we don't allow that to keep us from having gratitude being a central part of our lives. But we need to learn how to do that in a world in which there is a serious fuel shortage created by this lack of gratitude. People are walking around too scared in a domination structure, too frightened of being punished, not getting rewarded, to celebrate life. Who has some other examples for us, both of what the gratitude was you would have liked to have heard and what kept the person from saying it?
I've got one here.
So.
It says, when you covered all the expenses for the household in developing my bird business, I am so happy and deeply touched. Because I have been able to contribute to the lives of so many people and their birds. And when I asked, what kept you from saying this? He says, I was afraid I'd be in your debt.
Oh boy, there's a big one. Yes, you see. There's a big one.
Yeah, it says, I was afraid I would be in your debt.
Yep, there's another one. So now I'm going to put some giraffe ears on this person. I'm seeing from the emotion you had in telling me this, how deeply you wanted to contribute to my life.
Yes, very much.
Yeah, and I'm so touched when I see that how much you wanted to, and then how sad I feel when I realize how much it really did nurture my life. And how sad I was that I didn't know how to deal with that fear in me, to just let you know what a big gift it was in my life.
Yes. Feels right on.
And, of course, appreciations are very often used as a buying something. So if I say something to you, you have to say something back to me. It's so mixed up with all of this in a domination world. It's like almost if this person acknowledges what has been given to them, they have to pay back.
Yeah, there's that kind of a issue has come up a lot. She always keeps telling me thank you for things that I do around the house, and I got a little puzzled because I wasn't doing them for thank yous. I was doing them because I was, felt like I was contributing to the household.
Yeah. So you see, Jackal, that's why it would really help if you didn't just say the thank you. You could really tell him what you're feeling and needing, so he could enjoy the thank you. Then he wants to know what the game is behind the thank you. Is it really just a celebration, or where's it coming from? Who else? Yeah.
This is coming back to that thing with my parents when I called them after so many years of not hearing from them.
Yes.
And what I would have liked my mother to have said, something like, when I hear your voice on the phone, I feel elated because I need caring.
Yeah. It met my need for caring to feel it, yeah.
Because I was trying to reach out and reestablish connection after so many years.
And what did you predict, daughter, that our reasons were for not, my reason was for not saying it?
I was in pain because I didn't believe it was possible, and I hurt realizing how little connection there has been between us in your entire life.
That's a part of it, yes. And another part of it is how I jackal myself for that. Yeah. How much I hate myself and wonder what I did wrong that would turn my own daughter from me. Yes. I vacillate between rage toward you and guilt. So yeah, I've got just a lot of that stuff to work through. But even with all of that stuff, there was this joy in there. I felt the joy, even through it all. But yeah, before I could express it, all those other things I need some empathy for. Got one?
Yeah. This is my mother. When I sense your underlying rage, Nick, I'm so excited. Because Because I need to connect with what's alive in you, and I see that's really alive, and I believe if we go there, it could take us past this stuck place.
Yeah, wouldn't that be a wonderful gratitude to get, that we could really feel that our parents had the giraffe ears on and really could receive whatever's alive in us as a gift. So, yeah. So, what kept Mom from giving you that?
Nick, I was so terrified of that rage because I was convinced it contained criticism of me. I was sure I wasn't satisfying you, and that was so alarming. I just tried to compliment you and be extra nice.
Yeah.
And that really cycled into my rage.
It just made you more angry. Yeah. You didn't want to be calmed down, and you wanted just what you said, to have the life in you seen and received. It's a gift. Yeah, and Mother had some jackal ears on turned inward, and she heard criticism. So instead of your feeling like what was alive in you was a gift, what went on in you then when you saw Mother's reaction? More rage? And what did you feel about your own anger? Yeah, so you didn't see it as a gift, you saw it as shit. So what's alive in you is shit. Yeah.
This is about Daryl.
Yes.
I wished he'd said, thank you for being with me as I begin my heart attack. I feel safe. Your company fits my needs for caring and devotion. Mm-hmm. And I was distracted by the physical pain. I was scared beyond words or connection. I was scared that my needs would be oppressive to you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Both pretty clear.
I just want to say how scary it was for me to be there.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it. I'd like to hear why it was so scary for you. It's Daryl speaking. Could you tell me what was so scary for you?
Because I didn't know what to do exactly. And I didn't feel like like we were connected about this thing that was really taking us over.
So when you had such a strong need to enrich my life, but at the same time total confusion about how to do it, this was really painful for you.
Yes. Yes, it was. And I was confused also about what was really needed in the moment.
Yeah. At such a moment, you really wanted to be sure you were nurturing me, and you'd have no idea of what was really needed.
Yeah.
And that's a hell of a place to be in. When you want to give, you sense the other person desperately needs, and you're not sure what to do that would meet the other person's needs.
Yeah. I felt so foolish and out of place, and I felt very helpless.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
It really would have helped me if you could have just given me a moment of eye contact.
Yes. Any kind of contact, just that you knew that I was aware of your caring. And
yeah.
Yes, and that if you weren't doing what I wanted, that I could have empathized that it was just because you didn't know, you were just confused.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I have a place in me that feels gratitude for being there, for being in the right place at the right time.
Mm-hmm. So as painful as it was, you're also pleased that in whatever way you could have been there to try to nurture me and support me, you're glad to have had that opportunity.
Yes. And in some sort of mysterious way, I feel trusted by you that you let this take place when we were there together, just us. So thank you.
Any other gratitudes?
I would have liked to have heard. We're really very thankful for what you've done, putting up this PA system in the new building. And I'm going to publicly thank you by putting a little squib in our next institutional letter that goes out. Why he didn't say that, I imagine, was you were doing this for your alma mater. You shouldn't need gratitude.
You were doing this for your
Alma mater, my school, the school that I had gone to.
Yeah, see, this is the jackal concept of duty and obligation. You don't do things for gratitude. You do it because it's your duty, your obligation. It's your alma mater. It's what you do for your alma mater. You're supposed to. You're supposed to. It's an obligation, a duty. Now, half of that is giraffe and half is jackal. See, the half that there's no problem with, no, you don't do this. You don't do it for the appreciation. Now that part, there's no problem between the giraffe and the jackal. You don't do it for the appreciation. But you do it to enrich life. And you would like to know whether that life was enriched or not. But the poor jackal doesn't know that. They only know the concept of duty and obligation. You just should do it out of duty. You don't care about any results. It's just, if it's the right thing to do, you do it. It has its own rewards that you know it's right. Yes.
Jane, when I see you giving a lot of your extra time to learning and working with children, I feel delighted because my need for learning has been met.
Okay, and what kept the person from saying that?
Because I think you're over your head.
I think you're over your head. Yes. And so let's see if you have giraffe ears to deal with that response. Because you'll like it if you hear the need and feeling being expressed behind it. I think you're over your head.
I don't have the giraffe ears to hear that.
Anybody have a guess about what this person's giraffe ears are? Yes.
I care for your... I think if you're being overwhelmed, and I care for your well-being.
What do you think about that, Jane? Possible?
Yeah, that's very possible.
Yeah. So, Jackal, can you tell me why would you say, I think you're in over your head, which is very easy for someone to hear that as a put-down of their ability. It's hard to hear the beauty behind it. Can you tell me why you would say a thought rather than a feeling and a need? Well, I'm a jackal. I'm doing the best I can. Why did you hear what I think? If you were a giraffe, you would have just heard, you would have heard the feelings and needs and not heard the thoughts. So this is why I say, never hear what a jackal person speaking thinks. You'll live longer. Don't go there for a second. Don't hear for a second what they think. Hear only what's alive in them that's at the root of the thoughts. And especially when it's about you, when the thoughts are about you, don't go there. easier said than done when you have been educated to go there. When you have been educated to more than anything in the world be taught that what's important is what people think about you. Especially if they have authority, if they're authorities. What do the authorities think about you, your parents? Because they know what you are. They know whether you're good or bad, right or wrong, normal or abnormal. And horrible things you deserve if you're bad. So what's the most important thing? What people think about you.
So I'm wondering if you have some help for not hearing compliments or not hearing the gratitude as being about me, but about how I've been able to enrich life.
Wait a minute now. So you need, what you want, if I understand you want to know how to make sure you also don't hear compliments.
Or gratitude. We're talking about gratitude right now.
Well, that's
right?
how some people give gratitude, through compliments.
Right. But even the ones that we've been talking about today, I think would be easy for me to turn into, just from all the conditioning, into, oh gee, I'm a great person now because I did something wonderful and I was able to contribute to life.
Yes. That's why when I work with children in Giraffe schools, one of the first things we do is teach them to have giraffe ears on at all times when they're in school with jackal teachers, because we show them how dangerous it is to be in school with jackal teachers if you don't have giraffe ears, you see. So here's the exercise. What a good painting this is. You liked it? You can teach a 6-year-old that very quickly. Never let somebody in authority tell you what you are. This is a terrible drawing. You didn't like it? You have to get this done by this afternoon. You'd like it to be done? See, you can teach kids that. See, so that's one of the first things we really want to teach kids when we have them in giraffe schools. Never, when you're in a jackal institution, give them the power to make you submit or rebel. Rebellion is still to acknowledge the other person's power over you. When you're conscious of your freedom to choose in any moment, you don't have to protect that. It's yours. You're free to choose, not from consequences. This is one of the most important things to teach people. Freedom, that we're free to choose. Not free from, free to.
So the real loss is the loss of our ability to choose.
Yeah, oh, it's a big loss. It's a big loss if we give to other people the power to give us permission to act. That we already have. We don't need that from other people. We're free at every moment of our life to do whatever we want to do. Now, that's heresy to believe that in a domination structure where the main thing that you're taught is that obedience to authority is mandatory. You're obligated. You can't choose. You have to do it. So we're educated very strongly not to be conscious of our choice moment by moment. People do not make good slaves when they're conscious of choice.
So what you're really talking about is conserving freedom.
Being conscious that you're free to choose at every moment. And not only are we free to choose, but I also want us to be in awe and enthralled that we not only are free to choose, but we are so enormously powerful to choose that which gives us enormous joy, which is to enrich life.
Yes. Okay.
We can enrich life every moment. And we have enormous power to do that. Words can do it. We know that. Our touch can do it. Our presence can do it. We are enormously powerful creatures. Every moment.
And so,
what do I think about a hug? There's a good example of what I mean about how powerful creatures we are. Think of what a hug can do. But now, the hug without giraffe ears could be a mug. A hug turns into a mug when you give the hug when the person needed empathy. So if you're giving the hug to take the pain away because you can't stand the person's pain, you go over and you say, oh, it's okay, and they needed empathy, the hug is a mug. So that's why we got to have big giraffe ears. It's not enough, our intent. We've got to have giraffe ears to see whether our intent matches the need of this person at this moment.
So can I summarize again? Because I really want to get this bad. Okay, so you're saying that this whole process of good and bad, approval, disapproval, blocks us from being able to make the choice to enrich life, moment to moment.
I'm saying moment by moment, we have a choice. Do we want to play the game of right and wrong and who goes to heaven and who goes to hell? Or do we want to play the game of let's make life wonderful? Moment by moment.
Yes.
It's a choice.
But I'm also perceiving that our choice to play the game of who's right and wrong completely interferes with our ability to play the other game.
I think it messes it up. It takes all the fun out of it. So, what we need to do, given this giraffe, this gratitude shortage, this fuel shortage created by it, we need to build our lives around a steady stream of that energy. Just like Peter was telling us last night, how wonderful the world can be if we can make sure we get the energy source that can meet all of the needs of people around the world. How wonderful that would be. Well, we need to create in our lives the source of giraffe fuel that keeps us moment by moment conscious of the game of let's play the game, make life wonderful. It's the most fun game in town. And let's keep conscious of the enormous power each of us has to make life wonderful. So to do that, we've got to make sure that every day we do something to keep gratitude in our consciousness, given the aspects of the jackal world that we've just looked at, all of these reasons why there's such a shortage, there's all this pain going on. There will always be pain going on. So if we're going to get lost in the pain and not celebrate life, how sad that we only see that. So we need to take some time every day for gratitude. Now, I recommend strongly keeping a gratitude journal. I have been doing this for years, and it's one of the few things I've done consistently and reliably. And even when I start telling myself, well, I have to write in my journal, I just stop for a moment and just remember why I'm doing it, and then it's fun to do it. You see. And I thought I knew I had originated this idea of the gratitude journal until I read this book, Simple Abundance, by Sarah Brethnach, and I saw just to what limits and with what art she shows people how to keep a gratitude journal. Anyway, in mine, the basis of it is gratitude.
What was the name of that book again?
Simple Abundance. Brethnach. Breathnach. Don't let people see you buy it, John, because she says in there it's for women. But don't let it dissuade you, because what I put in my gratitude journal every day to remind me of this game of let's play the game of make life wonderful. I play a game like we're going to play tonight, giving gratitude to ourselves. We're going to play that game tonight. So I would recommend every day, start your day by remembering something you've done the day before or recently. Something you've done that made life more wonderful. Write it down. See, write it down. I find how wonderful it is to look back maybe 6 months ago. Just open up my gratitude journal and see 6 months ago what I was celebrating about myself. Same pleasure comes over me 6 months later. So anyway, write down first what you did the day before. Second, get in touch with how you feel recalling it. How does it make you feel what you did? And third, what need of yours was fulfilled by doing that? Now, this could have been something you did just for yourself, just to make life wonderful for yourself. It could have been something you did to make life wonderful for somebody else, and you liked how it turned out. But give yourself gratitude for this by writing down first what you did, second how you feel about it, and third what need of yours was met by doing it. Put words to that need, you see. It'll give you some practice expressing your needs more clearly, to look at what needs were satisfied. And then when you've written down these three things, savor it. Celebrate it. Now, how to do that? Whichever way works for you. Whichever way gets you to see how wonderful that is, that you have that power. Just see it. See, my God, look at that. Look what I did. Look at how I feel about having done that. Look at what needs. Just savor, just celebrate that you have been given that power to do that. And come up with a creative, fun way to do it. Like for me, I give myself a flower. I'm too cheap to buy a real one, so I give myself a drawn one. I draw one on there. So I give myself a flower. You know, but I really do give it to myself. I give it in this sense of savoring, of, my God, look at that. Just that little thing I did, and look at how I feel about having done it. Look at what need of mine was met by that. And maybe the first 3 incarnations you do this, you'll have the jackal in there saying, how could you be so conceited as to sit there and think you're worth anything? And just say, yeah, jackal, I know that, but just let me sit here and savor for a moment, then do your thing. So don't let that get in there. Just savor it. Really savor the power that you have to make life wonderful. And then do what we're going to give you a chance to practice tomorrow, to give gratitude to somebody else, that somebody the previous day who had done something, however little or big, the thing that you now want to stop and take a few moments to get conscious of. And again, write the 3 things down. What the person did, how you feel about it, what need of yours was met by the person having done that. Because see, and then celebrate that. So I also give a flower to the other person. I draw a flower by it to really stop and think, wow, isn't that wonderful that that person could have done that, and what joy it brought me, and what need of mine was met by doing it. You see, so it doesn't make any difference whether it's something we do or the other person does. It heightens our consciousness of this power we have to remind us of what is really fun. What is really fun is to make life wonderful for each other. It's not fun to be right. It's not fun to be rich. It's fun to make life wonderful. We know that. It's obvious, but we forget it given our cultural conditioning. So we got to have this daily celebration of what's really fun. Now the second part has an added advantage for me, this giving the appreciation to the other person, seeing what they did, how I feel about it, what need was met. Because, you know, about half the time, I didn't say anything to the person. I got caught up in the energy shortage. I was so busy or this or that. Or maybe I played lazy giraffe and I said to them, oh, thanks for doing that. But I can see that when I wrote it the next day, I doubt that they could have really seen what that meant to me. So when I think that there's that possibility, that the advantage of writing this and being conscious of it, then when I see them that day, if I see them, then I can say it. I don't lose it. If I don't see them, I can write it. I can call them. How sad to have this gratitude shortage, this energy shortage. I don't want to contribute to that. Anything else before we prepare for the daily celebration? Okay. Okay, let's take 5 minutes and then we'll come back for the celebration. Good morning.
Good morning.
How many of you are joining us for the first time this morning? And how many have never been exposed to nonviolent communication before? Most of you have been exposed. Okay, and here's a question I always hate to ask, but get it over with. How many that were here yesterday went home and ruined good relationships practicing? Just two. Either I'm getting better or the rest of you were chicken to try. Woman came back in Santa Barbara one time, said, I went home and tried it last night and it didn't work. I said, well, let's learn from it. What did you do? She said, I noticed my oldest son did not do some work around the house he said he would do. So I made a clear observation. I said, I see that you didn't do the work that you said you were going to do. I expressed my feeling and needs without criticizing him. I said, I'm disappointed because I have a need to trust that people will do what they say. And I made a clear request. I said, I'd like you to tell me if you'd be willing to go and do it. I said, it sounds like the mechanics of nonviolent communication. What's the problem? She said, he didn't do it. I said, yeah, and I said, what did you do? And I said, you can't go through life being lazy and irresponsible. I said, I'm glad we have another day. I could see that she didn't remember about empathy, but more than that, I could see that I hadn't made clear the purpose of the process. She still thought that the purpose is to get people to do what you want. So let me start again today by saying how important it is that we be conscious of the intention of the process. It's to create a quality of connection with people that makes it enjoyable for us to contribute to one another's well-being. See, that's what we're trying to do, create that connection. Yeah, I'll probably repeat it 10 more times today. But the purpose is to create a quality of connection with people that makes it enjoyable for us to contribute to each other's well-being. I'll give you a song about it. A woman wrote a song about that intention, the quality of giving that I'm talking about. I think she says better in this song. It takes me half a day sometimes to explain. The quality of giving we're trying to introduce with her to support. The song is called Given To. I never feel more given to than when you take from me. When you understand the joy I feel giving to you. And you know my giving isn't done to put you in my debt, but because I want to live the love I feel for you. To receive with grace may be the greatest giving. There's no way that I can separate the two. When you give to me, I give you my receiving. And when you take from me, I feel so given to. Notice that kind of giving is not giving to buy love. You're not doing it for the other person. You're doing it for yourself. You're not doing it to escape blame, punishment, guilt. You're not doing it out of duty or obligation. All these horrible things we have been taught to try to motivate people. No, it's natural. It's the thing that we human beings like more than anything else, to contribute to people's well-being. The only time it takes away from the joy is if we hear anybody criticizing us if we don't. If we expect that if we don't give people what they're wanting, we're going to get some criticism. It takes all the joy out of giving. To whatever degree we've ever experienced any punitive actions on the part of the other person, to that degree, it decreases our joy in giving. That's why the poor parents who use any punishment with their children, they don't realize what a cost that is. Every punishment decreases other people's joy in giving. So, our theme this morning is intimate relationships. Is that what you all understand? Did I get it right? Okay. Let's begin then by practicing how we can give the other person a precious gift, a person we're close to. Now, as that song says, we enjoy giving. So we're going to start by how to give a precious gift to the person you're the closest with. We're going to give them the gift of how they can make life more wonderful for you. Isn't that a wonderful gift when somebody says, hey, you know? And we're going to express this gift with Santa Claus energy. You see, we're going to tell this person a need of ours that isn't getting met in the relationship as well as we would like. And we're going to tell the person that, and we're going to tell them what we want so that our needs would be better met. Now, of course, if we have been educated in a jackal world, we associate our needs with being needy or selfish. So we express our needs with a kick-me energy. Let me show you what I mean by a kick-me energy. Let's say that I have many things on my mind I want to do, but I want my neighbor next door to see if she would or he would stay with the children while I'm doing these tasks. So I go next door to the neighbor and I say, watch this energy. I know how busy you are, and I really hate to be a burden to you, but you see, I've got all of these, I got a doctor's, and I have all these things scheduled, and I really hate to bother you with this, and I know you have so many things, but you know, I would really like some help, and would you be willing to sit with the children while I go? Now be honest, don't you want to kick me if you... And then I see that look in your eyes that you want to kick me. And then this just furthers my belief. See, my needs are a burden. I don't realize that it's not that my needs are a burden, but by my experiencing them as something negative, I ask for what I want in an energy that provokes a circle. I then get a reaction back other than that person's receiving a beautiful gift. Now, after today, after our session this morning, whenever you express your needs, you'll do it with a Santa Claus energy. So you're going to go to the neighbor if you want that. If you knock on the door, the neighbor comes and you'll say, ho, ho, ho! You lucky neighbor. I'm going to give you an opportunity to do what human beings love to do more than anything in the world. I'm going to give you a chance to contribute to my well-being. Now, don't you feel like a little child at Christmas? Eager to open up the present, don't you really? Okay, so here's going to be the exercise I'm going to suggest we start today. I'm going to suggest that you write down how you would express a need that is not getting met as well as you'd like in the relationship, and how you would express that to the person you're the closest with a Santa Claus energy. So after you've written it down, I'll give you a chance to play that role with me, and I'll be the other person receiving this message. I'll give you about 3 minutes to write that down. How you would write that, how you would. Okay, who's got one? Way back there, get that person a microphone, please. Okay. Okay, I'm going to be the person you say it to. Let's hear how it sounds.
One thing I would really like you to do for me that would make my life more wonderful and meet my needs for safety is to lock the gate after each time you're finished with your work.
That's a wish. I didn't hear a request. I heard you wish. See, she ended on a wish. She said, one thing I'd like you to do. That's a wish. But she's talking to me now. She didn't end on a request. So, what's your request of me?
My request is to lock the gate.
That's a wish.
Oh.
That's in the future. You're talking to me right now. So real important to know the difference between a need, a request, and a wish. If I say, I'd like you to go to the movie with me next week, that's a wish. That's what I'd like. It doesn't say what I want from you right now. We assume that that's implicit, that I'd like you to tell me if you want to do that. But don't assume that, because if you don't add the I'd like you to tell me if you'd be willing, the other person has what I call jackal ears. They're likely to hear that as a demand. Just because you want it, I'm supposed to have to do it. So let's hear what the request would sound like.
Well, I'm wondering if you would be willing to listen to me right now about my needs for safety around the gate not being locked.
Well, did you want me to listen to it, or did you want me to tell you if I'd be willing to lock the gate?
Well, I would like to talk with you about my needs for safety.
Would you like to know whether I want to listen? See, you ended on another wish.
Well,
See, notice the difference between I'd like to and I'd like you to tell me. We're much more likely to get what we want from other people if we end on I'd like you to tell me than I would like. Or if we don't get what we want, we're much more likely to find out why we don't get what we want if you end on I'd like you to tell me rather than I would like. So let's try it again. What would you like from me right now?
I'm lost. Sorry. I would like you to tell me if you would be willing to listen to me right now about my needs for safety.
Do I have to?
No, you don't have to. If you listen to me, I would like you to do it.
Okay.
Joy.
Say it. What do you want to say?
Well,
now you know I didn't hear a need or a request. Now you know I heard a demand. See, that's how people respond when instead of, even if you say it with a Santa Claus energy, they can still hear a demand. And that's how people respond when they hear demand. Either no or okay. You're going to pay either way. So go ahead. What do you want to say?
let's trade roles.
it's Mother's Day, I'm willing to do it. Go ahead now, you be the other person.
Oh, good.
I get frustrated when the gate is left open because I have a real need for safety that doesn't get met. Would you be willing to take some time right now and talk with me about this?
Okay.
Uh-oh, this might be the most dangerous jackal of all. Oh, I'm scared now because this might be a jackal that doesn't, when they hear a demand, go, all right. They go like she did. Okay. Now, why that's the most dangerous one of all. One night when I was living in Texas, 2 a.m. in the morning, my doorbell rings. And I get up, and it's a woman on my doorstep, 8 months pregnant, pouring rain out, and she's crying her heart out. First thing she says when I open up the door, my husband, get me out of the house. I said, come in. She's sitting down. She says, we've been married 8 years. Everything I've ever asked him, he goes, yes, Neil, yes, I'd be glad to, yes. And tonight, I just asked him for a little thing, and he says, get out! Well, I knew right away what I thought was going on, you see. She was married to a nice jackal, who even when they hear a demand, if you love someone, you have to take care of them. I said to her, are you my neighbor? No, I live on the other side of town. How did you get here? My mother was in a workshop with you last month and another. And I called her up and said, what should I do? And she said, I should come and talk to you. So I called her husband and asked him to come over. I figured, why should I be up in the middle of the night talking to his wife while he's sleeping? I believe in revenge, you know. And yeah, he was just what I predicted. It was like, yes, dear, okay, yes. But he was doing it out of obligation, feeling that, he wanted to make her happy, feeling he couldn't be loved if he didn't do what the other person wanted. A nice jackal, the most dangerous kind. So, I don't know, though. Now I have to decide from the tone of her voice, was that really a true yes? But I'll test it, okay. Now, the first thing I say to you then, now that we're sitting and talking, I'm confused as to what keeps you from locking the gate, because I've told you more than once why it would be important to me, so can you tell me what keeps you from locking the gate?
I forget, I'm in a hurry.
Now I'm starting to guess all the more that he heard a demand. See, because we usually forget those things which we hear as a demand. They're the easiest to forget. I was working with some head nurses in a hospital in Brooklyn. They were very concerned with their staff because a frightening percentage of times they were not doing certain sterilization procedures. And the head nurses said to me, we tell them over and over again they have to do this. They know why this is necessary. I already knew why they didn't do it. Would you want to do anything for somebody who tells you things that way? See? It takes all the joy out of giving if you feel a have to, should, ought, must. So the next day I met with the regular nurses, and I said, it was brought to my attention yesterday that X% of time these procedures are not getting done. Are you aware of that? They said, yes, we're aware of it. Do you understand the purpose of these procedures? Of course. People could die from infection. Okay. Could you tell me what keeps them from getting done? Now silence. And finally a brave nurse speaks up, we forget. See, we always forget those things which come at us as a demand. They're the easiest things to forget because our heart isn't in it. we only have in mind if we don't do it, the other person will freak out. But that's hardly a good motivation for doing things. So, now I'm going to say a very sensitive message in nonviolent communication. Bullshit. Backward says forget it. I forget. So how do I say bullshit in nonviolent communication? I'm not trusting that that's just what happens, you forget. I'd really like to explore how you feel about my keeping at you about this.
Well, I'm just in a hurry, and I'm doing the best I can, and I've got a lot of things on my mind, and I have to run from here to there, and sometimes it really does just slip my mind, and because I've got my mind on the next thing I have to do.
I'd like you to tell me if you have any annoyance at my nagging at you for this.
Yeah, it's just kind of irritating because I just don't seem to measure up.
Yeah. So, what would we have to do so you could remember to do it with the joy of a little child feeding a hungry duck? That there was none of this other junk in there about, I'm going to be upset with you if you don't. What would it take for you to do it with the joy of a little child feeding a hungry duck?
I just want to be able to make mistakes sometimes and not have it be a big deal.
You've done it often enough. You should know by now you're So I'm joking, but I want to hear that. I don't want to cover over. So I'm hearing that there's some resentment on your part, wanting more acceptance and less fear of judgment if you don't do everything as I would like.
Yes.
I'm glad we're talking about this. How could I tell you that I'm irritated as hell without you hearing a criticism?
That's hard for me.
But I don't think we can have the intimacy we want unless we can get to that. That's why it's important for me. Until I can express my pain and you receive it as a gift and my request as a request, not a demand, I doubt that we can have the intimacy we want. How do you feel when I tell you that?
I feel sad.
Me too, because I'm afraid of how much we're not sharing. Because we're afraid of it being heard as criticism or demand. So I'm glad to know we're talking about this now. Okay, any questions, reactions to this dialogue?
I have a question. What if it is a demand?
Then you're nuts. If you make any demands, you've got to be nuts. Because first of all, even if you make a demand, the other person doesn't have to do it. So that's why it's nuts to make demands. Second, if the person does do it, you're going to pay for it. Anytime a person hears a demand, you'll pay for it. So what could be nuttier than making a demand?
So what if it's your partner making the demands and the
if
partner doesn't believe in this?
You don't hear it. You don't hear a demand. You know you don't have to do anything just because somebody else says you have to. So you don't hear demands. The more desperately it sounds like an order, you don't hear an order or a demand. You just hear how desperate the person is. They've got some needs that aren't getting met. If you use nonviolent communication, you never hear any criticism or demands. It's not good for you to hear any criticism or demands, and it's deadly for the other person if you hear criticism and demand. When people most need you not to hear criticism and demands is when they're making criticism and demands. Yep. Let's get you a mic.
said that forgetting is a result of hearing a demand. I wondered about forgetting things behind, or keys, or forgetting.
Oh, there can be a lot of things on our mind at times, and we do skip some. I'm talking about something that somebody else asked us to do repeatedly, and we keep forgetting. That's the one I was talking about.
I was hoping I'd figure out why I leave my purse behind all the time.
Because you want somebody else to pay for lunch.
Well, it seems that in our relationship, I'm the great forgetter. This has been going on for a number of years, and in fact, we had a little go around with it yesterday. I'm at the point where anytime I hear anything at all, I immediately hear a demand, even if it's spoken in NVC, and I need to learn how to get past that.
Yeah, let's work on that. You have a disease I call male-itis. I have it too. My partner said to me one time, "You could read demands into a rock." I said, "Only if I love it." Yeah. So let's. So I'm your partner. I'm glad we're talking about this. It's so painful to me when I have two choices with you. I either don't ask for what I want and then I don't get it, or I ask for it and you hear a demand and then it creates stress between us. I'm desperate about that. How do you... Am I playing the role poorly? No. So, how do you feel when I tell you this?
How do I feel? Well, if you were better at expressing what it is that you need.
If I was better at what?
If you were better at expressing what it is that you, and I know I'm not using NVC.
No, you don't have to, because I have giraffe ears on now, and when I have giraffe ears, even when you're communicating in your usual obnoxious way, I don't... All I can hear are gifts from Santa Claus.
I don't know what to say.
No, I'm serious. I want to know how I can let you know what my needs are. Seriously, so that they would always feel to you like a gift and never a demand. What could I do to convince you that it is that? Just a gift if you can enjoy giving it.
Not make me pay for it when I don't need them.
So you want me to be able to empathize with the good reasons why you don't do it?
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah, that's not easy for me. I'm working on that part of nonviolent communication. Okay, so let's think of the last time you didn't do it. Let me practice seeing if I can empathize with the good reasons why you did it. What's the last thing you didn't do that I freaked out about?
Well, I forgot to tape a television show.
Yeah, okay. So you would have liked me to say, so you had a lot of other things on your mind and that just forgot it.
That might have been nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, if I had done that first, could you have heard this? Boy, I'm just really sad and frustrated because I had so wanted that program. And all I want now is just understanding. I'm not trying to make you feel guilty. I just need some understanding how disappointed I am. If I said that, could you hear that without hearing me playing a guilt trip?
Yeah, that was basically the discussion that we had yesterday.
Yeah. About what was the discussion? Want to summarize it for us?
Yeah, very much similar.
Similar to
what you just...
it went that way?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
And I realized that, a lot of the time, I don't hear something if it's not important to me. And I made an effort to address the situation by buying some sticky pads. Mm-hmm. And, if I'm requested to do something, and I can write it down on this sticky pad and stick it on the front door, so I can't get out of the house without seeing it.
Well, I bet that's not a hard thing to solve, but that's all it is, just to remember the thing. The biggest problem is when we hear demands. You see, that's the big problem, because then we'll even go blind seeing the sticky pad on the door. Yeah, down here is a request.
So what if you don't really want to do it, and you don't even realize you don't want to do it, and then you forget? How do you get in touch, the first step of getting in touch with your feelings and needs in the first place?
By stopping before you say yes, and really looking inside to make sure if you say yes, it's with the joy of a little child feeding a hungry duck. Don't ever agree to anything unless you can do it with the joy of a little child feeding a hungry duck.
And the second part of my question, I'm wondering if I make a request and I feel like I'm pretty, careful with my words and making a request, and I get silence and I don't get an answer, maybe.
If you have giraffe ears on, for those of you who have not been with me before, we use giraffe as a symbol for nonviolent communication. If the other person cannot be silent, because even the silence is a loud screaming message. Even silence is an expression of feelings and needs at that moment. So you hear the feelings and needs being expressed through the silence. Yeah.
Marshall, would you do a silence thing on how you do silence? Thank you.
Some parents heard me on the radio and asked if I would see their 28-year-old daughter who was in a mental hospital. I said, okay, bring her into my office. Well, but she's in a hospital. She hasn't talked for days. She just sits staring at the floor. Yeah, okay, bring her in. Take her out of the hospital? Yeah. It's hard for me to teach a person giraffe when they're in a jackal institution that pretends like there's such a thing as mental illness. Get them out of that environment as soon as you can. So they walk in with her, each under her one arm, because she wouldn't have walked in by herself. So now she's sitting in a chair looking at the floor. It's a very loud message, seems to me, when I said hello and no response. So why don't you practice putting on giraffe ears? What do you think she was feeling? What? Scared. So see, if you have giraffe ears on, you start to sense what the person's feeling. They don't have to say it. I said, are you feeling scared and need some assurance that you'll be safe in here? Now another message. I'm guessing she's so scared even to let me know she's scared. I said that. Is it scary even to let me know you're scared? And I express my feelings and needs. I'm confused at the moment. I'd like some clarity about whether you're hearing me or not. If I could just know you're hearing me, I would meet my needs. Would you shake your head if you're hearing me? Another loud message. I'm guessing she's so scared even shaking her head is frightening. So I said that. I'm guessing that even shaking your head is scary. Is that what's going on? Yeah, I just guess I'm sensing just a deep fear. You just need to be with me and be sure that it's safe to be here before you talk. 40 minutes later. I'm really exhausted. I'd like some rest. How about if we get together again tomorrow? Would you be willing to do that? Yeah, if you don't say anything, I'll ask your parents to bring you back. Day 2. Day 3. Day 4. finally on day 5, a new message. I was ready for a new message. You talk about the same thing for a while. You'd like to change the topic. Yeah. So this time her message is still a silent one, but not totally silent, because she turns her face away from me and goes, does this right up toward my nose. So, put your giraffe ears on. What is she feeling? Annoyed? That's what I guessed. So I said, are you feeling annoyed and you just want to be left alone? It's the first time she responds other than the silence. But she keeps doing this. I said, well, I'm really confused and I don't understand this message. Can you help me? Finally, I figured it out. She had a message for me in her hand. But you talk about ambivalence. I had to pry open her fingers. Please help me express what's going on inside. See? We were communicating these 4 days. She needed that much time to feel that it was safe to be with me. She felt that I understood her fear. So even though she said nothing, I had giraffe ears on. It was a very loud message.
Sometimes I'm torn whether to give my partner the space that they need when they're silent, and let them know that I'm caring and want to communicate. So that's a conflict I sometimes feel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sometimes take the risk and say, sometimes just giving empathy is not meeting their need for space.
No, notice that after a while I said, I would like to at least know whether you're hearing me. So there was times throughout that 5 days I expressed that I was getting kind of hopeless and would like some connection other than the silence. So yeah, there was times when I expressed that. But then I got back the message which told me she was still too frightened to respond. Yeah.
Original exercise.
Yeah, let's go back to that original exercise. Talk right into the mic if you hold the mic up like that.
With that Santa Claus feeling of, well, ho, 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 I've set aside some time for you to listen to me and to express some interest in what I have to say. This is a great opportunity for you. And ultimately, for my need for feeling understood.
I like that, but we did end on a request. I just heard a wish, but I didn't hear a request.
Would you be willing to?
And get criticized again? That's all you ever do is criticize.
What I have to say is not criticism.
Yeah, that's what you say, but it's a criticism implicit in it.
Well, ho, ho, ho. It isn't going to criticize you if it meets my need.
Now see, I'm out of the role now. Why should I listen? Why should I agree to talk? Because I just gave you 3 chances to empathize with me and you didn't. So this gives me no hope at all that if I talk with you, I'll get understood. I just gave you 3 opportunities to empathize with me.
Well, I see you are feeling that this is going to be criticism.
No, that's my thought. That's not a feeling.
But these are my feelings that I want you to listen
Oh,
to.
you just put your butt in my face.
It was all unintentional.
Let's go over this again, and this time put these ears on. Here. Why should I talk? You never listen when we do. It's all you. It's all about you. It's all about you.
Well, I can see this is just making you more angry. Should we wait for...
Oh, no. I don't feel any empathy. You said I can see that this is, but I don't feel that you're really with me.
Well, are you feeling angry by my request to be listened to?
You said, are you being angry by my request? You see, you're going right into the jaws of the jackal. Never connect yourself to the other person's feelings. Never say,
well, are you feeling angry?
Yes, because why?
You tell me.
Because you never listen.
What would you like me to listen
No, hold it. I just gave you a big gift, receiving. I just told you a need of mine that doesn't get met when we talk.
I will listen first.
No. You're jumping to solutions before I've had the empathy I need. Hear my needs. Hear my pain and my needs.
I hear your needs.
No, you don't.
You want to be listened to. Is this your need?
Here's what I need back from you. So are you feeling irritated and want to protect yourself from being in a conversation where your needs for understanding don't get met? So connect just with what's alive in me now. Give me a chance to say more if there's more in there. Don't jump right to solutions.
Do you have more feelings around this issue?
No, don't ask that kind of question. Just the only question to ask is, are you feeling because you're needing? Get in that rhythm so that all you hear back from other people in a conflict situation, are you feeling because you're needing? And leave the word I and me out of it. Don't connect yourself to other people's pain. You can't cause other people's pain. Their pain doesn't come from you. Their pain comes from their needs not being met. That's what they need to hear, have you hear.
Well, ho. Are you feeling because you're needy?
That now, fill in those two blanks. What am I feeling and what am I needing? Are you feeling irritated because your need for understanding isn't being met in our relationship, in our communications? Try that. You never listen anyway. Why should we talk?
Are you feeling a need? Are you feeling frustrated?
Yes. Now connect.
Because you need for me to listen?
You need to be listened to. Leave yourself out of the other person's need. If you are not around, I can still get my need for understanding that. There's 6 billion people. So I don't have a need for you to listen. I have a need to be understood. And I would like it from you, but leave aside the strategy. So yeah, that's it. Are you feeling irritated because your need for understanding doesn't get met? Yeah. Okay. Any other question you want to ask about that?
When do we get back to you listening?
If you empathize with that, we're well on our way. We're well on our way. When we hear the reason behind a no, we're well on our way to getting everybody's needs met. If we hear a no as a rejection, as defensiveness, then we're far from getting our need. A no is a precious message if we translate it into the need that it's trying to express. So here, the reason I didn't want to listen, I was saying no, was an expression of a need to protect myself from the frustration I've had in the past when we've talked and I didn't get my need for understanding that. So if you have giraffe ears on, you will see that. You will then see ways in which we can both get our needs met. No is one of the most important messages to see the beauty in. If you hear the truth behind a no, it'll always be a precious message. But if you hear it as a rejection, misery comes. There is no such thing as rejection in Giraffe land. There is no such thing as a person not wanting to or not being willing to. We don't hear those things. We hear the need, the good reasons why a person is choosing not to do things. Okay? Yeah. Pardon? You don't believe it. You don't believe what?
I just don't believe it. It's just not my experience.
Don't believe what?
If you hear like 100 times a good reason behind a no again and again.
But give me one example where you heard the good reason. Then we'll work on that. What's one time you heard the no?
Well, the all time issue, if I ask my partner or request time, there's always a, I have to, I can't. I just,
but my need for autonomy is still not being met. I still don't have the trust that if I don't agree to do what you want, that I will receive unconditional acceptance. Unless a person trusts that if they don't do what you want, they will get unconditional acceptance. They'll hear your request as a demand.
Can life conditions be just the way it just doesn't work?
What do you mean?
Well, one person really never has time and another person always requests.
I'm saying that that's not the issue, not having time. I'm predicting that the issue is the person's hearing a demand. And I'm saying as long as a person hears a demand, they never have time. We never have time to do demand, to fulfill demand. Or if we have the time, we don't have good energy in doing it. We do it, but we do it with an energy that people pay for. So
I just gotta listen a little more.
Okay.
Marshall, talking about the 40 words or less, and you know me, and I love to talk. And Craig is not such a talker, and so this is what I wrote, and I have a specific question about it after I tell you.
Okay.
I'm excited about something I'd love to share with you, and I have a need to connect with you. Would you be willing to listen with me, to me, and have communication about it? And my question is it prudent to say, would you be willing to listen to me for 10 minutes, but what if it takes more than 10 minutes? I mean, should I couch it in a time frame?
If I'm him, can I play his role?
Sure.
Okay. I'd be glad to talk with you if whenever I'm not enjoying your words and I raise my hand, you'd stop. How does that feel?
It feels good.
I do anyway. I stop listening.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what if we just bring that out on the table so you know when your words stop nourishing me and start to be a drag?
That's great. It fills my need to know that he heard me, that he would hear me doing that. And it also gives me sweet sorrow because I have such a deep need to connect.
Yeah, then what I'd like
and I ruin it by going,
yeah, and I want to connect with you when you're going on. It's not that I want you to stop, I don't want to connect. I want you to stop because the words aren't helping us connect.
Okay, so when you raise your hand, would you be willing to tell me if you need a break? Or
No, what I want at that time is I want clarity of what you want from me at this moment and telling me this.
And would you be willing to help me find that?
That I would be willing to do. If when I raise my hand, I'd be willing to guess what you're wanting to help you get it clear. How's that?
Oh, that's wonderful. Yes. Okay. So it's not a time frame necessarily because it may take more than what it's him, or even if it's
I'd
me.
like to tell you when I'm not really with you, and then I'd like to stop you, but stop you for the purpose of helping you get clear what you want from me.
and not to shut me up. That's the big importance difference right there, is that it's his
I
need.
never want to shut you up. It's
Yeah.
when your words are getting us further apart that I want to stop them. Feels good.
It does.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I'm good with other people's partners.
Hi. I need help solving a problem. My husband gives me everything that I need, along with everything I don't need. He does everything for me. And I'm feeling sad because I need connection with him. And I don't feel that he tries to take care of his own needs. He doesn't voice
Say
them.
that to me. I'm the husband now. Say it in nonviolent communication.
I am sad because I need connection with you. And I'm worried that your needs aren't being met.
Don't end on a worry. End on a request.
I would like your needs to be met.
That's a wish. What do you want from me right now? The present request helps us live in the now. See, we're not used to that. We're used to living in the past. We talk endlessly about what happened. We're thinking about what's going to happen in the future, but we don't know how to live in the only place that there is to live, in the now. So the request brings us back to now. So
Can you help me know what to do to take care of
help
him?
is much too vague. What do you want me to do? If I say to my youngest son, I'd like you to help with the dishes, he interprets it as supervise.
How are you feeling?
I don't know.
Are your needs being met?
I guess.
What can I do to make your life more wonderful?
You're making it wonderful.
Okay, I don't know what to do.
Well, how does it feel to be unique? You're the only woman that has a husband like that in the whole world. I hear many people don't trust that. No, this is very frequently. So let me put giraffe ears on this husband. I don't know what I feel, what I need. It's like a new language for me. I'm just not used to that. I'm used to knowing what a husband should do, what a wife should do. When you ask my needs, that's like a whole different world to me. So I need some real understanding of how strange it is to talk that way. Just not used to it. How do you feel when I tell you that?
I feel happy that there's a way that I can try to meet your need by giving you, are you needing time and willingness of me to have compassion with you?
I think the thing I need more than anything else is to just see clearly what a big gift it would be to you if I did that. And just the way you said it just before that, was the start of that. So the more I can really see how it would enlighten your life. Because see, I somehow get the idea that my needs are some kind of weakness, that as a man I should be able to do things on my own, I shouldn't need any help from other people. So to come from that orientation to seeing my needs and feelings as a gift to you, that's a large jump. Is that clear? Could you tell me back what you heard me say so I can see if I made that clear?
That it makes you feel happy that you are meeting a need of mine to help you. Is that correct?
No, that to hear my feelings and needs would be a gift to you. That's like Mars. Because I'm starting from the cultural training. I shouldn't have any needs. If I'm a real man, I don't need anything from anybody. And And I certainly don't have any feelings like hurt, frustration, sadness, fear. So to hear that that would be a gift to you, that's a big stretch in my development to see that.
So on a daily basis, how do I make sure your needs are being met? Remind you it's a gift?
Before we get to that, I need you to really hear this. So could you tell me back what you hear? This is really important to me that you hear this.
That it is a gift to you that I want your needs to be met.
It's a gift to me. It's shocking to me that it would be a gift to you to hear what my feelings and needs are.
So you're feeling uncomfortable.
It's just a shock. It's in one respect so beautiful, but it's so different than what I've ever learned. I've always learned that man is Sir Galahad. It's my job to meet my wife's needs. So the idea that my needs could be a gift to you, it's like another whole world.
So it feels foreign to you.
Pardon?
It feels foreign to you.
Yeah, thank you. It's beautiful. I love it at one level, but it's kind of scary because it's just so different. So thank you for hearing that. How do you feel when I tell you this?
I feel happy to feel that my need for connection is going to be met.
Wow, I want to take that because just to hear that what I said was a gift is, again, it's just hard for me to take that in. I'm taking it in now. And this will help me to get the courage up to try to express myself more openly with you.
Thanks.
Marshall Rosenberg.
Our theme today is on couples' relationships, intimacy. I thought I would sing a tender love song that a friend of mine wrote for her husband. It's called I Can Always Count on You. Yes, I know I can always count on you. I can always count on you to come up with something new. Along about the time I think you've done all you can do to me, you find another way to rip my pride away. Yes, I know I can always count on you for some brand new humiliation, some well thought out and novel degradation. You're a festival of pain, and I keep coming back again, 'cause I know I can always count on you. You tromped all around my mind at least 1,000,000 times. I haven't got a dream unspoiled, not an ideal left behind. You say my eyes are getting glazy. Well, Lord, your love has made me crazy. I know I can always count on you for some brand new humiliation, some well thought out and novel degradation. You're a festival of pain, and I keep coming back again, 'cause I know I can always count on you. Isn't that a tender love song? Who else wants to role play with me a little on your situation, where we see how you expressed your question back there?
It's It's me again, the chronic forgetter. My question is this, and I'll have to give you a little bit of history here before I ask the question. My partner and I have been in a relationship for 10 years, and we've spoken every version of Jackal that there is. I mean, it got to the point where we decided to separate and try a trial separation, and we're trying to learn a new way to communicate so that we can make this relationship work. My question would be, one of my concerns is that our needs are so different that they're not compatible.
Let me first of all suggest to you that needs are never incompatible. You're mixing up needs and requests, and that's probably the problem.
Okay. I guess my question would be is it possible that her need for autonomy and my need for connection are so great that it's just not possible?
That's an easy one to work out. As long as the person with the autonomy needs doesn't hear a demand in the other person's needs. We all have both of those needs. We have autonomy and we have needs for connection. We have both. The problem can be easily worked out strategy-wise unless either party hears a criticism or a demand. That's what keeps the conflict from being resolved. Not the needs. It's real important to know that needs are never in conflict.
So NVC can be used in every situation. There's not a situation that NVC can't reconcile?
I have never seen it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Now, when I have had couples get their needs clear and looking for strategies for meeting those needs, they have mutually come sometimes to separate. That might be the best strategy for some people, given how they want their needs met. And one couple I helped get a divorce. They invited the families on both sides. It was a very beautiful celebration. But that's usually not the case. And most people, the separation is created because they mix up needs and strategies. They hear demands or they hear criticism. Then the simplest of conflicts then cannot be dealt with. It cannot be resolved. If either party hears a criticism or a demand.
Thanks.
I work a lot with couples groups where we just have groups of couples together, and I told the group I was with yesterday how when I work with couples groups, we identify the couple who has had the longest standing conflict that they haven't been able to resolve. And I predict that we'll resolve the conflict within 20 minutes from the point at which each can tell me what the other party's needs are. And I'd say 75% of the time we make it within 20 minutes from the point at which they can each tell me what the other person's needs are, but it could take 2 hours to get that far. Even with my help, because they have enemy images of each other. I asked each side, can you tell me, here's a good example. I was working with a couple in Toronto, Canada, at the point of divorce. And I said, I predict we can resolve this within 20 minutes from the point at which you can both tell me what your needs are. Who was willing to start? The husband looks at the wife and said, you are totally insensitive to my needs. See, I asked him for his needs, and he gives me a diagnosis of his wife. That's why conflicts aren't resolved. Enemy images.
What seems to be hard is that what really seems to be hard is that our history has been that we speak so much jackal to each other that even though we're trying to do NVC now, even NVC seems like jackal.
It can be used that way.
You know what I mean?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know exactly what you mean, but NVC can be used in a jackal way.
It's like there's a raw nerve, and anything at all. It's like having a toothache, and
Okay,
throw a little
let's
sugar
do
on
it. Let's do it. I'm going to play her role. Okay. I'm going to play her role with Giraffe ears. Okay, now, I have giraffe ears on. And so you have an easy job. You don't have to worry about how you communicate, because now that I have giraffe ears on, you cannot speak jackal. Everything you say is perfect giraffe. So you don't have to worry about a thing. Yeah. So
I'm getting set up here.
Oh, you have a lucky job. I have giraffe ears. So I'd like to hear what I could do to make life more wonderful for you. That would be a big gift for me. Could you tell me?
Accept me more for who I am and be more understanding.
So you have a need for acceptance and understanding.
Yeah.
Can you show me how I could demonstrate that acceptance when you're acting like a jackass?
Am I acting like a jackass?
Now, I got to check something out. See, did you hear any criticism in that?
Sure did.
Then it wasn't giraffe. See, if sometimes I say that to my partner, and she likes it. So, because she hears what's behind it, you know. And so I'm just trying to demonstrate idiomatic giraffe. So we don't think that to speak nonviolent communication, you always have to use a set formula. However, now that I know you didn't like my humor, and if that sounds, then I wouldn't use it with you. I'd go back to more classical giraffe. So let me erase that and say it this way. How could I show you acceptance when I'm in deep pain in relationship to something you're doing? How could I meet your need for acceptance when I'm in deep pain in relationship to something you're doing?
Well, I don't know that you could.
Well, see, this is my dilemma. I don't know how to express my pain to you without you seeing it as not meeting your need for acceptance. So let's try it. Let me try an area where I'd like you to learn how to enjoy my pain.
Isn't that what I've been doing for the last 10 years?
I would say you were tolerating my pain, but not enjoying it. By enjoying my pain, let me take a break out of the role play here for a moment. I got that phrase, enjoy my pain, from a friend of mine who died 14 years ago. She was dying of a very painful disease. And whenever I would come to her town, San Diego, California, she would call me on the phone and say, Marshall, come on over and play with my pain. And here's what she meant by that. The first time she used it, I was surprised. I said, what the hell do you mean by play with your pain? She said, you know, Marshall, what's the worst thing about this pain is not the physical pain. It's how other people can't deal with it. These good-hearted people, they see me in pain and then they feel they got to fix it. And they try to give me advice as though I'm so stupid I wouldn't have thought of this by now. Or they end up getting in worse shape than I am, and I end up taking care of them. And that's why I call you over, because you're so cold-hearted and psychopathic. And you don't give a rat's ass about anybody but yourself. So you can listen to me, you enjoy my pain. So that's what she meant. She meant, of course, by that I could be with her without taking responsibility for feeling like I had to fix it. I know that she just needed empathy. And it was precious for her that I could just be with her. And then she says, it's like play, even if it's pain, when you can have this quality of connection. Okay, so now you know what I mean by play with pain. So what I want, now I'm back in the role. I'd like you to be able to play with my pain in the way that Marshall described that. So that instead of you seeing it as not accepting it, it would really be a source of connection. And how could I do that? Like if I'm really in pain about something, how could I express it so it would have that quality of connecting us rather than violating your need for acceptance?
Well, you could tell me that you have a need for for me to listen and to understand that I'm in pain.
I see. Yes, I'm sad. I can see that I often have not expressed my pain in a way that would make it clear that what I wanted was for you to enjoy my pain. Yeah, so are you saying that if I said something like this, I see you need understanding right now, but I'm in such pain, it's hard for me to give it to you. And I'd really appreciate it if you could hear my pain right now. Would you be willing to do that?
Well, of course.
So if I could do it that way. Okay, now tell me the criticism I make of you that's the hardest for you to feel acceptance, and I'll see if I can say it a different way. What do I say to you that triggers you the most?
Well, when you tell me, why can't you be more this or that?
What? Give me one of those. What follows that? Why can't you be more what?
Well, why can't you be more open-minded?
Okay. Thank you. That's a helpful one. I'm really sad that I have said it in that way. Let me see if I can say it. I feel scared about whether my need for acceptance can be met unless I agree with you. How would you feel if I said it that way?
Well, that'd be a little bit easier.
You could handle that better if I said it that way.
I would be more open-minded to handling it, yes.
So you're saying when I call you closed-minded, it leads to self-fulfilling prophecy?
Well, yeah, when my ability to be open-minded is questioned, I just close it down even further than that.
Yeah. I'm really sad that I have expressed my pain to you in the way that I have. I would have really liked to have been more understanding of how it would be received. How do you feel when I tell you that?
Well, I feel more compassionate.
What else have I said? I'd like to practice something else that I've said in a way that was not easy for you to see the beauty of it. What else have I said? Hard for you to remember, I'm sure, because I'm so loving so much of the time.
Well, I'm going to risk it and throw it out there. I've tried every way that I could think of to get my need for connection met, and a discussion that went round and round for a long time was, I would say, I need more close time, and she would say, you're too needy.
Yeah, I'm so sad I said it that way. I really would have liked to have said it this way. I'm really torn. I see you have a need for closeness, and I have a need for some empathy for my pain before I can be sincerely close with you. I wish I could have said it that way.
Yeah, that would have been much better received, I think.
Yeah, I'm so sad that I didn't know how to say it in terms of my feelings and needs. I can see how that would have been very hard for you to deal with. How am I doing?
Yeah, you need back. I'd like you to come home.
Check with my partner before you get into something like that. She may want you to see the real truth of what it's like living with her.
Remember, he's male. He's probably got male-itis.
The shift in the quality of the connection is very profound.
But you see what I mean now when I say that all jackal messages are just needs? See? You see that in the last two examples that I said, you're too needy? It's an expression of my need for some empathy for the pain that keeps me from being able to. So all judgments are beautiful messages if we can see the need they're trying to express.
Can you demonstrate a couple fundamentals about jackal versus giraffe for people who are here for the first time to understand what those terms mean to you?
Okay, a jackal says, I need support this way. You're lazy. A giraffe says, I need support. Would you be willing, I need support in getting the house in order. Would you be willing to pick up the toys in your room? A jackal says, the room is a mess. Clean it up. So they either make a judgment and a demand or a diagnosis. The idea is if you make a diagnosis of somebody, they see what's wrong with them and they will repent, hate themselves enough to change. You see, that's how we have been educated to communicate. So that husband I told you, who said to his wife, you're totally insensitive to my needs. Now, do you predict that made her more sensitive to his needs? See, we have been taught a suicidal language. That when we need something the most, we express it in a way that makes it an enormous challenge for people to enjoy giving it to us. Yeah, please. You're welcome. Yes.
How do you let go of wanting something to be done? Like I have a need for order, and I would like the bathroom to be clean. Here we go. How do I let go of actually having it to be done so that it's a clean request?
You don't have to ever let go of your needs or requests in nonviolent communication. You have to not be addicted to your request. See, we never give in. It's not a permissiveness. It's not saying we have to tolerate getting our needs met. No. You have to know the difference between the objective of getting the bathroom clean and creating the connection with that person that will allow your needs and theirs to be met in that situation. You see that difference?
Yes.
If I'm the other person, Mom, and I see you having single-mindedness of purpose to get this to be cleaned up, it takes all the joy out of doing it. It threatens my need for autonomy. And then I feel guilty because I think of all you've done for me. And then I not only hear you demanding, but then I tell myself I should. And then I'm in the middle of two shoulds, and then there's no way.
And then I'll pay for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm still confused about demands and needs. I have an allergy to cats.
Yeah.
And if there's cat hair on my bed, I'll cough and snot.
Yeah. And the more you give me justification, the more I hear a demand.
Right, and it is a demand. Let's be really clear.
No, it isn't a demand.
It isn't?
No, there is no such thing as a demand if we have giraffe ears on.
Okay. Well, it's a need.
But if another person has jackal ears on, I wanted you to point out that just that you were explaining would be heard as a demand, because then you sound like a lawyer in court. And so now with all of that fact that you're showing me how damn sick you get if I don't respond to the cat, now I don't want to remove the cat.
Right, okay.
So
what do I do? Kill the cat? No, there's not a cat. I already killed it. What I need is...
Kill the unnecessary explanation.
Okay. Sorry, I thought since you didn't know me, you might need an explanation.
No, I'm talking about in that role. I'll bet you've done the same thing. I'll bet you've said to the person more than they want to hear how sick you get when the cat is in there and so forth and so on.
Right. True.
Yeah.
So here's what I need. I need you to, I'll just tell you. I really would like for my partner, I need for my partner to not come to bed wearing clothes covered with cat hair. Because if that happens, I can't sleep.
Yeah.
And
now I'm the partner.
Yeah.
We'll be well on our way to doing that, to getting your need met, if you empathize with why I don't do it.
Okay, so I'll make my request and you tell me something.
No, you got to start before the request. If you want me to hear your request, it would make it much easier to hear it if you begin by empathizing with the good reasons why I've heard you say this 30 times and I'm still not doing it.
Okay.
This goes for almost anything. For example, I was working with a mother in Switzerland in a workshop, and she wanted to know, how do I get my son to stop smoking? I say, is that your objective? Yes. Then he'll continue to smoke. Oh, I'm supposed to let him kill himself by smoking? if it's your objective, and I told her what I've said a couple times already today, the objective needs to be that this person trusts that your objective is to create a connection with them that will allow everyone's needs to get met. Notice there's no discussion in there about strategies, whether to smoke or not smoke. A connection at the need level. And I said to her, I would suggest you begin the discussion with him by showing him that you see that his smoking is absolutely the most wonderful thing he could be doing. She said, huh? It's killing him. Hold it now. This doesn't mean you have to like it. You show people that you understand what they're doing is the most wonderful thing they could be doing through empathic connection with the needs they're trying to meet by doing it. When people can feel that empathic connection, they can better trust that you have no judgment of them for it. Doesn't mean you have to like it, but it means they feel no judgment for it. Anyway, the lunch break came, and she comes back after lunch beaming. She said, oh, thank you, Marshall, for what you said this morning. I just had the most precious connection with my son about his smoking. And to understand how precious it was, you need to know, for the last 2 years, almost every day we've done nothing but fight about his smoking. I said, how did you get home so quick? We were up in the mountains. Oh, I called him on the phone. My 12-year-old son answered the phone, and I said, quick, get your brother on the phone. I want to talk to him. He's on the back porch. Now, she then knew he was smoking, because after 2 years of fighting almost every day, at least he had agreed he would smoke not in the house, but on the back porch. So now she knows he's smoking. She said, that's okay, tell him I want to talk to him. So the 15-year-old comes on the phone, and the younger brother told him that mother knows you were smoking. So he's ready for the usual crap. So he says, what do you want? She says, I wanted to talk, I'm on my lunch break, I wanted to talk to you about something I learned about your smoking today in the workshop. What? He's expecting another, statistic about how much lung cancer and so forth. She said, I learned that it was the most wonderful thing you could be doing. I said to her, now that isn't exactly how I meant for you to communicate that. I meant to communicate it by empathy. That communicates the no, she said, I understood that. But I knew this guy, and I felt I could really connect with him by saying that. And I think he would understand that better than through empathy. Well, you know him better than I do. What was his reaction? She said it was profound, especially if you realize how we fought about this for 2 years. First, there was a long pause, and then he said, I'm not so sure about that. So the most powerful thing you can do when somebody's doing something you don't like, if you really like wearing, coming to bed with 6 cats, did you say, or something? No,
7.
Is start by showing him that his not doing it is the most wonderful thing he could be doing by empathy. So let's start with that.
Honey, I love it when you come to bed. It looks so good on you. Ocean one?
No, that's not exactly what I meant. Start with empathy for what goes on in me that keeps me from doing what you want.
Honey, I know that you love cats, and I really admire the way that all the cats in the neighborhood come to you.
Now, I'm going to share something with you. I hear a butt coming on. Do you predict that?
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. No. But
smart.
I'm not feeling any empathy.
They're smart.
I'm just waiting for the butt. I don't feel any understanding.
Just wait. It's coming. And I know that it's hard for you to wash your clothes all the time before you come to bed. I know that you get tired of piles of laundry and having to wash clothes and having me always ask you, if you're coming to bed in clean clothes. And I know that that's really getting kind of old. I really understand that. And I'm just wondering if you and I could figure out a way that...
Now see, what you're doing is you're not empathizing. That's fake empathy. See, I could feel from the energy the whole time that you were getting to the solution. You weren't taking time to create the connection. You already looked like you had single-mindedness and purpose to get the damn cat hair out of the bed.
It's true. It's true.
And as long as that's your objective, I'm going to hear a demand, because the issue is not that I have to wash the clothes so often. The issue is autonomy. I feel you have single-mindedness and purpose to get me to do this. And not only that, but I think I should, because I don't want you to be sick. And when I'm operating under that demand, there's no joy in doing what you want.
Okay.
And I need empathy for that, and I'm not getting it.
Okay. So, when we've discussed this, he's told me that he thinks I have no right to have needs because he's a man and I'm a woman. And this is an issue that we're working on. And
Wait a minute. Was he sober when he said this?
Yes, and also very honest. You were
Okay,
talking.
say it again then. I didn't get it. So he
Okay.
said what? I'm going to put my giraffe ears on and see if I can guess what he was feeling and needing when he said it.
Okay.
See, this is a good example of when you never want to hear what a jackal thinks. It'll make you sick. See, a statement like that, if I heard it correctly, it'll make you sick if you hear what the jackal thinks. But you'll love it if you translate it into what that jackal is feeling and needing when they say it. So let's practice how, if we're on the receiving end of this message, we don't hear what the jackal thinks. We hear the feelings and needs the jackal's trying to express in this distorted way.
What he says
No,
is...
you be him now and say that message.
Okay, all right. Well, my mother never had needs. My dad never let her have needs. And you're not supposed to have needs because you're my woman. And I'm supposed to have all the control. You're not allowed to have needs. I don't like it when you tell me you have needs.
Oh, boy.
And I'm not going to meet them.
Now, do you hear the severe case of male-itis? You see that? This is a severe case of male-itis. So what are the feelings of this person? Fear, yeah, fear. Deep fear. Well, behind the rage, you see. Very often, the fear associated with the need for autonomy is hidden behind the judgment, you see, that kind of thinking that a woman shouldn't have these needs and should. So if there's a should in a person's head, they've disconnected themselves from their needs. So the first thing that we need to deal with is the anger coming from the should. So it's probably angry because he has a need for autonomy that isn't getting met. But he's not in touch with the need for autonomy. He's lost in those thoughts. See, the cause of anger is always the same thing. We get angry because we think. We don't get angry because of what other people do. We get angry because we think. We think life-alienated, violence-provocative thoughts. Now, what do I mean by life-alienated? Disconnected from needs. What do I mean by violence-provocative? Implicit is the concept of deserve. That if you are this thing I'm judging you as, you deserve to suffer for it. Because you're bad, evil, violent, sick, stupid, whatever. All of that implies you deserve to be penitent. You should be sorry for what you're doing. You should hate yourself for doing this. See, this is the way we've educated ourselves for a long time, about 8,000 years. This is the process of education in our judicial system. It's based on deserve. If you do so much of a crime, you deserve X months in a penitentiary, a place designed to make you penitent. If you do more of it, then you deserve more penitence. Can you think of anything more stupid than that? No. More violence, provocative than that? Do you feel safe living within such a judicial system? No. Then why do we keep it going? Let's create a restorative judicial system. Okay, well that's another issue. But I like to sneak that one in every chance I get. Okay.
We should put all the women in there. They deserve it.
In the prison, you mean?
Yes. Women should be in prison
So
because they're uppity.
If I'm hearing you, you really feel a lot of anger and want some respect that you're not receiving in your relationships with women.
Damn right.
Yeah. You really have a strong need for respect that isn't getting met.
Yeah. My woman should just do what I say and not give me any lip.
Yeah. You'd really like respect, and the way you'd like that is if the person, your woman, could do what you would like and do it without question.
Yeah. Yeah, she shouldn't question me. She shouldn't have needs or feelings. I don't want to talk about feelings. I just want to live my life and just be served. Yeah. That's what my dad got. That's what I should get. I'm a man.
You'd like to have somebody who enjoys contributing to your well-being and does things without you having to ask for it.
Right. I don't want to have to think about her well-being. I shouldn't have to.
Yeah.
I'm a man.
Yeah. You want to do what you serve in the way that you've understood you're to serve by doing the work, and you'd like respect in the form of the other person doing the jobs that you'd like to be done.
Right. So how can I get her to do that?
First, I've got some pain in relationship to what I've been hearing you say about me. Would you be willing to hear it?
As long as you don't cry or, just don't ask me to empathize or anything. I'll listen to you.
I don't want to cry. I want to vomit.
Don't make me clean it up.
So we'll get your wife to do it.
Good.
No, I really am serious. I almost want to vomit when I hear what you're saying. And I want you to hear it. If you hear any criticism, let me know. That's not my intent. I just really want to be honest with you. I almost felt like vomiting when I heard what you said. It made me sick to my stomach. How do you feel when I tell you that?
Criticized.
How could I have told you I felt that without you hearing criticized? If it's the truth, I mean, that's going on in me.
Probably can't.
Yeah, and I hope you can see how painful that is for me. I tried to understand you, and now I want some understanding. You hear criticism.
I'll listen, but I feel inadequate. I know I'm not supposed to be like this, but I am.
So it's not easy. You want me to hear how scary it is and how easy it is to hear stuff like I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I feel sad for you in one sense, because you're mixing up respect with obedience. And then I predict that's going to make life miserable for you and your partner. Can you tell me back what you heard?
Yeah, that if I keep expecting my woman to mind me, that I'm not going to be happy.
Thank you. It's almost what I'm saying. I'm saying I want you to see a difference between respect and obedience. To me, they're the opposite.
Well, I mean, if someone don't mind you, they're not respecting you.
If they don't mind you?
Yeah.
See, that's why I get scared when I hear you talk. If you mix up respect and obedience, I don't think you're ever going to get your need for respect. No.
Well, what's respect then? I don't know what it is then.
Did you feel respect when I was empathizing with you, when you started to talk, when I was hearing you?
No, I just felt like you were listening. That's not respect, is it?
Well, I define it. That's how I define respect. That if I get somebody listens to me and hears me, I feel my need for respect through that empathy. For me, empathy and respect are the same thing. I want people to be able to understand me and without thinking they have to obey me for me to get my need for respect. I don't want to put them in that dilemma where the only way they can When my need for respect gets met is if they obey.
Well, I'll think about that, but I don't understand it. Doesn't seem right.
Well, I'm just glad we had this conversation, because if you can get that in a year, I'll be satisfied. That's what it usually takes me with many people that I work with who have come out of certain traditions that have these beliefs. There's a woman's job and a man's job, and that this is the way it should be. It's not an easy shift to make.
Well, let me break the role for a second and thank you and say that it has taken about 2 years and things are very different, but that's the paradigm we're coming from, and it's really challenging, so thank you for your role play.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it, I have a need for a perspective from you. Is it as doable in a relationship to practice nonviolent communication if your significant other is not in the know of that particular process?
If you use nonviolent communication, the other person is always doing it.
No, if I use nonviolent communication and the other person doesn't know about nonviolent.
That doesn't matter. They don't have to know about it. If you use nonviolent communication, the person you're speaking with uses it perfectly. Because all you can receive from them is our feelings, needs, and requests. You can't hear anything else. They are speaking perfect nonviolent communication if you're using it. So we never have to worry about the other person. That takes a big load off our mind. We don't have to worry about how others respond. We just have to worry about one person, ourselves.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you. We have a situation where I think that our needs or feelings are at permanent opposites, and I hope that we can resolve them. Our property is being overgrown with blackberry brambles, particularly in the Northwest. This is a problem. They're very sharp, and they're very aggressive. And for the past 5 years, I've tried to cut them back and take them out.
Let's not get into the story.
Yes.
Let's just get to the communication.
The communication problem is this. I believe that the only way I can meet my need to rid the area of blackberries is to use an herbicide.
So I'm the partner. So let's deal with it again. Now try to use nonviolent communication in communicating.
Okay. It is important to me.
Now already you're in trouble because you used the word "it" to start with.
Okay.
That sounds like a very dogmatic statement.
I feel that I have...
No, now when you get the word "that" after "feel," it's not going to connect us.
I feel frustrated.
Now we're cooking.
I have no control.
No, that's a thought that you have no control. You feel frustrated now once the feeling is on the table with the speed of light connected to your need.
I need to be able to solve a problem in front of me and not feel...
No.
Okay.
See, every word we use that is not directly related to feelings, needs, and requests decreases the likelihood we're going to get what we want.
I feel that I will...
No. Okay. That's anything that goes, I feel that, is going to get in the way of you getting your needs met.
I feel...
frustrated.
Frustrated.
And your need is what? Because your need for what isn't being met?
My need is to feel...
No. My need is for what? What is your need?
My need is for empathy, or not to be... To feel safe in acting.
My need is for safety.
I need to feel safe that I can act, that I will still be loved after I act.
I got you. So you need acceptance, unconditional acceptance.
Yes, I need to be accepted and not be hated if I do something that a person
leave that out of there. Okay. Just see. Okay. The more words, the less understanding.
Okay.
Okay, and now once the unmet need is on the table with the speed of light to a present request. Please let me... No, let me is not doable. Okay. You can do whatever you want to do. Okay.
Do not be angry with me.
Don't say what you don't want. and never put a feeling in the request. Okay. Either to what you do want the person to feel or don't want them to feel. That's not doable.
Okay.
It's got to be a doable request.
Please do not interfere while I spread the plans.
That's a double whammy. You've judged me as interfering, and now I want to defend myself on that. That takes me away from hearing your needs.
Okay.
And you said what you don't want. We say what we do want in nonviolent communication. If you want to say don't want after the do want, fine. Like, I'd like you to do this rather than this. But we never just say the don't want.
Okay. I'd like you to appreciate...
No, not doable.
Okay.
The number one reason we don't get our needs met, we don't express them. We express judgment. If we do express needs, the number two reason we don't get our needs met, we don't make clear requests. Those are the two main reasons we don't get our needs met. We don't know how to express the need to begin with. Second, if we do, we forget to put a clear request after. Or we use vague words like appreciate, listen, recognize, know, be real, stuff like that. Okay, what do you want me to do when I'm scared to death that you're destroying the environment? What the hell do you want me to do when I have that fear?
And the kids.
And I also would like to protect the kids from it. And the animals. Anybody else?
Get a goat. Or a shovel.
I'd like to put the house on the market. It's too expensive to hire other people to do it, and it's unpleasant work.
But seriously now, notice how when we get the needs clear, some other options start to come. I'm not saying that's the only one, but you see, once we hear everybody's needs, we start getting into other options that can get everybody's needs met. Selling the house is one, getting somebody else into clearing out the things without the disinfectants, organic or herbicides, opening up a blackberry market, whatever. Yeah.
Hi, I'm here for my 13-year-old son, and he wants me to talk because he's uncomfortable talking in a large group. And the reason why we're here is because I start yelling at him and he doesn't like it.
Yeah.
And so he agreed to come to this workshop so we could try to find another way to talk about his homework.
Okay, I'll be him. I'll be him with giraffe ears.
Well, you also have to have teen dementia.
He has to have what?
Teen dementia.
I don't know what it is.
Kind of like mailitis.
That's where you tell them something and then they forget it.
I got you, Mom. Okay, I haven't got giraffe ears on, Mom. I'll have that key dementia anytime I feel you have single-mindedness of purpose. Can you tell me back what you heard, Mom?
What I heard is that when I'm committed to making sure you pass your classes,
yes,
you're going to ignore me.
Yes.
And then
or worse.
Well, I haven't said worse yet, but
I've thought of it.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
We've had that
Mom,
conversation.
here's the dilemma for me, Mom. In my head, I know that it's because you love me and care for me. But those are the worst jackals, the ones that dominate you out of love. So when I hear that I'm being forced to do something, and that if I don't do it, my poor mother's going to be in pain, and then she's telling me my whole life is going to be ruined. When doing a simple arithmetic or exercise or doing some other stuff that I see as meaningless, except for getting grades so I can get to the next step and learn more meaningless stuff and get to the next step. And I don't get all of the empathy I need for how damn aggravating the school is to begin with.
Yeah.
And then I have to deal with you so addicted to my safety and security. You getting it, Mom? Let me check in with my director. How am I doing? So, Mom, how do you feel about what I said?
Well, I understand you're in a difficult position and you're still doing your homework.
Well, then I didn't make it clear, Mom. I need you more to understand that abstraction, a difficult position. I really am serious. I need you to hear the pain I'm in when I'm already struggling with stuff that I'm required to do for so many hours a day that I really don't see how it serves my life, really, except that get grades and then you get this, and then, 50 years from now I have a good job. It's all about the future, Mom, and it's like there's no life now. How do you feel when I tell you that much, Mom?
Well, we can make it more immediate.
Mom, I need... already you're going to strategies, you see. Already,
I am. That's my
already
job.
I just feel hopeless about talking with you because it just feels like I'm not ever going to get the understanding I need of why the hell this is so aggravating.
Is it so aggravating what?
Why I need you to understand. Just let me make it easier for you. I'll break it down into two major parts. Okay? First, so much of what I'm being asked to do in school is frustrating for me because it doesn't meet my need for meaning. I don't see how it's really going to enrich my life. Except as it gets grades, then I'll get up there. But there's nothing that I see really enriching my life in learning the subject. Can you tell me that back, Mom?
That you don't see how it adds value. The purpose behind.
Thank you. And to do things when there's no intrinsic purpose, it's just all to get rewards so you can get rewards so you can get a job that pays well. It's like drastic. If that's what life is, it's just drastic. So thank you for hearing that, Mom. Now, the second part is when I see you in such pain if I don't. And it feels to me like you have such single-mindedness of purpose. I feel both anger and guilt. Anger because I don't like to have somebody so single-mindedness of purpose trying to get me to do something. And guilt because in my head I know you going out of caring for me. And then I tell myself I shouldn't be this way. Can you tell me that back, Mom?
That, because you know that I've done so much to put you and make this school, etc., possible for you, that then you feel guilty because you're not doing it.
Well, yes, that's close on that. And then my anger when I feel that my autonomy is threatened because you have single-mindedness of purpose. So thank you for staying with me and hearing that, Mom. How do you feel when I tell you this?
I wish life were different. It's
That
not.
doesn't tell me how you feel. That tells me what you wish.
I guess I'm at a loss because I can't fix that,
So you feel kind of powerless, Mom.
and yet you still have to do it.
Good thing I have giraffe ears on, Mom. Because anytime I hear the word have to or should, you can almost bet I'm not going to do it. I'm going to prove to you, Mom, I don't have to do anything I don't choose to do. And be glad that I'm that way, Mom, because you don't want me to be a nice, dead person. You really think I have to do what authorities tell me? Do you really want that, Mom? To have that word have to in my head? Probably the worst thing that could be in my head, Mom, the thought that I have to do anything. What you mean by that, Mom, is you're scared to death of what might happen if I don't. Say that, Mom, I can see the caring. But when I hear have to and should, it's the last thing I'll do.
I get concerned if you don't learn.
Yeah, I can hear that.
I'm concerned that if you don't learn how to organize and manage things, that that you won't be able to take care of yourself, and if you decide to have a family, take care of them.
Yeah, so I see now that you're really worried for my future about my ability to organize things and get important things done. And Mom, I'm very confident I can organize anything that I see its life-serving purpose, but not when I don't see its purpose. And I really don't see learning this stuff is going to serve life.
So as a parent, the position I feel like I'm being put in is that this is not optional. I mean, so then as my role as a parent, I need to put in strategies in place.
Can I suggest something that would greatly improve our relationship?
I don't know.
Please, Mom, do not dehumanize yourself or me by thinking that you're a parent and I'm your child. That will make it very hard for us to have the connection that's good for both of us. Those are destructive labels, Mom. In our society, that puts you in the role of a cop, and that puts me in the role of a slave, the way those terms are defined. So let's use those terms for shorthand, expressions. We talk to somebody else, I have 3 children. But when we talk to each other, let's not see a parent and a child. Let's have the same quality of connection we would hope we have with anybody that we respect. How do you feel when I tell you that, Mom?
I have a responsibility.
So let me cut through that jackal thinking, Mom, and see if I can hear your feelings. I have a responsibility is vague, abstract jackal thinking, Mom. If I'm hearing you, you're saying you feel scared what I'm saying because you really want to contribute to my well-being in any way you can. Is that what you mean?
What I mean is that it's my job.
No, don't stop. Anything you start with an it, Mom, is going to get us disconnected. Talk about I feel, I need, I request.
I need to be able to look back.
Yeah.
And know that
you contributed to my well-being in every way you could.
No, not that.
And I'm not clear what you're getting at.
That I was able to give you the tools you need to be successful.
So you want to contribute to my having the tools to be successful. This kind of dialogue will give me those tools, Mom. If I need you to make me do things, I have no responsibility. I have no tools. This dialogue is the most powerful way I'll develop those tools, Mom. How do you feel when I tell you that?
What I feel is that what I'm hearing is that so I'm to do nothing, and then if
Thank
you
you for
decide
telling me that's what you heard, Mom. I can see I didn't make myself clear. Notice I didn't say that isn't what I said. Okay, so I said thank you for telling me that's what you heard, Mom. I can see I didn't make myself clear. I'm saying that the most helpful thing to help me develop myself, my tools, and so forth, is this dialogue, not you taking responsibility for my actions. You can't control me, Mom.
I agree you get to make your own choices.
So therefore, what can
consequences.
help me most is to benefit from your expertise. You've lived longer, you know things. That will come out more in this kind of dialogue. But if I see you as trying to get me to behave in a certain way, I'll resist even your wisdom. How do you feel when I tell you that, Mom?
how I feel is that this sounds really great in theory.
No, Mom, that doesn't tell me what you feel. That's a thought.
I feel pretty frustrated.
Okay, Mom, that answered my question. And what's your need, Mom, that isn't being met?
Pardon?
And what's the need that goes with the frustration?
I need the homework to be completed.
We're back to ground one, Mom. Back to single-mindedness and purpose. As long as that's your objective, Mom, I'll resist it. As long as that's your, unless I have giraffe ears, then I can just hear how scared you are and how you've got yourself all mixed up over what your responsibilities are as a parent. And then I might be able to figure out whether I want to do it or not. But if I don't have the giraffe ears on and I think you have single-mindedness of purpose to get me to do the homework, it's the last thing I'll do.
Okay.
How do you feel though, Mom, right now?
I feel this is like a 5-year process here. And there isn't a solution that's going to
Mom,
happen
you should have
today.
gone to Marshall's training earlier. He would have told you the secret to happiness is not to have children. Go directly to grandchildren. When I went through this with my son, his age, oh, it was painful because I lived in a society that said children have to go to school. And even though everything my son said made sense to me about when he told me how they were teaching him and what they were teaching him, I felt like you did, but you have to, and I had to stop and listen. And we resolved it. He didn't go to school. Now he's a professor of Spanish at the University of California. He didn't go to school. He learned other things during that time. He learned how to speak Spanish because his friends spoke Spanish. He's a professor of Spanish now. He didn't learn that in school. Yeah. But we had to go to the judge because yes, the law did say you have to go to school until you're 16. So he went before the judge. And as we drove down there, I said, now if ever you have giraffe ears, make sure you have them on with the judge. Because we don't want to see an enemy image. He's just, here his need is to protect children. He means well. And he feels that it would really help children to have schooling. So I was very pleased with how my son put giraffe ears on and empathized with the judge, although poor judge I could just see he didn't know what to do because he has 2 categories. Delinquent, you put him in one institution, or emotionally disturbed, you put him in another. Or the parent is somehow screwed up, you put them in jail. So he was just very confused. And finally he said to me, well, okay, if you want to ruin your son's life, that's your business. Yes.
I am fearful that younger children will not have the patience to hear the giraffe talk.
You have a concern that younger children will not have the patience to hear the giraffe talk.
Right, and that they might just take a shortcut or go through the motions and kind of read it, kind of play it out as a script. So I'm curious how, and is there any shortcuts that they can...
I find that 4-year-olds learn this process much faster than adults, and much deeper, at a much deeper level.
I have experienced that too, but some of them are just doing the motions.
Yeah, but I get the same with adults.
True.
So then it's real test in sharing this to make sure that people have the purpose of it in mind. And that's not easy to get across to most people. That's why I keep repeating the purpose is not to get people to do what you want, but to create the quality of connection that everybody's needs get met. That is a radically different story than most of us have been taught. We have been taught there's a right and a wrong way to do everything. The authorities know what's right. If you want to make it in this world, you have to do what the authorities say is right. That's the story we've lived under. So now this is a radical paradigm shift. But I find 4-year-olds get it easier than the adults.
Excuse me, I'd like to jump in here just a second, Marshall.
Where are you? I don't see you.
Right here. Right here. We did promise people a break, and I am torn by the intense discussion that I'm enjoying very much, and I see that other people are, and the need for people to maybe take a stretch break. So I am wondering, I'm asking all of you if you wish to continue and not have a break at this time until 1 o'clock, or if you would like a break. And I need some kind of show of hands or something to let me know if you would like a break or not. Let me clarify that, please. If you would like to continue, would you please raise your hand so that I can see? All right, that looks pretty darn near unanimous.
Now, here we have an important key differentiation to make. Do we want to function by the tyranny of the majority or consensus? Now, here's how we can arrive at consensus. I've been developing skills with a group this size.
Okay.
I'd like to see a show of hands by any idiot who would not be willing. Seriously, if we say, I'd like to see a show of hands, and then we think that because 51% would be willing, that's what I call the tyranny of the majority. What I like to do is this way. I'd like to see a show of hands by anybody who would not be willing to take a break, and if so, what you would suggest we do for those who would want to take the break. Yes?
I don't want to take a break, and other people who don't want to take a break, if we sit and continue having a dialogue.
So you would hope that those who want to stay could stay. Would that be all right with the people who want to go? Then what would you like, or want to take a break, what would you like of those who want to stay?
Short break.
Yeah. Yes. Stay.
I love your music. The thing that I have, the thing that's most valuable for me is learning about the things where I'm all confused. And like your music is like a warm fuzzy, and I love it. But how about if you played music while people who want to take a break took a break? And there's evidence that people actually get more out of things if they take short breaks. And
So
I'm
is anybody uncomfortable with that? A show of hands. Anybody uncomfortable that during the break I do some music? And what makes you not have a good taste about music? I'm striving to get the consensus here. How about that we take a 5-minute break, and I'll start in again in 5 minutes, even if I'm the only one here. During the break, I had a discussion with two different people on a similar theme about how much problem some people have in being able to say what's alive in them, what they're feeling, what their needs are. Just what a paradigm shift that is when you've been... See, I went to schools for 21 years. I cannot recall ever being asked what I was feeling or what I was needing. Not once. I tried it for years now, but can I recall one time when anybody ever asked? The closest that I ever got to that question is I spent a good deal of my schooling in the principal's office. And the closest to that, I heard this, why did you do that? But he wasn't really trying to find out my feelings. Anyway. So what a big chore it is. Well, a woman that came to my training, she was not able to express her feelings. She saw how her family wasn't doing it. Oh, was it scary for her to think of expressing feelings. It just wasn't done in her family. When she started to do it, she she saw what a different world it was to be in touch with life within herself, and she wrote this song called Good Morning Pain. Good morning, pain. I never thought I'd welcome you again. I never thought I'd long for you and search for you in vain. But when you went away, I walked the desert with no rain. And I'm so glad to have you back again. Good morning, pain. Good morning, tears. I never thought I'd long for you to rise. I never thought I'd miss your misery blurring in my eyes. And when you ceased to flow, the springs of joy also went dry. And I'm so glad to hang my head and cry. Good morning, tears. Good morning, love. I had to learn you never come alone. And when I shut out hurting, something in me turns to stone. Be in touch with tenderness, I bear my blood and bone. And I'm so glad to have you back again. Good morning, pain. Good morning, joy. Good morning, love. Yes, way back.
I have a request for assistance with my affliction of myelitis.
Okay, you've come to an expert on it. I have a severe case.
It appears after listening to all of this that thinking my jackal ears were off of my head. They appear to be on. Most of the time I do hear demands coming at me throughout the day with much of my immediate family.
Yeah.
And what I do have desire to change this cycle, but I guess it's the first step that I still need help with. It's that first moment when I hear the demand, and what I do is close the door.
Yeah.
And so I just need help with that first step.
For me, I have to give myself empathy, self-empathy. First, I recognize it by the feelings. I'm usually angry, irritated. So I stop. Anytime I'm angry, I love it because it tells me I'm not connected to life in the way I want to be. So the anger is valuable. It gives me a chance. It's like a wake-up call. Hey, Marshall, you're not alive. See, I used to think that adrenaline in your system, you were really alive. Now I define life different. I define life not more just having some chemical adrenaline in my system, but to really be connected to life. What are my needs? What are the needs of the person in front of me? So the anger tells me I'm not there. I'm hearing a demand, or I'm hearing a criticism, or I'm making one. So I just enjoy the jackal show that's going on in my head. So how might that look? So you be the other person. What do you say that I hear as a demand?
Well, I'm going to go back to the gate.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to say, I've told you 100 times to lock the
I'm
gate.
already lost. See, I'm already lost. All I had to do is see that look. I told you. I'm angry. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. You know, here's the jackal show going on in my head. You look like every damn teacher and parent I've had when they were angry right now. And I feel about the same joy in thinking of doing whatever the hell you want me to do right now as I did for them. That's all going on in me real fast, something like that. So I just enjoy the jackal show. Enjoying the jackal show is good for me and it's good for the other person, because then I know it's not them that I'm upset with. That this has nothing to do with that this stimulus, but that's in me. So that's a big step. Then I don't see them making me feel upset. I see the jackal show. Then I take a deep breath and I see the need. See, all jackal shows are horror movie descriptions of needs. So after I've enjoyed the horror show, I see the beautiful need behind it all. Oh my gosh, I have a desire to do things when I choose to do it and not when I feel forced to do it. Not when I feel the person is going to cut off love if I don't do it. They're going to punish me if I don't do it. Then I can empathize with the other person. So you're feeling kind of desperate of what you need to do to get your needs met. I can see the beauty in their needs now. And I'm much more likely to do it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that felt different. Felt good.
Now, I told you that my partner once said, you could read demands into a rock. And that came out of our deciding that whenever that was going on inside, she said, would you share that with me? Just share what's going on in you. And so, and it was good that I did that, because she liked that, to hear that that's all that was going on. Because when that's going on, non-verbally, I give off pretty scary things. So it was a pleasure to her to hear that all of that was going on. But after about 3 times in an hour when I was in my maleitis and hearing a demand, then she said, my God, you could read demand into a rock. And I thought about that, and that's when I said, only if I love the rock. Yeah. You want to get your mic? What? Oh, there's one up there, okay.
I feel my heart pounding in stereo here. My partner, I really want for him and my family, for there to be a connection growing between.
Yeah.
That feels like a need. I think I'm missing something. I think I'm not separating. I keep getting angry. I make my requests, and he.
Well, let me be him. I think we'll get at it quicker.
Okay.
I'll have giraffe ears on. What could I do to make life more wonderful for you? I know it's hard for you to trust that I'm really sincere in asking that question. I really mean it. What could I do to make life more wonderful for you?
I would appreciate your willingness to come over every once in a while and just spend time with my family, with my parents and my sisters.
It would make it easier for me to do that if before you made the request I heard what need of yours would be met. It's the need that makes giving juicy. To hear the request without the need, it's barren at best and a demand at worst.
Integration?
Well, maybe that's, if you could see, all human beings have the same needs. So when we can really use a language that can connect people with our needs, it makes the giving more fun. But if we don't see the need that's being met, if it's just a request, it doesn't make it joyful to give. So integration, I'm not sure exactly.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what's behind. I'm wanting.
Sounds like you really want. I got giraffe ears, so I'll help you. It sounds like you have a need for harmony amongst the people that you care for the most. Am I understanding that?
Yeah, that seems like that fits.
So that's your need. So you really have a need for harmony. That would mean an awful lot to you, and it's very painful when you don't feel that harmony. Am I hearing you correctly?
Mm-hmm.
I got you. So that's why you'd like to know if I'd like to come over and be with you, with your family.
Yeah.
I'll need some empathy first, because I feel very uncomfortable around your family. My need for acceptance doesn't get met when I'm...
You said that before.
I've said that. And so it's really terrifying for me to be there. How do you feel when I tell you this?
I want that too. I want both sides. I want there to be acceptance
Yeah, but how do you feel when I tell you how uncomfortable I am because my need for acceptance isn't met?
I think sadness.
Yeah. When I see how sad you are and how deeply you want this, I'm quite open now to trying to figure out how to deal with my fear, because I want to contribute to you getting your need met. And I also want harmony with your family. I want to get over my fear of this acceptance. Help me empathize with their criticism of me. Help me put on giraffe ears so that the things that they don't like about me now, I can see the beauty of it. Remind me, how are they judging me?
Well, I don't, without going into too much detail.
No, I don't need to detail. I just need to know what they just remind me of the judgments they make of me that I'm afraid of.
I've heard you say you're afraid that you won't ever be forgiven.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I see. They need empathy for their fear of what I did. They're still needing some empathy for that and reassurance that I've learned from that. Is that what you mean? Yeah. And I'm still needing empathy for how painful it is that people see me. They don't forgive me for that. So we both sides need empathy. They need empathy for how scared they are and how much they want to protect you. And I need empathy for what was going on in me when I did that, so people don't see me as something wrong with me. So how do you feel when you see both sides needing so much empathy?
I think overwhelmed.
Overwhelmed, yeah. Yeah, well, just talking like this has given me some of the empathy I need. And with your help, what I'd like to do is just really hear their fear without seeing myself as a monster.
It's hard for me to believe that
I can
really
get that
possible.
empathy. I can.
That we can, that each party, myself, and then
You want so much for that, and you're kind of worried about whether it could ever happen. If you and I can have this kind of dialogue, I'm confident that I can develop my giraffe ears so that I can hear their fear without taking it personally. How do you feel when I say that?
I feel a willingness to try.
Yeah. And if it's maybe more than we can handle, but maybe we can get a third sider to help us to create harmony in the family. Some outside giraffe to come in and help us connect with each other. That's another option. Okay?
I have two items over here today.
Over here.
One is I have a need relating to group harmony, to know that the process with the mother and her children and homework that was interrupted before our break has come to resolution. Has it?
So in your request is?
My request is to either pick up where we left off or to know
That's a
that
wish.
that's not necessary.
That's a wish. So the request might be to ask the people whether they were might or not. That might be one possible request, for you to ask them.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Did you guys get finished, completed?
He's satisfied. The one thing that I really is that, frankly, I want to share that having the whole audience laughing while we're in process was, from my perspective, pretty disrespectful.
Because what it felt like is it felt like the whole audience was judging me as wrong. And I want to share that I don't appreciate that. And also that this is a process that it's, people don't change overnight. So to expect that I should do something differently because that's how you think I should do it is unkind. So that's the feedback I'd like to give.
So, if I'm hearing you correctly, it's very painful when your need for understanding and respect wasn't met by the clapping. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure. It's like this is an experience between the two of us, and I happen to open it up, and by doing that, then to have to be treated that way was
Treated what way? You heard the clapping as disrespectful.
As judgmental.
Yeah, and I would like you to tell me whether you would be open at the moment to hearing it in another way.
I don't think so.
Okay. Because I'm more concerned for you, because my confidence would be that if you heard what was behind the clapping, you would have felt good about it. But if you're not wanting to hear it now, I can understand that. But I did want to leave you with the fact that I do have that belief that if you had heard the feelings and needs of the people, you wouldn't have heard a criticism.
And now I feel like you're diminishing my response.
Yes. And how could I have let you know my request, what my needs were, without you interpreting it as my diminishing you? I didn't say I was going to do it. I said I just wanted you to know that that was where I was. So how could I have said that to be understood without you hearing it as I'm diminishing you?
Wow. And first, to begin with, I would suggest that you weren't one of the people who were clapping. So for you to be saying that is an assumption that you know what these other people are feeling, which is
I have a guess. I do have an assumption. You have one. You had an assumption, and I had one. Yes.
I feel like I'm in a no-win situation right now.
Pardon?
I feel like it doesn't matter what I say, it's going to be wrong.
And I don't know how I can express my needs without you hearing that you're being criticized. So you're frustrated because you can hear only criticism, and I'm frustrated because I can't get empathy for my needs. I don't know how to tell you what's going on in me without you hearing that you're being diminished, disrespected, judged. So we're both frustrated right now.
And I'll think about that.
Okay. I'm satisfied with that.
One other thing, I have a need for clarity with respect to anger. When you were having your interaction with the woman with the allergies to cats, it seemed to me that you were referring to anger as being toxic. And since then you've referred to anger as being a healthy emotion.
It's a healthy emotion because it tells me I'm throwing toxic energy into my spiritual and physical body. Spiritually, because I'm in the world that Rumi suggests is not a fun world to live in. When Rumi says there's a place beyond right and wrongdoing, I'll meet you there. Anger tells us spiritually I'm in that world of right and wrongdoing. And my body suffers because studies in the medical arena show a high correlation between the thinking that makes us angry and heart disease. So anger is a friend of mine. It tells me that I'm thinking in a way that takes me out of the world I want to live in. And it's also harmful to my body. So anger is not the problem. The thinking is the problem. The thinking that causes anger. See the difference?
I'm here on this side.
I don't see you. You gotta raise your hand high.
Right here. Hi.
Okay.
I need to go back to the issue of when you're saying that if we communicate our needs, there's a joy that comes with that, and
If
and
the other
that
person
connection.
receives it, if the other
Okay.
person receives your needs, you'll see the eyes of a child receiving a present from Santa Claus.
Okay, so my question is, when you're teaching or this, how did you help, especially, man, I'm seeing this a lot when I'm helping couples in men, just to accept, to receive the need. And I'm hearing, you have talked a lot about the man's disease. So, any recommendations about how to help receive the need?
How do I deal with men who have trouble hearing needs as a gift?
Yeah.
I empathize with what goes on in them. When they feel the empathy, then they're open to learning how to deal with it differently. But if in any way they hear me judging them, they'll hear another demand.
Because what I think what I'm seeing is that there is a lot of there's a generational issue of expecting that their needs are being met, but that they don't have to meet the other people's needs, and you have talked about that too. So.
Not just a generational, but for 10,000 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Many
It's a
generations.
long time.
That's exactly.
Yeah. For
So-
10,000 years, women should have no needs. Loving women have no needs. They suppress their needs for their families. Brave men have no needs. They're willing to give their life for the king, the flag, the president. So, real mature, loving, good people have no needs. Needs are selfish.
So you're saying that just by practicing empathy, you get there?
I'm saying showing people a more fun way to live, they'll do it. If I empathize first with why it's hard for them to see it. To see the more fun way. And then I do everything I can that I don't in any way imply there's something wrong with them for being like they are. That's why I use a stupid statement like misunderstandings. That's a playful way of saying it's painful, but let's not get into thinking there's something wrong with us for feeling that.
Thank you.
Marshall? In the second row.
Second row.
I find myself in a conundrum repeatedly having to do with the way people smell and their personal hygiene at work and in my personal life.
Look, why didn't you tell me this during the break?
I thought this would be a more interesting forum. And I can't for the life of me figure out how to state my feeling, need, and a request where I feel any confidence that I'm going to create some connection with that person. I have managers asking me to go to coworkers and solve this problem because they think I'd be the
Come
right
on to me and
person.
let's try it. Let's try it.
Okay. I feel uncomfortable when I smell a strong body odor coming from you, and I would like to ask you to bathe and
May
change your
I
clothes.
suggest something to you?
Yeah.
With a request like this, let's see two different kinds of requests. See. You're going to what I call the need fulfilling request. What the action, a need fulfilling request, starts the way you did. I'd like you to tell me if you would be willing to, and then you say, take a bath, whatever. So this is one kind of request. But I would suggest that we be conscious of perhaps the necessity before we get to this kind of request to get to a request that deals with the connection that exists at this moment between ourselves and the other person. See, remember I said nonviolent communication tries to create the quality of connection that allows people to fulfill each other's requests joyfully. But now, is the connection necessary? Is the connection there that will allow this to happen? And if I have some doubts about it, then before I make this request, I might make one of two requests. I'd like you to tell me what you heard me say, so I can see if I made myself clear. Because if the person has heard any criticism, anything they do for me here, I'll pay for it.
Do you find sometimes there are issues, and maybe other people in this room as well, that make it very difficult as a person really wanting to have that compassionate connection to even bring up the dialogue to be able to discuss this?
Well, if it is scary, it's not because we're afraid of the other person. We're afraid of how we will deal with their response. That's important to keep that separation. Because if you think that you're afraid of how the other person might respond, you'll become a nice dead person, afraid to reveal yourself. And you give all of your power to the other person. So we don't have to ever be afraid of how the other person might respond. We only have to be concerned with how we will deal with their response.
I understand.
But that puts our security in our hands. So one of the two responses is, tell me what you heard me say so I can see if I made myself clear. And the other, sometimes I might just want the other person to tell me how they feel about what I said. See, these two show me whether the connection is there to go here. Now sometimes I'm satisfied with this just from the nonverbal behavior. I don't see eyes like they heard a criticism or a demand. If I see already those eyes, then before I go here, I'll go here. So I would suggest here in this role play we're doing, go here. You see. So now what's your present request? You told me about your discomfort.
I would like to ask you if to bathe and
No, that's you're going up here.
So you
I'm saying before you go there, check out what the connection is. What you've told me your needs. Now check out whether I heard what you said.
So I've shared with you what my need is, and I'd like to know what you heard me say so I can understand.
Okay, you heard me say I stink. Okay. What the hell else could I hear? You said it. It's very clear. You think I stink.
I see you having strong emotional reaction to what I said. Do you want to tell me more about what you're feeling?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I stink.
I wonder.
Now, tell me this in Giraffe. Say this. Dummy, that isn't what I said. Say that in Giraffe now. Dummy, that isn't what I said. That's what your damn jackal ears heard, but that isn't what I said. Say that message in Giraffe.
It makes me sad to hear that that's how you received my message. How could I have communicated with you so that you wouldn't have
How
felt
could I have made my feelings and needs clear so you wouldn't hear it as a criticism?
How could I have made those feelings and needs clear without having you hear it as a criticism?
What feelings and needs?
The ones you just talked about?
I didn't hear any feelings and needs. You said I stink.
Would you be willing to hear my feeling and need again? Or
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I feel uncomfortable when I smell strong body odor coming from your body and clothes.
Yeah.
I feel nauseated.
Yeah.
And I would like...
I noticed I haven't heard a need.
I would like...
See, it's the need that keeps the person from hearing. If they can hear the need.
I need to ask you to bathe.
No, that's...
No.
That's a strategy. That's a strategy. See, I didn't hear the need. I heard the discomfort.
I need to feel comfortable when I'm around you so that I can enjoy our interaction.
It said the need for comfort, the comfort that isn't met when you feel that odor. Okay. Now, pull me by the ears to hear that, because that's a difficult message for a jackal-eared person to hear.
Yeah.
It's very hard for them to hear somebody's feelings and needs without hearing a criticism. They've been programmed to hear criticism. You see? So it's not easy. This seems like a simple little thing to hear that without hearing a criticism. But it's a radical paradigm shift. So pull me by the ear, say, could you say that back?
Could you let me know what you heard me say so that I can know if I did a good job communicating?
You're uncomfortable when you find that odor, you're uncomfortable with the odor, and you have a real need to be comfortable when you're around me.
That's exactly right. Thank you for hearing what I said. I'm feeling better about this interaction now. How are you feeling?
I feel a lot of feelings inside. If I had giraffe ears on, I would say this. I feel sad because I want to contribute to your comfort around me in every way. I'm also feeling annoyed at myself because I want to take better care of myself and do things like that, but I have this thought in my mind that I should take a bath more often, and then when I think that, I don't want to. And so I got a lot going on in me, but I'm glad we're talking about it.
It sounds like you have a lot of good reasons to smell the way you smell. And I'm glad to see you laughing because that didn't come across. I didn't say what I did. I wish I'd said that differently. Maybe you can help me with that, but I feel satisfied in this moment. Thank you.
I'd like to go back to the thing we were doing in the beginning.
Where are you now?
Here.
Oh, right in front of me. Okay.
I'd like to go back to the thing we were doing in the beginning, stating needs to our partners.
Mm-hmm.
And I love what you say, but I get very confused if you break in, like right in the middle. So could I say the whole thing and then get a reaction from you? Is that okay? I need. I have a need for respect as an equal, and I request that during shared activities we consensus on an agenda. I request that during shared activities we consensus on an agenda, and that when we need to change it, we agree on the change. I request that during our shared activities we take the time to set a shared agenda, and when we need to change it, we agree on the change.
Now you ended on a wish, not a request. And this is the kind of thing that leads to endless discussions, when we just wish, but we don't end on a request, whether it's on a one-to-one basis or with a group. Unproductive meetings occur when we don't end on a request. Or say finished, if that's all we wanted to say. Because see, as another person, I could think that's all you wanted, was just to say that. Because I didn't hear a request. I heard a wish.
I thought I said a request.
No, it's a wish. You said, I would like, when there's these decisions and so forth. That was a clear wish of what you like. But it doesn't tell me, see, you're not living right now with me. It's like you're telling me what you wish. Yeah. I don't feel involved in the conversation.
Oh, because it's in the future. Yeah. Okay. Well, the reason I was doing that is because what's like right happening coming down the pike.
So what do you want from me?
So
I'm
well
the other
thought
person.
out.
What do you want from me right now in relationship to that?
I'd like to know whether you heard. I'd like to know what you heard me say.
That you're not being treated equally.
Well, sometimes you treat me equally.
Don't hold it. I heard a criticism. You didn't make a criticism. You told me a need, but I heard a criticism. So now you're agreeing that you make a criticism sometimes. So you're getting lost now. See, you expressed a need, but I didn't hear the need. I heard the criticism.
Well, usually I appreciate very much that you respect me. I guess that sounds like a criticism too.
Now here's what I would wanted you to say. I'd like you to hear a difference between my saying, you're not treating me equally, and my need for equality doesn't get met.
Wow, I mean, it's like I can't even, I try to hear it, and it's like it won't go through my brain.
Yes, and most
I
of us are
blend
that
out.
way, because it's a big paradigm shift
Yeah.
to hear a difference between a criticism and a need.
Okay, I mean, I need for you to say that again, because
Okay.
I
I'm not saying that you are behaving in a disrespectful way or you're not respecting me. I'm saying my need for respect doesn't get met when that happens.
Well, I mean, it's like I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes, I
Most
maybe I'm too
people
much of a
don't. Most
beginner.
people
but-
don't. If your brain has been programmed to hear criticism, it's a paradigm shift to hear the difference between criticism and needs. So that's why it's so critical if we really want to live this way, that we be conscious of how many people are not going to be able to hear feelings and needs no matter how clearly you express them. And the more you ask people to tell you back what they've heard, the more you will continue to do it, because you'll see how rarely we get understood when we speak a language of the heart in a world in which people have been programmed to speak jackal.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's going on, because he's totally, I mean, he's so well-intentioned, you know. And, you know, I can see it's cultural conditioning.
So now if I had
So-
giraffe ears, I would have said this back to you. I would have said, so your need for equality would be met better if if I were to involve you in this decision.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and involve me as an equal,
Pardon?
as an equal, and.
So you have a need for equality.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the
Your
person
need
can
for
be
equality, now
involved,
when
but
you
not-
say treated as an equal, that gets out of need language. And it leads me to think that if your need doesn't get met, you're going to interpret me as not treating you as an equal. And if I think you interpret me as not treating you as an equal, I have no joy in giving to you. I have no joy in meeting your need for equality. To whatever degree I hear anything that sounds like an interpretation, it takes away the joy of giving to you.
Well, the reason I said that is because somebody can be involved in the process,
no,
but
that's
not be treated as an equal.
No, you're getting now into an intellectual discussion of that. I want you just to know how to stay with your needs.
Okay.
My need for equality would be better met if you did this. That's a need and a request.
Okay, my need for equality would be better met if we participated 50-50 in setting the agenda, or if we consented on setting the agenda, and
So that
if time
would you
goes
be
by,
willing to do that? Would you be willing?
yeah, and as time goes by, we update the agenda when we need to. Would you be willing to do that?
Okay. So there's a major difference between I don't see myself being treated as an equal and my need for equality isn't being met. A radical difference. And there's very few people that can hear a difference when they're on the receiving end. So we got to lead them, we got to help them see that difference. Or else we can't really connect in a way that's going to promote compassionate.
Yeah.
So first, we got to be sure we know how to say it clearly, the difference. We need to see clearly the difference, not see the person as treating us unequally. We got to be really focused on our need that isn't met. Know how to say it, but then also be conscious that that other person may not be able to hear it. So we got to check it out.
Are you looking for a balance with the microphone?
And what's your request?
I'm requesting that maybe somebody up here stay up here
you.
I'm enjoying your clear request.
My request is that in order to provide that, meet that need, is for people to make visible and maybe you recognize the person.
I would like not to be me recognized. I would like not to get involved in that. I don't see their hands as well as I think you do. So when we tried that the other day, I found out there were some people told me they had their hands up. I just didn't see it.
Well, I feel at a loss about how to.
Where is the speaker? Oh.
I feel at a loss about how to communicate with somebody who may who may not hear the difference between my saying my need for equality is not being met.
Well, let me go over then what I showed you, and then we'll get the microphone to others. What I said to you was, you got to ask people to tell you back what they heard. And then, if they didn't get it right, never say this, no. Never say, that isn't what I said. Never say, you're misunderstanding me. Never say that. Say this, thank you for telling me that's what you heard. I'd like you to hear a difference between, and then you give them the two things you'd like them to hear the difference between, so they can see the difference. Okay?
I'm bursting with curiosity.
Got to get a mic?
I'm bursting with curiosity because in a sensitive situation like body odor, I'm wondering how a person's emotion of embarrassment and then their defensiveness, how I can be sensitive to that.
I think you are sensitive about it. You're aware that some people could hear it as a criticism rather than a gift. You see, if they hear the truth, it'll be a gift. I mean, if I can contribute to a person's comfort by taking a bath, that's not a big thing to have to make somebody's life more wonderful. That's only not a gift if I distort it and hear a criticism. So, why would that not be a gift to tell somebody that you would enjoy the connection better if they took a bath? It would only not be a gift if they heard a criticism. Okay, so then we have to make sure they heard the gift rather than a criticism or a demand. Is that dealing with your issue?
You know, I'm wondering if somehow when you're bringing up a sensitive subject, and it's clear that the person who has the issue is uncomfortable asking it, and so therefore it can come across as harsh.
Then this is very important. If you're scared about bringing it up, say that, because unexpressed fear will almost always be heard as aggression. Say, I want to say something to you now, and I'm scared to death of it in any way being heard as a criticism, because I'm not wanting to make a criticism. So, would you tell me quickly if you hear any criticism? So if the person knows that's what's the intensity behind that fear, then I think they're less likely to hear aggression in what I say.
Hello, Marshall. My name's Barbara. I would like to express to our 17-year-old son, who's in his senior year and uncertain about his future, and I know he knows I'm terribly worried about that, and I've had this single-minded purpose about him creating plans. And I would like to practice with you a way to express to him my trust of his future choices when I am connected with him, when he's sharing what's going on with him.
Don't say it, Mom. I'm the son with giraffe ears.
Gabriel, I've been worried because of my need to connect with you. We've talked in the past about your future, and I really need reassurance that you know that I'd love to support you in any way I can, and I'm wondering if you would be willing to share with me how I could best support you as you go into the future.
Could you give me more clarity, Mom, about like what are you wanting me to say? What are you worried about more specifically?
I'm worried that you don't feel our support for you.
So you want to know whether I feel any? Yes, I do have a fear, Mother, of bringing anything up, because when I do, it doesn't look like you enjoy my pain. Like as soon as you see me in any pain, like you've got to fix it. And then I feel, if I don't have my giraffe ears on, I feel that it causes pain for you, and then I feel in double pain than I had to begin with. Could you tell me back what you heard me say, Mom?
I'm hearing you say, Gabe, that when you want to express how you're feeling, that you hear or see pain, and that is not helping you express that.
And then you not only hear, I not only see pain, but then it looks like you are in a frenzy until you can figure out a way to fix things.
So I'm not meeting your need for respect about your choices because you see that I'm worried?
No, you're not meeting my need for you to enjoy my pain.
You would like me to enjoy your pain?
Yes. As that weird guy Marshall refers to empathy. That's how he describes empathic connection. But I need empathic. I would like you to tattoo on your hand, Mother, empathic connection before advice. Empathic connection before fixing in any way.
So you are really needing empathy and understanding. And if you feel that empathy and understanding, there may be a way for us to jointly strategize.
Yes, thank you. And then I would like you, before you ever offer me any advice, I would like you to receive a request in writing from me, signed by a lawyer. That's what I want.
That seems a little dramatic, Gabriel. I'm wondering what your need is. What need of yours would be met by that request?
For you to check with me what I want after the empathy, before assuming that I want advice or to be fixed or so forth.
So you, once I feel that, once that empathy has been shared with you, you would like me to check to see that.
With what Marshall calls, I would like you to check then for my post-empathy request, because after people get empathy, there's usually something else they want, and it's seldom advice.
So you'd like me to check in with you about what your needs might be after you received empathy, and not to assume that it's advice.
Thank you. How do you feel when I tell you this?
I am grateful for you sharing this with me, and I'm still worried that I will fall back into old patterns that have made you feel unsupported in the past.
Then I could still deal with that even better, Mom, if before you jump in and give me the advice, you tell me your feelings and needs.
So you would like to know what my feelings and needs are before I give advice?
If you were to say something like this, when I hear you, I get real scared, and I just have a strong need to protect you in some way. If you just told me that feeling and need, rather than acting on it, just to tell me that that's going on in you, then ask for me to tell you what I've heard you say, so then I can hear the connection. And then if you want to give me advice, get my permission for it. So say, there are some things, Gabriel, that I really am confident that if you do, it would make things easier for you. Would you be willing to hear them now? So if I saw the pain in you behind that advice, and then you got you checked out to see if that's what I wanted. After the empathy, keep in mind. After I get the empathy. Then if you have that need, then I could probably hear that.
So I would like to make sure that I've heard you correctly.
Yeah.
Can I repeat that?
Please
What I
do.
think I've heard
Thank
you
you,
say?
Mom. Yes.
I'm hearing you say that you would like to receive first empathy.
That's my first.
And understanding.
Yeah.
And then check what you might be needing after you've received empathy.
Thank you. Yeah.
And then thirdly, ask you if you would like to strategize or if I can offer
Now, let me make that third thing a little clearer. I'm
Yes.
saying that if you're in too much pain, really, to give me the empathy, you're just bursting over with something that you feel that if I knew about it, it would make my life better. If you could at least say then, Gabriel, I'm so tense right now when I hear this, and I have such a strong need for your well-being, and there's some thoughts that I have about what could help you. Would you be willing to hear it? So if you're not able to empathize with me, at least that you say that and get my permission before you give me the advice. How's that?
Yes, and I think I heard that more clearly, that if I'm not able to empathize, I share what's going on inside for me. And then ask if you would be willing to hear some of my thoughts.
Or your advice or whatever. Yeah, thank you, Mom, for hearing that.
Well, thank you for that clear process that we'll hopefully be able to stay connected. I appreciate that. Marshall?
I'm experiencing, I keep experiencing like an overwhelming sadness and grief, and I'm wondering if you would be willing to play the role of my partner.
Yes.
Okay. My strategies for creating meaningful connections within my family, with my partner and kids, with you and my kids, with you and the kids, has created the opposite of what I wanted, and I'm feeling overwhelming sadness and grief that I can't seem to let go of. I need meaningful connections with my kids, and to be in a situation where I like myself in relation to the people that I'm with. Would you be willing to tell me how you feel about what I'm saying?
Well, I want to be sure first that I have got it, and then I'll tell you how I feel.
Okay.
That is deep sorrow and grief because a very strong need of yours for there to be harmony and understanding between the people you care for the most.
Well, connection, my connection.
Your connection.
Yeah.
Your connection, yes. And that at the moment that need is being met to your satisfaction.
That's right.
And you want to know how I feel about that?
Yes.
I'm feeling some relief if that's in there, that we're talking about it this way. And of course I'm feeling sad because I have a strong need for that need of yours to be met. I'm eager to hear whatever you would like from me that would better meet that need.
I would like help in connecting with my kids, and would you be willing to help me express my mourning to our daughter?
By help, you mean you want me to listen while you say what you'd like to say to her and then give you some feedback if I could suggest other ways of saying it?
Yes.
Okay, I'd be glad to do that.
Thank you.
I'm glad I'm checking out what you mean by help. Because if I hadn't gotten clear what you meant by that, I could very often have interpreted that a way that wasn't what you wanted, done it, and then when that wasn't it, you getting upset, and then my feeling aggravated because I thought I was meeting your need. And this has happened a couple times between us. So I'm glad I'm learning to check out what you mean by help.
Marshall, if I continue this process with my partner, I guess I'm needing some hope that I can get past the sadness and grief.
It sounds like you're needing some empathy for just the depth of your sadness and grief. And your real fear about whether you'll ever really be able to connect with her in a way you like.
Yes.
Extremely. More than anything in the world, you want to connect with her in a loving way. That's so painful when you're not doing it. So how about if we practice how to deal with her? I'll be her with giraffe ears. Would that help?
Okay. Try.
So I'm the daughter with giraffe ears. Mom, I'm hearing just how deeply painful it is for you that we're not having the quality of connection that would meet both of our needs for closeness, safety.
Yes, and I get really scared that my statements or responses will be interpreted in a negative way or in a blaming, fixing.
So you feel caught in this dilemma. You want to be able, the connection you want us to have would require us to be honest with each other about what's going on.
Yes.
And you're feeling discouraged about whether you can do that and have it act and get understood.
Yes.
And you're afraid it'll end up just the opposite.
Yes.
Instead of bringing us together, it will do what's happened at times in the past. It's separated us more.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm so sad that in the past I didn't have these giraffe ears on. Instead of seeing just how deep it is in you, how much you want a loving connection, instead of seeing that, I read in criticism. So I feel very sad. I would have liked to have given you the empathy that you were needing, seen the beauty in what you were saying.
I really want to know how I can talk with you and share.
Okay, let me show you how you can talk with me and share. You be me now when I'm at my worst. And I'll be you with Giraffe. And I'll show you what I would like you to do. You got it? So you be me now. What do you say?
I don't say anything.
Are you feeling irritated with me and not comfortable telling me what's going on for you right now?
Yeah, Mom, I don't know what you want from me.
So that's irritating for you when you have a need for clarity, especially about what's wanted of you and you're not clear what it is.
Yeah, that's right. And,
what I want from you is just what's happening right now. Just to know what's going on in you. That met my need. How do you feel when I tell you that?
Relieved. I thought I was supposed to say a certain thing and I didn't know what to say or...
And I'm so sad that I can see, I have some guesses as to how I contributed to that. I can see that in the past, by my not knowing how to express my pain as I would have liked to, that it could easily be heard that you weren't doing the right thing. I'm so sad that I didn't know how to say that differently.
Yeah, I always thought I was doing the wrong thing and that you were judging me.
Yeah. How do you feel when I tell you how sad I am that I didn't know how to express my feelings differently?
Are you done?
No.
Okay.
Can you tell me again what it is you'd like from me?
Just to know how you feel right now when I tell you about this depth of sadness that I would have liked to have expressed myself differently.
Well, I still feel a little confused about how to respond to what you need.
Just what you're doing. Just telling me how you feel. I appreciate how you've been hearing what I feel. This is what I want from you, just this.
That's all?
It's a lot. I feel connected with you now in the way I've wanted to for you. It's a big thing for me to hear what's ever alive in you. It's a big gift. It meets a strong need of mine for closeness, for connection. And as I say, I'm sad I didn't know how to ask for this differently in the past. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.